Hey, what's up, Bernator? I'm not wearing my sweatsuit tonight because I'm commentating instead of playing, so instead you get the tank top. You can sweat in a tank top, especially if it's hot out in Florida. You can sweat in anything here. Hey, Kikutsun. Last brain cell? Well, most people weren't working with too many to start with, I don't think, so you're not that far down the hole. Thanks, Lost Docs. Organ Hoarder Supremacy. Organ Hoarder is very good. Although I do think people are a little bit too high, and I want to stress just a little bit. Like the card is good. Like, the card is excellent, obviously. But, like, there's so much disturb and, like, flashback and just so many ways to generate extra cards. I mean, I think this is, for the most part, like a value-oriented format, and, like, Organ Hoarder does a pretty good job of that. I just don't think it's, like, that special, I guess, is how I'm describing it. Like, it is good. I'm not, like, in any way, like, low on Organ Hoarder, but I just don't find it to be that far above the other things. I don't know. Who should I follow for the draft? No strips. Hey, welcome, Skylar Ashby. Glad you could catch me live. You know, I think about that like every day, Bernator, like all day, every day, and I just don't know. It's just, it's one of those questions that, give me like another 1,000 hours of chewing on that, and I'll come up with at least an opinion, with a low degree of confidence, probably. So we're waiting for the sweatsuit to start. I'm actually going to be commentating, not playing tonight. So we're going to pick somebody to follow and then, feature them and then switch to somebody else if they get eliminated. The downside is I'm not drafting myself. The upside is I get to focus on, agreeing, disagreeing, explaining everything someone else is doing so you get some more perspectives. And we'll be in the finals, just in the booth. This is a deck I drafted earlier. It's kind of a sweet little Soul Time Mill. I don't know if it's very good. I'm 0-2, but I don't remember my draws being very good. So we'll see how it shakes out here because my hand is fine. Sweatsuit is a weekly 32-person 4-pod draft tournament they do. Hunter Pence and Sped1, primary organizers, and 4 draft pods, and we just battle it out in Sigil Lim. Well, it can't really go super fast if I'm... oh, you mean like before the sweatsuit after this game or something? There wouldn't really be enough time. But I mean, like, the sweatsuit, if you're commentating and not playing, can't go super fast. Like, that's the one good thing about commentating. You're always in the finals. I don't know. I mean, I like both. Obviously, I like playing Magic and explaining what I'm doing. I also like watching other people and analyzing what they're doing. If there's a strong preference, like, one way or the other, I definitely would consider the chat's perspective. Like, I consider both to be fun and interesting. Okay. I mean, definitely it matters to me. I mean, because like I said, I enjoy both. I mean, I'm not like, going to do whatever I think is going to get me the most viewers, but I care about what the viewers want too. You know what I mean? Like I view streams as a live interactive television show. So like, both what I want to do and what you want me to do matter. So, I mean, I'll definitely consider it. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Actually, I think this set's pretty good to be honest. So I've just been playing a ton of poker lately, um, but actually I think the set's pretty good. I don't think it's like great. Like I think Zendikar Rising was substantially better, but I would take this set over Kaldheim or Dungeons for sure. I think it's probably the best since Zendikar Rising, which I really liked. Cool. Glad you enjoyed it. No strips. I mean, like I said, I figure it's fun either way. I mean, I know for me it's fun either way. I have fun playing. I have fun commentating. So it's really, they're both good options. So it's just a question of what they want me to do and what y'all enjoy more. Oh yeah, better than Strixhaven too. I think Strixhaven was pretty bad. I don't think it should have been. I think they just messed Strixhaven up, to be honest. But this set's fine. Like I said, it's got good removal. It's grindy. The cards have a lot of text. It's interesting. I like Disturb and Flashback as mechanics. Actually, I probably have to hold on to this to kill Sludge Monster to free up all my awesome creatures. But I don't really have any ability to send it to night or day. Do I even have, like, a single werewolf in the stack? I don't even know if I do. I've got, like, plenty of other removal, too. I guess I'll see what I draw. I have plenty of mana. No real reason to do it end of turn, I don't think. If I remove that Sludge Monster, all my creatures go back to normal, so this is definitely a winnable game, but I'm going to need to remove that Sludge Monster. Yeah, it was pausing. They probably have something. Hey, thanks, Pedro. Yeah, Tank Top Ben. I wouldn't be a Floridian without my tank top. I plan to just follow one person during the draft. I mean, I like to commentate from someone's perspective. So, like, if I just want to pick somebody and then say, like, what I would do, what they did, why, like, the differences, why I think they did what they did, the interesting picks, just analyze, like, the draft and what they're doing and stuff like that. So they almost certainly have some kind of a trick. I could block it with everything, but that's probably not going to work out well. Why is my Drown Yard Amalgam still a 3/6? Didn't they just turn it into a slime? I see it has a counter on it. What did I miss? I don't know. I'm going to take it for now. I'm not really sure what's going on exactly, but... Oh, yeah, they have plus 3/2 and trample with the Mentor. Yeah, you're right. Obviously, yeah. I can't block here. But I have a lot of removal, so hopefully I'll top deck one of my, like, 3 or 4 hard removal. I have, like, In Eaten Alive, a Clear Shot. I mean, I have more than that, but I must have milled them or something. Yeah, another Eaten Alive and an Infernal Grasp. I was just looking at the on-tap. So I had 4, but I milled 2, so I only have 2 left. Oh, it's a horror creature. Haha, that's funny. Yeah, that's good. Okay, well, I don't know. I have to block and 0, 1, 2, 6. So even if I kill one of the small ones, that doesn't turn, like, the Mentor off. So I think the plan is just going to be to put, like, 7 and 9 on it. I mean, if they pump it, then they probably can't also play a trick, hopefully. Yeah, I never realized this was non-horror before right now, before the chat pointed it out. I don't think there's a lot of horrors, but I guess there's some. So, let's see. 6 to pump would only leave them 1. So I'm going to assume if I can deal 9 to it, I'll kill it. So I definitely want that on it. And then ambush can deal 2 if I want it to, but basically, I don't want to lose the Dreadhound. I don't want to lose the Augur of Autumn. So if I go like this, then I can finish it off with the ambush. That looks pretty good. 3, 5, 7. That was all right, Burnator. That was all right. That was actually relatively on point. Hey, good to see you as well, Hypnotoad, and thank you for subscribing. They have 8 mana. Yeah, my brain is fried today. Maybe I should block with 1 more. I don't know. The Dreadhound and the Augur are both pretty important. I mean, I guess the Dreadhound's not that important for the late game. I mean, it's going to be big. I do need to kill the Sludge, though, or I lose. So I guess maybe I have to put the Dreadhound on, too. I mean, the Augur's pretty good. If I play lands off the top, then I should be able to trigger Coven, hopefully, and then start playing creatures. And then maybe I can turn the game with just that. This is bad, though. I'm going to lose a lot. Like, they'll probably kill the 3 non-amalgam creatures. Maybe if they don't have anything, they'll do, like, this order or something. And then with the Midnight Ambush, I'll be able to save, like, 1 or 2 of the better creatures. So it's not a human, so it's just +2/+2. 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay, so it's still going to die. They're going to take out my 2 creatures. It's not that bad. Obviously, I have to ambush so that their creature still dies, but they're only killing the first 2. It's not great, not horrible. And now I have 3s and 2s. So if I can draw like a creature that lets me trigger Coven, then I can get this Augur going. For now, I guess let's play this. If we get a land, we can clear it off the top. And I guess I could attack. I probably should have thought of that first. No, they have an 0-4. They're just going to block. Plus, they still have their pump, right? So I might need to put a bunch of blockers on something. I think the way I win this game is triggering the Coven on Augur and just playing a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't want to miss free attacks if they don't have an attack, but the Dawnheart Mentor is pretty scary. They're not anywhere near 12 yet, are they? 3, 6, 9. Dawnheart Mentor is so good. This has got to be one of the best uncommons in the set. So that's going to be a 4/4. Can't I just block it with the Amalgam? So that's going to be a 6/5. So they can trade it for the Amalgam. I can put the Amalgam and something on it. I mean, I don't know that that's a bad trade for them. They can only pump 1 creature a turn, but it's not particularly bad for me either. Unfortunately, though, Slogok here is just going to be another 3-power creature. I need like a... I need a creature that doesn't have 2 or 3 power. Any other number. Okay, so I definitely want to block that. So I guess something. I'll just put these 2 on it. I mean, the Pestilent Wolf can take out something later. Are they still going to have Coven 0, 1, 1? No. Oh, wow. So if they don't have another creature to play, this is good. I don't know that last card in their hand or what they're going to draw next turn, obviously, but they're off Coven for the moment, at least. Do I have any profitable attackers? Yeah, I can pretty much attack with whatever I want. Although I guess it's just the Pestilent Wolf because they could just block with their 0-4 on like the 3-4. Can I afford to send the Wolf? They have to play a creature to get Coven. Then they could like pump. But I can just double block with Horde and Slogak. Yeah, I think I can send the Wolf. I don't think this is a particularly big deal, but I don't think I'm going to need it to block here. And if a creature's not going to block, then it should be attacking if it has a profitable attack, right? The way I like to think about that is, like, if I attack, then, like should I attack? If they block, am I happy? If they take it, am I happy? Like, if it's good if they take it and good if they block, then you probably should attack, right? And in this case, any block they had would work well for me, and if they take it, the attack back doesn't look too scary, giving Coven is off. So that's good. And the Shadow Beast sighting will turn on our Coven. So I like our chances now. This game swung nicely. Can't play the other Shadow Beast off the top at the moment, but nonetheless, our Coven is on, theirs is off at the moment. And now I can play lands or creatures from the top, so should be able to dig pretty deep on a turn or two if I'm able to maintain this. As far as the attacks, I think pretty much just the Wolf again. No, maybe not even. What if they draw something here, and we're really going to get going now? Because, like, they have the Tapper, so if they play, like, a creature that has, like, 2 power and can turn Coven on, like that one, it's pretty important that I have the Wolf back to block. And in a couple turns, I'm going to have complete run of this board. Because, I mean, like I said, any land or any creature now off the top. I know you can only play 1 land a turn, but I still get to go, like, you know, play a creature, play the land, play a creature, whatever. Well, I didn't think last turn if they cast a Coven creature, it was really going to be that threatening for me. Maybe it was a little too aggressive, but I had blockers, right? So a 2-1 can become a 5-4. So if they attack with just that, I probably block with like the 4-4 and the Pestilent Wolf. Because it's trample, so I want to put the Pestilent on as well, so I save a point of damage. Yeah, they had Trapper, but they also have to cast the Coven creature. So it's like 2 to activate Trapper, however much to cast the creature, and then they would have to have another 6 in order to pump with the Mentor. I'm not saying it's impossible, they have a lot of mana, but I think the creature would have to cost like 2 mana or something. Because remember, 6 for the pump, 2 for the Trapper, but then they still have to cast the creature. It doesn't just come into play for free. What's going on here? Now they only have 5 up if I can count. 2, 4, 5. Hope I'm not missing anything. I guess if I am, it's just 1 point of damage. Okay, so we'll play the land, play the creature. That was sweet. So again, I'm being a little more conservative right at this moment. Mostly just because if I don't die, I should win. They do have Coven on. I'm not going to figure this out. Next turn, I'm going to eat and alive, which will turn off like the Mentor if I kill it, or something Coven if I kill something else. And like I said, I'm literally playing all the cards for my deck now, so I think this should be over unless they have a way to sneak in the damage. I'm not playing the Sweatsuit. I'm commentating it. I don't know what the format is. I mean, I assume it's this format, but I'm not really sure. Don't mind me. I'm not like paying full attention to this. I'm looking at the whatchamacallit, the Sweatsuit, which is firing as we speak. I probably should have sacked like the Diregraph Horde there and then been able to Shadow Beast. But yeah, now they don't have Coven anymore. So I do have to attack into that Beloved Beggar at some point. Oh, well, this is what I get. Get confident, and this is what happens. I've missed like so many damage and made so many bad plays this game. They're literally starting the Sweatsuit as we speak, if you're wondering why I'm playing this game so terribly. Like, I'd probably win. I could lose to this Huntmaster now, but I might just concede because, literally, I kind of have to. Okay, so who do we want to watch? Who should we watch tonight? We got any Sweatsuit champs? Going Optimal? All right, we can watch Going Optimal. I'm just going to concede. I don't know if I'd win this game or not. I certainly would have won it, I think, if I played well. But I apologize for that. But, like, the Sweatsuit is starting, so I kind of needed to get to that. Should have been to it a couple of picks ago. Although I think it's just starting. I think they're like 2 picks in or something. Okay, so we're going to cover Going Optimal Sweatsuit, I guess. Let's do that. If they would make this bigger or something, that would be dope. Is this really how they stream it or something? Can barely see their picks and cards. We may have to cover somebody else. It looks like we are doing some kind of chaos or something tonight. This is gonna be rough. I did not know we weren't doing the current format, and I can't really see their screen that well. I assume we can see it, but it's pretty bad, right? Let me try somebody else. What's going on? Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Do people just not like to use full screen or something? I don't know if it's just me. Does my stream look like this when I do the Sweatsuit where I draft in the browser like this? I feel like I full screen it and it's bigger, but I could be wrong. Like, I can't do anything about this. This is just like what's being like shown, so it's kind of hard. Well, at least they're giving us a good view of the deck here. So it looks like they're trying to draft green-blue. Yeah, it's just, I mean, because when we covered Siggy's, it was fine. The whole thing was just like full screened, and I could just like see the cards. It's not perfect, it's not screen capturing Arena, but it's, as long as you full screen it and you just have it all showing, I mean. Yeah, this could be my fault. I'm not saying it isn't. Okay, that's a little better. So it was partially my fault. I mean, it's still like, they're still hovering around. It's just bigger, but okay. So anyways, we got a green-blue deck. These cards look pretty good. I mean, so like, most of mitigating draft picks is, navigating draft picks is like maximizing for like synergy and curve and stuff. That's a lot harder to do in Chaos. So, I mean, we don't even know, like, what they're going to try and draft or what's going to come. But we can see with the Umori, if they're going to try and use that in the companion slot, then they'd have to play all creatures or something like that. Which is doable, right? They have 1 Devouring Tendrils. They'll probably just end up putting it in their deck. It's a good card. I mean, it's a 4-mana 4/5 with upside. But if you want to use it in the companion slot, then it's really powerful, but you have to play all creatures. Otherwise, Quandrix Pledge Mage is kind of the opposite. It makes you want to play all spells, so that's not really great synergy. So most likely, I assume they're going to try and just play the Umari and not like really worry about companion slot. Yeah, I can move my webcam a little. It's not great for this. It's in a good place for Arena, but it's not in a great place for these browser drafts. So, okay, they look pretty committed to their green-blue, but their blue isn't very good. I mean, Roaming Ghostlight and Crash Tide are like fine bounce spells. But I mean, if I was this person, I would only consider myself committed to green at this point. Yeah, I don't know. What do you prefer, Pedro? Do you like Chaos, Fro? Like, I like doing things for fun. It's just like Chaos Draft to me just feels like, I don't know, look at the pack and grab whatever card seems the most powerful. It's like, synergy is like I was trying to say, synergy is a lot of what makes draft interesting. Not that you can't get any synergy in Chaos, but when you can't predict what's going to come, it's really hard to, like, weight the picks. To, like, adjust based on what you already have and what you might get. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it, too. What Fro said. But they seem to have what looks to be like a green-blue, like, they've got some bounce. I mean, obviously it's green-blue, but what I mean is, like, a standardish green-blue with, like, creatures and bounce spells for, like, kind of a tempo-ish deck. That's not what green-blue has done in some of the more recent formats, but that is traditionally what green-blue was in most draft formats. You just tried to draft, like, good-sized bodies and have some bounce spells so that you didn't just lose to flyers and things like that. And, I mean, that's not how you draft green-blue at all in the current format or in most recent ones, but it is, like I said, a way I would expect to see it drafted in Chaos. So here, Migratory Greathorn looks pretty good. If they're well-positioned to splash if they want to. I do kind of like the Titanith Rex. So when you put cycling on something giant like that, you really cut into the drawback. The games where you have a land-heavy hand and you see going late, you can just hold the card and play it, and then the games where you have a land-light hand, you can cycle it. That said, 9 is a lot. That card could definitely have been an 8-mana 9/9 instead of a 9-mana 11/11. As cards cost more and more, the additional costs are, like, exponentially more punishing because it's like that much harder to hit each land drop with one additional, like, draw step. So generally speaking, like, you want to look at 7s as a lot worse than 6s, 8s as a lot worse than 7s. You don't want to view it the same as going from, like, 3 to 4 or 4 to 5. The reason for that is because you're usually going to hit land drops 3, 4, and 5 on curve because you start with 7 cards. So it's a lot easier to have, like, 5 lands out of 12 cards than it is to have 9 lands out of 16 cards or whatever. Okay, so here, Grunt is pretty big, though I'd probably take Untamed Kavu. This deck's not really hurting for beef, and Untamed Kavu is kind of like the same concept as that cycling giant creature, where it's if you didn't draw a 2-drop, you've got a bunch of business in your hand, you can just put it out on turn 2 so you don't fall behind. And then if you draw it later in the game, it's a 5/5 trample, which is an excellent card. So it's a really nice flex card. I really can't stress this concept enough, that cards that are powerful on one side, but have, like, a drawback, let's say, if you can cut into that drawback, it adds a lot more value than it looks. And there's a lot of different versions of that. Like, for example, there was the 3-mana green card in one of the previous recent sets that, like, bought back a permanent from your graveyard into your hand or searched for 2 lands. So, like, if you had a 3 or 4 lander, spending that card for 3 mana to search for 2 useful lands is really good. The problem with a card like that is, what if you already drew enough land? Then it's just a dead card, right? But then you could just use it to buy back a good creature from your graveyard. And cards like Kavu Titan or Untamed Kavu. Kavu Titan was the original one of those from, like, I don't know, Innistrad. What was it? The first Kavu Titan Invasion, I think. But that might be wrong. But anyways, cards like that where they're good cards on curve. Saul knows, of course. Yeah, Invasion. Yeah, cards that are good on curve and then they have this other, like, flexible half that's not that powerful are better than they look by a lot. You can take that concept to the bank because, like, again, imagine your hand is like 4-drop, 5-drop, 6-drop, and you have nothing for turn 2. You fall behind and lose. But if you play your Untamed Kavu as a 2/2 and trade it off with their 2-drop, now you get to go on to win the game a lot of the time with your 4 and 6-drop. So, but you can't just jam your deck full of all 2-drops or you just lose to better cards. So you really want to value things like that highly. All right, so here, I mean, I would probably take the Air Colt over the Hill Giant Herd Gorger. I'm not sure what was actually grabbed out of the pack. I wasn't saying that those were the best cards. I was just looking at those two because they were looking at their deck and we couldn't see the pack at that moment. Fairy Duelist is a reasonable trick. I like that, like, it sticks around afterwards, so if you're able to eat a creature with the -2/-0, you get an advantage. I don't think we really want Wrecking Beast. I mean, I'd probably play it, but again, this deck looks like it has a decent amount of power. I guess one thing to consider with Umori, you name the type, I think, so you could just name creature, and then that makes, like, 7-mana cards cost 6, 6s cost 5. It makes expensive creatures a lot better. I'd probably take the Fairy Duelist here, though. Yeah, I mean, No Hunter's a weaker card, but they do have a decent amount of size, and they needed the early drop. And when you're looking at something like Untamed Kavu, you kind of want to view that as like half a 2-drop because you're not hoping to play it on turn 2. So you like, let's say normally you'd want to have like 5 or 6 2-drops to ensure hitting your 2-drop. Like, if I have an Untamed Kavu, I'm going to lean towards 6 and away from 5 because if I draw another one, I can just play that one instead, and then I have a 5/5 trample. I don't have 2-2-drops. So I think like it makes sense to still prioritize 2-drops pretty heavily here from their perspective. Mana Leaf Rider was good, but you have to sack food to it. That's exactly the point me and Fur were talking about. It's like, how high do you value that? Well, it's like a 2-mana 3/1 no ability in this format. Whereas if you're like a food deck, then like you can think about how valuable that ability is for you. I don't know what I would take it as pack. I mean, maybe the Mara Leaf Rider, maybe the So Tiny. Probably not going to end up playing any of these cards. Yeah, I think that they've drafted a bunch of spells, and they have a Quandrix Pledge Mage, so they're almost certainly going to play the Umori in their main, not in the companion slot. I mean, as Saul said, certainly you're always going to play it, but if you can get it in the companion slot, you do want to make a decent sacrifice for that. It's a free card every game. So if I have to cut like 2 removal spells from my deck to put that in the companion slot, I'm definitely down. But I think they've drafted a lot of bounce, and they have pretty good spells, so I don't think they're going to put that in the companion slot. I think they're just going to play it. So this is more of just like a fill out what you need pick, I think, between Disperse and Centaur Courser. I don't think you really want to play Anticipate unless you have spell synergy. I guess Pledge Mage is one. But, like, basically paying 2 mana to not go up a card and not impact the board is just not worth that level of selection in Limited. I don't know that it's worth any level of selection in Limited, really. Like, if 2 mana Demonic Tutor in current Limited, you know, just literally 2 mana, look through your deck, put the card in your hand, you'd play it. Like, it's probably good, but it's probably not that good. Like, if you have, like an S-tier bomb or, like, a sweeper or something, then it would be good. But if you're literally just searching for your, like, one rare that might die to the removal that you might have drawn anyway, I'm not even sure that's worth taking turn 2 off to do. But the thing that can be good with stuff like Anticipate is that if you're triggering other things. Like, if you're a red-blue spells deck, when you play that, maybe you get a bonus when you cast it. You know, you trigger, like, your Quandrix Pledge Mage, a card like that. And then also maybe you have cards that count the number of instants and sorceries in your graveyard or things like that. But by and large, I think card selection like that is just not good. Okay, so nothing here that matters. So, I mean, this is between Serpent and Centaur Courser. And again, you're looking at 2 fillerish playable creatures, and you're really just deciding for curve. Like, if you have a bunch of 5s and 6s already, you should be taking Centaur Courser. If you have a bunch of 3s, you should take the 6. Curve matters for spells, but it matters less by a lot. Because spells don't... So, like, obviously, if you had all expensive spells, that would be a bad curve. You do nothing on the early turns. But, like, creatures kind of have to be out and, like, need to, like, progress to do what they do. Whereas, like, spells generally don't cost that much. Like, most of the removal spells and bounce spells and stuff are, like, 2, 3, 4 mana. And they don't help you hit your curve in the sense that, like, if I have, like, a bounce spell in my hand on turn 3 and no 3-drop, well, I can't really do anything with that. I mean, if they play a creature, maybe I can bounce it. Like, but that's not a very effective use of a bounce spell. So, like, I wouldn't say that they don't count towards your curve, but I would say it's not the same. You're really thinking about your creature curve. Now, to be clear, spells that make creatures, like, you know, Serpentine Curve, that's just a creature. But, like, as far as, like, removal and bounce, it's a little different. This seems like the seat's going pretty poorly. I mean, I don't know, like, again, Chaos is really bad for this. Like, if you're used to my usual way more intricate commentary, it's not because it's Sweatsuit and not my draft. You can check out my commentating of Siggy's draft in the current limited format 2 weeks ago, and I think it was, you know, fairly nuanced and interesting. It's just we don't know what we're going to see, and we don't, like, have the ability to really process any sort of, like, synergy, any sort of expectancy. Like, at this point, we just want to try and take spells for Quandrix Pledge Mage. We know that we have Umori, and we can name, like, creatures, so, like, 6s and 7s are a little better for us than they normally would be. And, like, other than that, we're just... Mostly when I draft Chaos, I just try and draft a good creature curve and take cards that look powerful. Like... But yeah, if I was in this seat, I would not think these colors were open. I would not be happy with my deck. Yeah, I agree with that, Pop Boy. Okay, well, Tulsa Mirrors was busted in its format, and it'll probably be even more busted in this format. We're not white, but I think there's like a Utopia Sprawl, maybe one other, a Migratory Greathorn. So we have a couple ways to search out a single plains. So I think that's a pretty clear pick. The best blue or green card in this pack, I mean, Narset's not good unless, again, you have a ton of spells. You're going to hit every time. So this pack looks pretty weak for blue-green, except Tulsamar's 2 green and 1 white, so that's not hard to splash. I said Utopia Sprawl. I guess it was an Urban Utopia. Cut me some slack. It's cards from every single set. But yeah, so if we weren't taking Tulsamere, we would take Band Together. Band Together's fine removal, right? It's 2 creatures, and it's a bite, not a fight. So that's pretty much 3 mana kill whatever. But I would definitely take Tulsamere here. I think Tulsamere is broken. You get 2 different 3/3s, and you get to gain life. It goes wide, and you kill something small. That's just a busted Magic card. That's like an S tier card in any format. So I think it's a pretty easy Tulsamere, and well worth the splash. We already have Greathorn and the Utopia thing, so it won't be too hard to get that in. Dryad Greenseeker was really good. I played that format, and I remember that there was some talk of that as like the mythic uncommon. I think it was probably a bit of hyperbole, but really, every time you get a land off your deck, you would have drawn that land, and then instead you're a card deeper and you draw the next card. So it's really like draw a card pretty much every time you hit a land. So that's a 2 mana 1/3 that taps to draw half a card. That's a pretty busted Magic card. I don't know if they played that format or not, but I would windmill slam this Greenseeker, and I don't think it's remotely close. Even I don't remember Sinbad, so I think you're the only one here that old. But it's important to remember that. In the late game, you may think to yourself, what do I need lands? But that's not, it doesn't search your library for a land. It looks at the top card. So if it takes the land from the top of your deck and puts it in your hand, now you're 1 card deeper. So that's draw a card, assuming you don't die, in the meantime. To be clear, it's draw, 40% of a card, because land is generally 40 to 50% of your deck, not your whole deck. But it is going to give you a lot more resources than the opponent if you activate it turn after turn, clearing the lands, resulting in you having a lot more spells than your opponent. So Secret Keeper is another one of the synergy cards. If you mill 4 cards, it does nothing. If you mill 20 cards, Voxy screams. So, Secret Keepers are really good in multiples, but having 1 Secret Keeper does next to nothing. So I'd probably take Tome Raider here. I mean, I don't want to say that blue-green isn't what they should be drafting this seat, because this is pick 2 or 3 and there's just nothing in the pack for them. So that's not really a reflection of necessarily what's being drafted around them. It looks like they're just getting bad packs. I mean, I guess they got the Greenseeker and the Tulsamere, so those were pretty good packs. So Spectral Sailor's good, could definitely win a stalemate, but it's better with removal and decks that are looking to play grindier games. This deck's really just looking to cast big things and win, I think. Season of Growth, I remember being okay. Janice. You remember when I made that fake Lucky Clover deck with all the Secret Keepers? That wasn't really what I drafted, obviously, but I just made it and queued it up against her. I think that was Dangle's idea, and it was absolutely brilliant. Okay, so we're looking for fixers for white, but blue-black doesn't help us. Wayfinder's a pretty good card. I think that's going to be a pretty clear choice here. Especially with a deck looking to play long games and cast like 5 and 6 drops and stuff. It can help you hit your land drops. Explorer's a pretty good mechanic as a whole. I don't think it's really very close with the Weaver or anything else. I think in general, when it comes to that, like, you know, Weaver Frostlinks type ability, you have to remember that, like, if you're not looking to really attack them early, then tapping something is just gaining a couple points of life. Now, if you're an aggro deck, then it can be a pretty good card, because if you tap a blocker down for 2 turns, then, you know, you can finish the game. You dealing a few points of extra damage can turn a loss into a win. Gaining a few life can, but it's a lot rare. Those are much better aggressive cards than they are defensive cards. I don't think any of these cards are really playable. As far as the green and blue ones. Like, I'm not saying Daneth is unplayable. Or Journey Mage, the red one, was good in Red-Blue Wizards in Dominaria, but that's obviously not what we're drafting. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, Rastlin Helmy, but I'll take it. Really, I just got sick of shaving. That was the whole thing with the beard. Just like, not have to use a razor blade ever again, sign me up. Yeah, so Needlethorn Drake here is a nice pickup. That's a good 2-drop. So you've probably heard me say this by now if you're not new to my stream, but the number one thing I care about in early drops is that they're functional cards in the late game. There's nothing worse than when it's turn 5 or 6 and suddenly your 2-2 and your 3-2 are just practically dead pieces of cardboard and have no impact on the game. So, like, I love anything that will be used that I can spend my mana on turn 2 and that will also be useful on turn 6. And something like Needlethorn Drake is just a perfect version of that. If it's your 2-drop, you trade it with their 2 or 3-drop, but if it's around in the late game, it can trade with any size creature or poke them for 1 a turn in the air. So this is a nice pickup for us, this Guildgate, because remember, we have this light white splash, and a blue-green duel still helps us splash white, because ultimately what we care about is how many sources of blue, sources of green, and sources of white. So that gives us a blue and green source out of 1 land, allowing us to have more blue and green sources while sticking like 2 or 3 planes in our deck. So that's a nice pickup for us, because we don't need like a ton of fixing for this deck, but we do need a little bit. So with the Great Horn, that one Utopia card, which they haven't put in yet, but I think is a playable fixer. I'm not 100%. I'll have to see it again. And then this Guildgate, they can probably get away with 1 planes and have pretty decent mana. Speaking of nice pickups, and this makes me think maybe they were the right colors, because Band Together is pretty solid removal. So for that to come back 9th pick, there can't be a lot of green players around them. You don't want to put those in your deck, Burnator. What's the point of casting a 6-drop if it's no longer going to be effective on turn 19? Thanks, John Orange. What did I pronounce wrong, bot boy? A young Barry Greenstein? Alright. I don't know if I'm a young anything anymore. I definitely don't feel it. I turned 38 2 days ago. 38 hit hard. At 37, you're not thinking about 40 yet. But like at 38, it really sinks in that the next birthday will start the countdown to 40. Kind of unbelievable. Yeah, I like the Sweatsuit drafts. I definitely like... Obviously, I haven't been streaming much lately, and that's going to continue for the current time being, but, like, I'd still plan to maintain Thursday night Sweatsuits playing or commentating. I'm not super happy about the Chaos situation, but I guess they just wanted to mix it up. But it doesn't feel to me like Midnight Hunt's been out that long. Are people really bored of it already? It feels like it's been out for, like, a month. Like, I definitely get that, like, sometimes by the end of a 3-month format, you're like, kind of off it. But I don't know. I still like Midnight Hunt drafts. I agree, Hypno. Not a day over 45. I definitely agree. Yeah, no, I agree with all of you. I think Midnight Hunt's fine. Like, I'm not saying it's like some kind of all-time great draft format, but I think, Blue Black was an obvious good deck, and it's good. But now people are learning that you can beat it with like white aggro and red black aggro and stuff. And then the green blue ramp decks are also really good. I think there's like a good variety of decks that you can draft in Midnight Hunt, and the games are close and interesting. I don't know why everybody's off it, or at least they are, or whatever. I'm still enjoying it for sure. I'm definitely down for Bach. I was planning to come out to Vegas, right, but I just really couldn't. But one of my first out of Florida vacations will certainly be to Vegas, and there will certainly be a meeting at Bacchanal, or as I should call it, our official office. But somebody, it might have been you, Efro, if not somebody else, said that Bach was worse now. Did they make it good again? Because somebody told me when they reopened Bach, it was worse than before COVID. All right, so let's see what's going on. 2, 6, 10, 13, 16, 18, 21, 25, 28, 29 cards, it looks like. I mean, teach their own. I don't want to go off on a politics rant mid sweatsuit coverage, but, take precautions, but, if you're vaccinated or whatever, I think it's fine to do things. So I would definitely cut Mammoth Growth. This deck's creatures are already pretty big. A big, powerful pump spell like that is really good for clearing away like big blockers and allow you to keep attacking with small creatures. But like, I guess the best way I can explain this is in terms of efficiency. If you're giving a 4/4 plus 4 plus 4, it's still likely just beating whatever's blocking it. So there's a lot more value in being able to give +4 +4 to a 2/2 than there is to give +4 +4 to a 4/4. So, and you pay more for a card generally the more it does. So if you have really small creatures, Mammoth Growth, certainly a fine card. But if you have like, a mid-sized green blue with pretty decent late game like this, that's not a card I'm looking to put in my deck. I would definitely cut Anticipate. Like I said, I don't think Anticipate is playable in Modern Magic unless you have a bunch of synergies. Like, if you're a red-blue spells deck, and when you play it, sometimes you're going to play it for 1 mana because you have cards that lessen the cost of your instant sorceries. You're going to get a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures, and you have cards like Serpentine Curve. Then, like, okay, we can talk. And I know they have 1 Serpentine Curve and 1 Pledge Mage, but that's not a blue-red spells deck. That's not enough for me to put a card like Anticipate in my deck. The most important thing in Magic, there's no one factor that makes you win, but the single most important thing, I think, indisputably, is using your mana. But that doesn't mean using it for nothing, right? Like, you have to use it to productively impact the board on the early turns. So, like, if you're using your mana on Anticipate on turn 2, you're not impacting the board. It's almost like you're not using it. I mean, look, you're going to have a little, you get a little selection value that you'll be able to cash in later, but you didn't impact the board on turn 2. So, I mean, I think that generally the only way I'd put Anticipate in a deck in Modern Magic is if I have, like, sweepers, like if it's like a cube deck where I have 2 sweepers and it's a real control deck, or if it's like a blue-red spells type deck and I have, like, 5+ synergies or something that I'm triggering. Other than that, I like their 2-drops. So my cuts here... Well, I see they're down to 38. Did they cut a bunch of lands? I'm confused by what's going on. I also don't see the Dryad Greenseeker. So if they cut that card, I might have to start covering somebody else. I might not be able to handle it. Yeah, I don't think it was Dominaria. It was in like M19, but yes, it was a total bomb. Like I said, if you play that thing on turn 2, it's like anytime you clear a land, it's practically draw a card. Now, you don't hit a land every time, but generally like 45% of your deck is land, so it's practically like draw half a card. So if you play that thing on turn 2, on like turn 8, you're up 3 cards from your 2-mana 1/3, and it can still block 2/2s if you need to in the meantime and whatever. Like, that card is fantastic. I would probably, let's see. Well, I can't, how many cards do they actually have to cut? Like, where are we? Yeah, I like cutting Serpentine Curve. They don't even have that many spells, and hopefully that encourages them to get Anticipate and Mammoth Growth out. Those are like just not good spells in this deck, like I said. I think their deck is okay. I don't think this deck is great or horrible. It's really hard to judge in Chaos because, again, what are we comparing it to? But I would definitely put Dryad Greenseeker in, and I'm going to lose my mind if they don't. And I would cut like Mammoth Growth. I would cut Anticipate. Water Trap Weaver's definitely cuttable. They do want to check the creature types a little bit. They have like a couple of mutate creatures, I think. I mean, not like a lot, but I think they might have two. They definitely have one with the Great Horn. Yeah, and Gem Razor has mutate as well. Yeah, they could cut the Pledge Mage. They don't have very many spells. They should just cut the whole spells package. This deck has good creatures. The bounce spells are useful. Just cut like Quandrix Pledge Mage, Serpentine Kavu, Mammoth Growth, and Anticipate. There's nothing wrong with like a Quandrix Pledge Mage deck. Like, you know, if you draft like 12 instants and sorceries, a lot of which are like cantrippy and whatever, and you have like, you know, a bunch of cards with spell synergy, okay, that's a fine card. But like, how much? So if you draw Quandrix Pledge Mage in the late game, it's a 3-mana 2/2, right? If you play it on turn 3 in this deck, how big is it going to get? On average, you're going to play one spell and turn it into a 3/3. Maybe you'll play two. And then it's not trading off. Like, the turn you play it, it's just a 2/2. It doesn't block well on turn 3. The next turn, if you play a spell, you're growing it to a 3/3. Now it's like on par for a 3-drop. You have to grow it another time successfully before it's actually a good 3-drop. And by then, it's later in the game. How useful is a 4/4? Fine, it's somewhat useful, but it's not like you pulled off some amazing thing when you built your 3-mana 2/2 that was not very useful on turn 3 and 4 because of its size into a 4/4 for turn 5. Like, it's just not a good strategy unless you're really going to take advantage of it. Like, unless you really have a spell synergy deck, cards like that are just not... The juice is not worth the squeeze, you know? It's just like, sometimes they perform okay, sometimes they don't, but when they do, they're not winning games, they're just like a 3-mana 4/4, like a 3-mana delayed 4/4. Overall, though, their deck looks solid enough. I mean, they have a couple bounce spells. They have a couple creatures that interact, like Roaming Ghostlight. And then they have some power cards, like Tulsimir is really good. I mean, Dry Greenseeker, but I'm not sure that they like that card as much as me. Spectral Sailor can definitely win any stalemate. I mean, cards like Spectral Sailor play a lot better if you have, like, counter spells. Like, something like that makes me want to put in Convolute so that I can, like, leave my Convolute mana up, and then if they play something decent, you counter it, and if not, end of turn, you draw a card. By the way, while on that subject, if you do draft blue-green, remember, counters and werewolves play really well together. You know, pass a turn, flip your wolf, have your counter up on their turn. I mean, obviously all instants play well with werewolves, but removal, you know, even removal's good in general, although it's worth saying while I'm talking about Midnight Hunt. I've played a lot of draft formats. I'm not sure if some of the old schoolers in the house, like Ephraim and Saul, will agree with this or not, but Midnight Hunt, in the 25 years or something I've been drafting, is the worst removal has ever felt. I'm not talking about, like, the quality of the removal spell. I'm talking about, like, if you were to take, like, a removal spell from this format, like, you know, whatever, like Eaten Alive or Olivia's Midnight Hunt or whatever. Well, not Midnight Hunt because of the day-night thing, but whatever. If you were to take Eaten Alive and put it in every format, this might be its literal worst format. Like, I've been, like, moving to the point where I'm just taking common playable creatures over common removal a lot of the time. There's a decent amount of bombs, so you still want to have a couple removal in your deck so that you have the ability to kill, like, one thing that you really want to kill. But as a whole, I have not found, like, 6, 7, 8 removal decks to perform very well. I just want to have more creatures and, like, self-mill and, like, just kind of, like, throw my stuff at theirs and grind out a win in this format. I don't want to be, like, just one-for-oneing with removal. That's just, like, they just disturb things and bring them back, flashback and bring them back. I mean, if you look at the 4-drops, they all generate value when they come into play, like Organ Hoarder, Gavany Silversmith. There's just, like, it really just performs very bad. Oh, that would be the opposite, for right? I'm saying I'm saying that removal in this format is. I'm not saying the removal that exists like doesn't have good text. I'm saying like removal underperforms in this format. Like in Theros, you're saying the problem was they didn't print good removal, so people just stack up enchantments on one creature, which is totally true. But what I'm saying is like removal would perform exceptionally well in Theros. In this format, there's tons of good removal, but it performs really poorly. I'm not saying it's unplayable, but if I already have like good removal, I'm getting to the point where, like I said, I'll take like a hobbling zombie over like an eaten alive mid draft sometimes. Not if it's my first. But if I have, and a Hobbling Zombie is just like a mediocre playable, but I just don't want 7, 8, 9 removal spells in my deck in this format. I think the first couple are still really valuable because there's S-tier bomb creatures you need to kill, so don't get me wrong. I'm not up here telling you take like medium creatures over Eaten Alive, like pick 2 of the draft. But if it's pack 2 and you already have like 4 removal, I basically will stop drafting it unless there's nothing else for me. I think that like too much removal is generally like really bad in Midnight Hunt. I don't know if other people are finding that too, or if I'm just off the deep end in my old age. But I have not been finding when I draw like 3, 4 removal spells over the course of a game that the 3rd and 4th removal spell perform well. And I have not been finding that my 8 removal spell decks perform well. But maybe that's just like variance or whatever. But that's how it's definitely felt for me. Anyways, back to this. So do they need to make any more cuts? I see 20, and I can't see their 4-drop stack at the moment. Yeah, Exile's better, obviously, because they can't disturb it back. I probably shouldn't have chosen Eaten Alive for that example. Like, Eaten Alive is a lot better than Defensive Trait. Defensive Trait would have been a better card for me to use as an example of this. But nonetheless, because other people are still generating advantage. Like, if you Eaten Alive their Organ Hoarder or their Gavany Silversmith, they still got what the card did. And even if you Eaten Alive something that doesn't come back, they still always have more creatures to play because of Disturb and Flashback. And so, listen, Eaten Alive's a good card. Like, I'm never cut a single Eaten Alive from a single black deck. But what I am saying is, as you have, a decent amount of removal, start valuing the removal lower and lower. And that's not normally the case. Unless your deck depends on, having creatures out for, pump spells, usually you will take any amount of good removal. Like, in most draft formats I play, if I have 9 removal and I see a 10th good removal, I'll take it over a mediocre playable creature again. I wouldn't value it any lower. But in this format, I still really want to have 3, 4, 5 good removal so that I can deal with their 1 bomb. But my goal is to draw 1 removal a game. I don't want to draw 3 and 4 removal over the course of a game in Innistrad Midnight Hunt. So we'll see how this blue-green deck does. I mean, I guess I'm not allowed to yell at them for Greenseeker. This is just going to tilt me to no end. I just love that card. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at too, Ultralisk Hero. Obviously, if it's good removal, Midnight Hunt, Olivia's Midnight Ambush, and Eaten Alive, I'm not going to cut it, but I'm not drafting it over good common creatures. I'll take, not only Organ Hoarder, pick 2, pack 1 or whatever. I'll take Gavany Silversmith over it, maybe even Falcon Abomination, whatever. Because the thing is, I'm not looking to end up with so many of them. I'm just looking to end up with 5 removal in my deck, or 4, not 8 or 10. They put it back in? Okay. Glad to hear it, Philippi. It was just going to tilt me to no end. I just love that card. It was one of my pet cards back then too. Everybody thought it was good. I'm not saying I am some kind of genius for knowing that card was good in M19, but I was one of the people just ranting and raving about how great it was all the time. It's really impossible to give a deck a grade because in Chaos, I just have nothing to even compare it to Lost Talks. I can give Midnight Hunt decks grades. I've drafted Midnight Hunt, 50 to 100 times. But, I just have no idea what a good deck looks like in this Chaos format. Yeah, the blue common creatures are really good. I actually think, blue-black was so good because of blue, not because of black. The zombie stuff is fine. But really, I think in my opinion on Midnight Hunt is blue is tier 1, black and white are tier 2, and red and green are tier 3. But I think all the colors are fine. I think you can definitely draft like good red blue spells decks, good green blue ramp decks. I mean, I don't know if you can really draft good green red decks. I mean, Werewolves really kind of got like the short end of the stick in Midnight Hunt. But I mean, there's definitely ways you can use green and red effectively in this format. I like red-black vampires. I think it can only support one player per pod, but I think like it's a good way to beat like blue-black decks and blue-green decks because you have all that reach and you get ahead, and those decks are not very like good at keeping their life total up and playing like defense early. Blue-green has an incredible late game, and blue-black is like pretty grindy, but like it's pretty easy to deal a decent amount of early damage to blue-black and blue-green in Midnight Hunt. So red-black has so much reach. You can burn people out. Like, one of the cards that has overperformed from how it looks the most for me in the format is Brimstone Vandal in that deck. That's a card that I looked at week 1, if you remember, in the Sweatsuit, and I was like, I have a red-white aggro deck. This is a filler card. I don't think I need it. It's probably not good. And then now I just, like, am happy to put Brimstone Vandal. I think it's called Vandal, right? The 2/3 menace that pings. I'm happy to put that in, like, any red aggro deck. Like, if I'm red-blue spells, I might not play it, or I might, depending on how aggressive my deck is. But if I'm like, you know, red-green, red-white, or red-black, like, I'm playing every copy of those. Like, yeah, that's just a card that performs because of the format. The 2/3 body matches up really well against all the 2/2 tokens, prevents them from attacking, and, like, it's just very, like, the damage is just matters. You just ping people out a lot. Oh, this is a good hand. Spectral Sailor is not a human, right? Some kind of spirit pirate, so you can put the Great Horn on it. So this is going to be a pretty strong start. I mean, unless we draw a 2-drop, again, we're basically doing nothing on turn 2, but turn 3, we have a 3/4 flying haste that ramps out another land, and then turn 4, we can use the Ghostlight to bounce their creature. So, unless Floofy's has some really specific good cards, should be like a nice blue-green tempo performance, where we go turn 3, build a 3/4 flying haste and ramp a land out, and then turn 4, we're able to play a 3/2 flyer, make them pick up their blocker and hit again. So, I mean, I'm not saying that's unbeatable. If Floopy's got a bunch of removal and not creatures, then they can answer that. But if their plan is to cast a 3-drop creature and a 4-drop creature, this is going to be a really hard game for them to win. Definitely like taking the Untamed Kavu there. You already have 1 bounce, and you have a band together for the next creature. You just slap this right down on your Sailor. You're not even scared. If they kill the Sailor in response or something, you just get the 3/4. Like, you don't get a land, but it's not like your card goes to the graveyard, right? If I remember Mutate correctly. It's hardly that big of a deal. Definitely, you got to get the island here. You have a double blue card already in your hand. And you're splashing for 1 white card, and it's not in your hand. You're tempted to always search out your splash land and take a little more risk with it, because you may never see that land again if you do draw your white card. But we literally have a double blue 5-drop in our hand, so you have to get the island there. Yeah, let me see if I can hide the Discord thumbnails. I was ragging on them for the bad screen, but really it was me just not being able to use the technology properly as usual. Pretty much, you know, if it's a draft pick, I might be right, I might be wrong, but you should take what I say seriously. If it's something involving the tech setup, just assume I'm wrong and it's my fault, and you'll have like a 90% chance at being correct. Thank you, Sisyphus. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so Floofy's did have the answer there, though, so we're definitely going to have a game now. That's not to say this game's over for Echo, because 5/5 trample into 3/2 flyer that can bounce one of those tokens. Still got plenty of good stuff, but can't just ride a tempo win out because Floofy's had the turn 3 removal. So we've got, what, 6 mana to work with? I think the Utopia thing, or Urban Sprawl, or Utopia Sprawl, I don't even know what that thing's called. It's it just basically turns into a land of any color and draws a card or something like that. So now we have 6 to work with, so we can play Roaming Ghostlight or Water Trap Weaver and Band together. I feel like you probably want to well, Ghostlight, if you hit a token, it's gone forever. But the tokens are not very effective right now. I think you really want to cast Ghostlight this turn, not Water Trap Weaver, because you want your 3/2 flyer out to start attacking. I think I would just bounce the wall. It's I don't think those 2/2 tokens are likely to have much of an impact on the game. So while it's tempting to take a free kill, like, they can't block or attack through the Untamed Kavu. And if they ever try and get in on some kind of triple block, the Mammoth Growth's just going to end the game. So I think you do want to still play for tempo, despite Floofy's good early defense against it, and just make them pick up the wall that they sunk all that mana into. And if they rebuild it, you're going to have a good attack. Next turn, you can Water Trap Weaver it, and then you're attacking with the Ghostlight and the Kavu. And then you still have the Growth and the Band together to punch through the damage. The whole key to tempo and aggression, and I know these words are used kind of loosely and like whatever, like we're talking about concepts, like it's not like a tangible thing. It's not like the definition has to be super precise. What's important is that we're communicating something. But the whole key, it doesn't do any good to put your opponent to 6 and then have them stabilize. You want to make aggressive plays and take aggressive lines when you feel like you can ride that all the way to victory. Because the value comes from killing them the value in killing them quickly comes from them still having cards in their hand they can't cast yet. It's effectively like you're killing those cards that remain in their hand without spending like any cards to do so, right? But if you put them to 6 and then they play the last couple cards in their hand, then whoever has better stuff is going to win. The same as if you didn't make aggressive plays. So, like, for example, why I'm talking about this is Ghostlighting the wall instead of the token is an aggressive play. You're not getting the most resource value. Ghostlight could kill one of those 2/2 tokens for good, whereas it just bounced the wall and then it gets replayed. So you're giving up, like, total resources to make a play that does more damage and gives you more of a board advantage. So what I'm saying is you should make that kind of a play if you think you're going to be able to ride that board advantage to victory and end the game before the opponent can cast the cards in their hand. All of them, not any of them. If they're going to be able to cast all the cards in their hand anyway, then it doesn't do you any good to bounce a wall instead of a token. So looking at Echo's hand, we had like the pump spell, the removal spell, a 3/2 flyer that they had nothing on board stopping. So that to me felt like a game that they would win through aggression, through, taking advantage of the board and pushing the damage in and ending that game quickly before Floofies could empty their hand. And that's when you want to make plays that do more damage and give you more board advantage, but don't maximize total resources. It's when you think you can actually ride that to victory quickly and end the game while the opponent still has cards in their hand that they can't play yet. Hey, thanks for the compliment and the subscription. In the other order, I'll take $5 over a compliment, but I appreciate both. So we saw what? We saw a couple of artifacts. If we have any really efficient artifact kill, Crushing Canopy might do a good job with that. Is that enchantment or flyer, or is that artifact enchantment or flyer, or what? Because we didn't see flyers, but white generally has a few. So if that kills an artifact, I'd probably board it in. If it's just enchantment or flyer, obviously I wouldn't, because we didn't see any enchantments. Rex Sage is coming out when we saw 2 artifacts, the wall and the Screaming Shield. I know those aren't great cards, but that's a 3-mana 2/1 that kills one. I would definitely not bring that out. Like, it's one thing with, like, a Naturalize, because if they didn't draw anything, that's a dead card. But something like a Rex Sage is not something I'm boarding out when I see 2 artifacts. Other than that, not much to change. So pretty easy mulligan. I mean, it's tempting to keep a 1-lander on the draw. Well, you have a lot of 2s, but I mean, you also have a 5, and what if you just miss for 1 turn? I don't know. I don't really keep 1-landers on the draw unless I have, like, Opt or something. And I'm a pretty greedy keeper. I'll keep, like, virtually any 2-lander, but you just can't have 2 draw steps. Like, that's 25% of the games you're just passing on turn 2. Like, you're virtually 0% to win in 25% of the games. All right, so this looks a little better. You can just slap back one of the expensive cards. Probably the Sea Serpent. Gem Razor's pretty good, as we saw some targets. So we don't need to fix, and we already have land 3, so this should definitely be a Needlethorn Drake. Giant Ox was a card you generally played to crew like your Plow. I'm not sure what Floofy's synergy is. I mean, they definitely have something, because they played Yoked Ox and Giant Ox. So they definitely have to have some kind of... If I'm like Echo right now, I'm thinking Floofy's has some card in their deck that makes creatures deal damage equal to their toughness and not their power. I mean, look at the creatures Floofy's has out. They're definitely up to something. And, like, when your opponent plays an 0-4, an 0-6, and a 1-4, those alarm bells should be going off. Like, they definitely have some kind of card that makes creatures' toughness, like, matter a lot more. So here, the same as last game, I would just slap the Great Horn on. I don't see any real reason not to do that. You get your land, hit in the air. There's no real value in Water Trap Weaver right now. I mean, it's not going to attack or block. Like, what do you want to do? Stop the Manserval from attacking? I would definitely slap the Great Horn on the Needlethorn, have more lands to work with sooner, and just deal 3 in the air. Thank you, Furnace Dragon. Really appreciate that subscription. 33 months. That's got to be pretty much the whole time. I didn't even realize I've been streaming for that long. Just getting so old. So, nothing to Gem Razor. I might just cast it as a 4-4 here, because you're not really that worried about killing something with it. We saw a few weak targets, and I don't know, they have an 0-6. That's the only creature that can block it. I guess on the other hand, you do want to get the Green Seeker going as fast as possible, so you can start milking the value out of it. So since you have the Urban Utopia, even though you don't need the fixing, you're still able to spend all 4 mana profitably. So I think it was a pretty close turn between Gem Razor and Greenseeker and Urban Utopia. I don't feel strongly either way. I think I would have probably cast the Gem Razor, because if you Water Trap Weaver or Roaming Ghostlight the Ox, they don't have a block on a 4-4. But I don't think it was like bad to play the Greenseeker and the Urban Utopia, because you used all 4 mana. You give yourself a higher chance to find lands that way. I think that was a pretty close choice. I think Seize the Storm is good if you have, like, infinite spells, but, like, you need a lot. I think cards like that, again, look better than they are. If I have a ton of synergy, yeah, but I wouldn't play it. If I had, like, 8 spells in my deck, I probably wouldn't play Seize the Storm. Okay, so this should just be attack with the Flyer and cast the Kavu. Seems pretty straightforward since they got the land. Thank you, Usman Sieber. Appreciate the subscription. I'm sure I didn't say your name right, but I will spend your money right. Thank you for supporting my stream. So, Knight of the Tusk, a nice 5-drop to bounce. I watched a little bit of Worlds. I pokered all weekend, but I had it on my phone. I mean, I don't really like... The single best part about not being involved in that anymore is I don't have to play Constructed. So I mostly just watched the drafts and then, like, you know, followed the chat on Twitter a little bit then and stuff, and then kind of tuned back out when people were playing Standard. So yeah, we're going to bounce the 3-7 pretty clearly, and then... Well, actually, they have the 0-6 to block the 5-5. I'm not saying you don't block the 3-7. You probably still do, but actually, maybe I wouldn't. I'm not sure if I would make that play in the spot, because let's say you Water Trap Weavered it instead and attacked with the Kavu. You could, like, Tendrils to finish off the 0-6. I guess you're using, like, a decent amount of resources then to kill an 0-6, but, I mean, it opens up the door for your 5-5 Trample to keep attacking on the ground. But on the flip side of the equation, the Ghostlight should be able to attack in the air, and you're pretty close to ending the game in the air. So maybe you don't even want to fight over the ground. I don't know. I'm pretty sure at this point, Echo's going to win. So we've hit that point where I can't analyze a game. The point of analyzing two different lines is to try and figure out which one increases your win percent by more. That's how you create value in Magic, right? By choosing the play that increases your chance to win the game by more. So if you're already 100% to win, going from 100 to 100 or from 100 to 100 is the same thing. There's no such thing as winning by more in Magic. Yeah, I mean, I know Floofy's deck looks bad, and I don't know what they were up to, but I'm sure they're up to something. Like, they probably have, like, 2 cards in their deck that make creatures do damage equal to their toughness or something like that. I mean, I don't think they drafted all 0-4s and 1-4s, just, like, you know, because they wanted to block on the ground that well. So, presumably they have, like, maybe 1 or 2 copies of something that this is a build-around deck for. I morphed into Echo. Why not? No points for style, 6-foot gnome. If you were to have like a motto for Ben's life, it could be for my life. It could be no points for style. That could be like the name of my biography or whatever, the title of my biography. No points for style. Usually I do a pretty good job at the things I do, but you're not getting any style points here. There's a funny picture of me that I think I turned into my Twitter profile, but I don't know if it shows it that well, where one of the events I did coverage for Wizards at back in the day, I had like jorts and a suit top, and I just looked utterly ridiculous. And people are just like, what? And I'm just like, I don't know, you can't see the shorts on camera. What's the difference? They're more comfortable than pants. Like, why not? Listen, I mean, to each their own, right? Like, the counter argument to this, actually, I'll tell you a good conversation that I had back on CFB Ice. Fro might remember this. So we were arguing about what the uniforms were going to look like. And, me and Paula were both, and everybody, Fro and everybody else were basically just like, yeah, comfortable stuff. Like, we can do track pants. We can do, like, whatever, just the most comfortable type clothing, what you'd expect an esports or a Magic team to be wearing. And Joel Larson said he wouldn't be comfortable in that. And at first I looked at him like, what are you talking about, man? You're going to argue with me that, like, button-downs and jeans or whatever are more comfortable than, like, sweatsuits and tracksuits and stuff like that? And he was like, no, I won't be comfortable, like, mentally. I won't be able to perform if I don't feel like I look good or whatever. Like, and the thing about that was a really good point for him, right? But it doesn't apply to me. Like, I don't perform better or worse based on my aesthetic. Like, I just don't care about that. You know what I mean? So, like, everybody is different. You have to, like, kind of lean into your own psychology and harness your own, and allow yourself to harness your strengths. And, we all have our different strengths and weaknesses. And I think of anything where people go wrong is not leaning into them, is saying to themselves, like, a lot of people in Joel's spot there would have said to themselves, whatever, my teammates don't care about this. I'm just going to suck it up. It doesn't really matter. And then he wouldn't have played his best, right? So, like, and I'm the opposite. If I'm not comfortable physically, if I, like, feel my jeans tugging on my leg and I have, like, a collar on that's itching my neck, I'm not going to play my best. So, like, obviously if you have a team situation, maybe you have to get on the same page. But overall, if you want some life philosophy here, it would be, like, lean into your strengths and mitigate your own weaknesses, and don't try and do what works for everybody else. Do what works for you. You know what I mean? Everybody's different. So you want to give yourself the highest chance to perform well based on your knowledge of what works for you. You don't want to do what everybody else wants you to do. That's like a good way to mess yourself up, in my opinion. Thanks, Baz. I do love psychology. Like as far as academic subjects, like, I think politics is basically just an extension of psychology, but it's certainly my favorite. If I do end up going back to school, like, I always planned to go back to school and finish my degree when I, like, felt like I didn't need poker income anymore. And if I do, I'm going to study psychology. Yeah, well, that was different, Stork. That was a different funny moment with the Chipotle. So it wasn't that uncommon for us to eat when they went in and out of the booth and stuff like that. If we didn't, because, like, a lot of times we'd go on a break and get food and bring it back, and we have to rush back or something. And they had just installed, like, this, like, live look in the booth. That was not a feature we had before that. So, like, they literally, Martell was doing the, like, send it down. So I was just like, okay, so, like, once they went, like, out of the like what booth into the match or whatever, and he sent it down, from us direct, I thought I could eat my Chipotle like normally I would be able to when they were focused on the match and not in the booth. But somehow we had like a booth cam or something. It was like a new feature. So like we were just there and they were just still showing us too or whatever. It was weird. Yeah, I mean, certainly culture influences things like that, Hypnotoad. And I'm not trying to say like one is better than the other. That was actually my point. Everybody's different. Lean into your own strengths. Do what's going to allow you to perform the best. So let's see. I mean, we could cover somebody else while we wait. That is the good thing about doing coverage. I would play another game, but I just finished 0-3ing that draft. But I want to stick with covering the same person. I think that's like the best way to do coverage, like as long as they're in. Like I really liked that GP Reed Duke they did where they followed Reed the whole Grand Prix. I thought that was like awesome. Also, shout out to Reed. It's one thing to be covered for a whole event. Like they did some of those with me just for like the draft at the Pro Tour where they like covered my draft and then my 3 rounds, not the whole event. But I never jumped in the booth to cover my own matches. For anybody who hasn't seen that, like, I mean, Reed was literally playing a match, having them commentate it, and then running into the booth to like give an analysis and commentate like other matches and talk about his match on camera and just going back and forth. And they were covering him. It was awesome. That was an incredible performance. So for now, though, I do want to get back to covering Echo probably, but we don't know how long they're going to have to wait for the next round, so we can take a look at somebody else. Let's see what Going Optimal ended up with. Nope, their stream seems to be over. Let's try somebody else. See what the Mana Leak is up to. Okay, so I don't know the cards in their deck or anything, so we're not going to be able to talk about, like, game plan quite as well, but still analyze their choices, of course. And one of the advantages of being as old as me is I do know most of these cards. Thanks, Prankster. Appreciate the compliment. Post-match interviews? Yeah, that's not a horrible idea, actually. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm already into it, and it was round 1. But yeah, afterwards, we can see if I can ask, like, Echo or whoever wins, if they want to chat with me for a second while they're waiting for the next round. That's a great idea. Definitely something to incorporate in the future for sure. Once we can, let people know in advance and they can be ready for it. For now, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal to surprise them with it, but I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to pull it off here live or not. Yeah, I mean, my birthday was chill. I mean, I gotta be honest, like, I don't really, like, feel like celebrating much on my birthday. Like, look, I mean, getting older is what it is. I mean, I'm not one of those people who's gonna be like, yeah, it's better being almost 40. Like, if I could lock in being 25 for my whole life, I would have done it at the speed of light. I would do it at the speed of light. I would pay a lot of my money right now to go back to being 25. Like, just to morph into 25-year-old me. But, life doesn't work like that. And, getting older is better than the alternative that we do have. So all I can do is be grateful for, the time I've had. And hopefully I'll get to see myself wither into old age. That's all we can really ask for, right? So on my birthdays, I don't usually do anything crazy. I just try and have a chill day. I for this birthday specifically, I got a massage. I had dinner with my sister and girlfriend and parents. Kind of the opposite of the way most people view it. Like, my life's usually pretty busy. So rather than party or go out, I'm more interested in just seeing my closest family and friends and just having a relaxing day and not working. It's still a good excuse to treat yourself, exactly. And to me, it's about treating yourself. Treating myself to me is not a wild night. It's relaxing, it's not doing anything work oriented at all. It's just, have dinner with my family and spend quality time with Rachel. And like I said, I got a massage, things like that. Just take it easy and treat myself. So here, I mean, yeah, those are only going to grow bigger. You might as well block, I guess. I mean, it's not like they're 2/2s till end of turn. So the plan here is to win in the air pretty clearly. We have unlimited mana thanks to the array of treasures. We're watching the Mana Leak right now. After this match, or maybe game, because they might be in round 2 since it's still game 1, I'll probably go back to Echo. But they were just waiting. We watched Echo draft this blue-green deck and then win round 1. And now we're just waiting. If anybody sees Echo start, feel free to let me know. Although we'll probably finish the current game and then go back. Hey, that's awesome, Garbage Andy. My general advice for casting, just try and communicate things that matter. Generally speaking, when I'm watching a stream and people are just like, naming the cards and being like, wow, then I find that just kind of ridiculous and boring. But if you can Magic is so interesting and so complicated that if you can help the viewers think about things and understand what matters and why and stuff like that, I think people would enjoy that. At least that's what I enjoy. Maybe that's same mind fallacy or whatever, but personally, if I'm watching any kind of content, I want their insight. That's why I'm watching, right? So if I can always, if you just want a show, you can always put on reality TV or whatever, but when I'm watching content, it's because I want them to analyze it for me. So that's what I always try and focus on. Okay, so that's definitely going to get killed. That's about as good a target as you can have for a removal spell. You never let somebody on tap with Muldrotha. Also, make sure you be yourself. You probably already know this since you're a streamer, but I think the worst thing any streamer could do is be like, oh, what makes for the most popular stream? A lot of laughter? Okay, I'm going to laugh a lot. People can tell. It does not work like that. We're not professional actors. If you're real talkative, be real talkative. If you're real, deep in your thought and, not somebody who's going to say a lot, think deeply and then say meaningful things. Same advice I was giving with the dressing and stuff like that. Lean into your own strengths. Don't be fake. Don't try and do what you think is going to work the best. Just be the best version of you can be. Because, again, there's always going to be somebody better than you at being that other way, and people can tell when you're being fake. I mean, unless you were actually a professional actor or something, I don't know. Also, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. This is Chaos. So what is Simic Ascendancy? You win if it gets a certain number of counters, but it's a lot? Something like that? Is it 12 or 20 or some just gigantic number? I mean, I have Untapped. I guess if they have it, I should be able to see it, because I'm technically just watching their stream, right? I can... Well, it's not letting me scroll over the card, so I'm not sure. So, Menace, but they have 2 blockers, but if they have to double block, then we get to kill the Stormwing entity, so that seems worth it. Oh, or you could kill the Simic Ascendancy, so this is a tough choice. You definitely wanted to make this choice before you played it. I would probably go with Menace. I don't think that Simic Ascendancy is getting to 20, but you might die if they untap with that Stormwing entity. If you play the Baleful Beholder and make them sack the enchantment, they block with the Wall of Runes, and then they get to untap with that 3/3 flyer that grows if they play stuff. It's unlikely they can deal you 8, but you never know. I agree with this play for sure, of just giving Menace to force them to lose their 3/3 flyer rather than killing the Ascendancy. I like that line by the Mana Leak. Did they make a show about a bad actor or something, Tomax? So that's a nice draw. Raise the Draugr, we can get back another flyer, I think. We got those treasures, so we have plenty of mana to cast whatever we get back. I didn't see their whole graveyard that quickly. Yeah, that's a little much, Genis. It's a little much. I think Organ Hoarder's good. Like, I don't want to give the wrong impression, but I also think people are just, like, a little bit too nuts about it. Like, it's good. It's the best blue common. It's, you know, it's a card. It's fine to first pick, whatever. But, like, I don't, like, care that much if I don't have Organ Hoarders. So definitely the flyer here. They don't have any flyers out, so that's another angle to attack from. Plus, we're up to 4 creatures, so they have to play 2 creatures, and one of them has to fly, or, you know, I'll remove one a creature. Also, if I remember, is Kasmina the one that they have to pay like an extra 2 mana to kill your creatures? So if they want to use a removal on a flyer, they'd have to pay an extra 2 for it and then still play another body. Might be possible, might not. We don't know what the Ratsu's got. All right, let me take a quick look and see if Echo has started their next round yet. And it looks like they have. So we're going to go back to Echo since we followed their draft in round 1. Looks like they're in sideboarding against the Mossy Beard. My beard's not mossy yet. How long does it take for a beard to get mossy? That sounds pretty cool. $350? I could wait. I'm not willing to argue Eccentric Farmer is basically Organ Hoarder, but for 3. But I do like Eccentric Farmer. As long as you get a decent amount of the Flashback and Disturb, like, it's pretty easy to get a spell off of it. And if you mill a single card with Flashback or Disturb, that's a really nice 3-drop. Remember, it already gets back a land, so you're getting a lot of value. This is sort of a tournament. It's our weekly draft tournament called the Sweatsuit, put on and organized by Hunter Pence and Sped1. Just a bunch of streamers getting together Thursday nights to, draft 4 pods and then play it out. You try and win your own pod first. It's bracketed, and then you play against the winners of the other pods. Well, I live in South Florida, so there's tons of humidity. So does humidity make moss happen or not? Because if it makes it happen, I got a good chance. Doesn't really get any more humid than literally South Florida. I mean, I think the prize is mostly bragging rights, and they have standings where they keep track, week to week. You do win some coffee, which they sent me, which I drink a lot of coffee, so it certainly did not go to waste. I go outside, but I don't spend a lot of time outside. I frequently go outside to go in my car to drive to the casino or to somewhere to eat. Does that count as going outside? I don't understand why people like the outdoors. Like I said, to each their own, but air conditioning is just like the outdoors, but more comfortable. If we could throw up like a dome and AC the outdoors, I'd be down. Then again, I do live in a really hot, humid place. I guess if you live in California and it's just like 77 and breezy every day, you basically have an outdoors that's air conditioned, so. Yeah, camping, that just sounds like not having AC, internet, sleeping on the ground. I mean, again, like, I'm huge on teach their own, but not mine. Give me high-speed internet, great online games, great content to read and learn about, and air conditioning and all the comforts of modern life. That's what I'm about. So I would cycle the ambush here. I know that, like, we already have 3 lands, but you're going to spend your mana on the next couple turns. And, I mean, Frostvale Ambush can be powerful, but it's not, like, a great card. I like that if it's in your opening hand and you have, like, a land light hand, you can cycle it. But if you draw it on turn 5, 6, 7, 8, it's a lot better than drawing a land. But I would probably have cycled it there just to increase my chances of hitting my land drops up the curve. Definitely no block. I like that. It's specifically because of Tome Raider. So, like, Tome Raider makes the Arrogant Poet not a profitable attacker this turn. So you take the 2, you hit for 2 back. That's around break even and probably favorable in general for Echo's deck because it's a pretty, like, tempo-y deck. I know I didn't think it was going to turn out that way when they were drafting it, but that is how it turned out. And then after that, you can, like, kind of reevaluate 2 turns later what you want to do. So Options for this turn, I would probably just put the Great Horn on the Kavu. It can't attack profitably in the 2-1 otherwise. Like I said, you're not really afraid of anything because if they kill it, you just get your 3-4. If they don't kill it, it's probably better because we could use a Plains, but like it's no big deal if they do kill it. And now you can attack with both. I'm not sure why they didn't send the Tome Raider. I mean, it's a blocker for the Poet, but they might have forgot the Great Horn had Vigilance. You're certainly not worried about them paying 2 life to hit you for 2 when you're already winning the race. Now, you don't necessarily want to trade 1 for 2 because you're not winning the race by that much or anything, but the Migratory Greathorn has Vigilance because the Kavu has Vigilance, so unless they kill it, you have a blocker. So I would have probably attacked with the Tome Raider there too. I think it's a little bit unnecessarily conservative to leave a second blocker up in case they have removal. You're at 18. Okay, so now, yeah, just slap down Tolsimir, because if they want to stop the fight, they're killing the wolf in response. You still get the 3-3. Also remember, it's not like you can use that wolf token to kill some bomb rare. It's only a 3-3, so you're looking to fight a 2-2 or a 2-1. And you know, so you see a 2-1 in play, you want to use it. Like, you want to use the Tolsimir and use the wolf to kill it. Basically, when I'm going to play a removal spell, one of the main questions I ask myself is, how high towards the top of this removal spell ceiling are we? Like, if you have a card that gives -2/-2, you're not really incentivized to save that if they have a 2-2 out, because that's about the best thing it can kill. If you have a card that says destroy any creature, you may use it to kill their 2-2 rather than not spend your mana, but you know that card can do much better, so you're giving something up if you use destroy target creature on a 2-2. So my point here was Tolsimir makes a 3-3 that fights. So that's basically a good removal spell for like a 2-2 or smaller. So you're not going to do better than Arrogant Poet with it. So you just slap it down and go for it. I did not see your match. Sorry, Hunt. Did you have a good one? What happened? I covered Echo's draft so that I've just been covering his matches. So this game looks pretty much over. I mean, Angrith's going to get poked and die by the Tome Raider, and we're going to hit for 6. I guess we don't have any more creatures to play. I mean, we might just cast Roaming Ghostlight here. I think we're pretty far ahead on board, and we want to try and ride this like to victory, so I don't think we need a lot more value, so I don't really love bouncing my own creatures, but you could bounce Tome Raider. Well, obviously, Echo decided to play the Urban. If they hit a land, they would still have that as an option. I think now, pretty clearly, you're going to send the 6 damage at the player and the 1 at the Angrith. You're not, like, worried they're going to shock Tome Raider here and save Angrith. Like, even if that happens, the plus is just make you discard a card. You have 5 cards in hand and you're looking to end the game in a turn or 2. The only other line for this turn that I was considering, you could, instead of playing the Urban Sprawl, you could make the same attack and then play, like, Roaming Ghostlight and bounce your own Tome Raider. I think that's probably what I would do. Because I don't want to bounce Tolsimir. I don't want to pick up a 3-3 when I'm really trying to pressure them. But picking up a 1-1 flyer is no big deal. Like, you're losing 1 power from the board, and then you can draw another card. And your hand is all removal and bounce, so it's not like you're going to use the Ghostlight to bounce one of their creatures. So I think if I was Echo there, I would have probably made the same attack, but then I would have probably Ghostlighted my own tapped Tome Raider at post-combat. Oh, cool. I definitely like to check out your deck. I don't really... See, Chaos is weird, right? Because it's like, you're not drafting synergy, you're just drafting good cards. So I don't know, like, if there was just a lot of blue and green cards, if y'all were close together. Like, Echo's deck looks fine, but it doesn't, like, it doesn't do anything specific. It's just, like, good creatures and bounce spells. I mean, if you have, like, a screenshot of the hand or something, I mean, we can definitely analyze the hand. For the moment, let's see if there's anybody else to cover while we wait for Echo. While we were watching the Mana Leak, we can go back there if they're still in that match. Hey, Alan. Okay, so they're in game 2 now. They won game 1, which I think we saw. This also looks like they're going to win. Vannifort is powerful, but it's pretty slow, and if you're behind, what are you going to do? Play a creature, tap it, sack that creature, and have 1 blocker? So I think that the Mana Leak is probably about to win this game. I mean, it sounds like a keep. If I have both colors, Hunter, and 4 lands and 3 spells, including a 3-drop, I'm probably not going to mulligan. That type of hand is worse on the draw than the play. Oh, you're asking what to put back. Oh, okay, I see. You're on a mull to 6, so you're definitely keeping, and then you're asking what to put back. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. It's close between a land and the weaker of the 5-drops. It really... So you're never going to put back the 3-drop. It really just depends on what the weaker of the 2 5-drops was and what the... Well, it really just depends on that. You're either going to put back a land or the weaker of the 2 5-drops. What was the weaker of your 2 5-drops? Looks like the rat doesn't want to kill the racketeers because that will result in 2 more 1/1 flyers in play. Right, my bad, Hunter. I got you, but we need to know the 5-drop that you were thinking about putting back. Master Scald and the 5/5 Elfin Green. Yeah, if Master Scald is just a 5-mana 4/4 for you, I'd would I put that back or a land? I think if I was on the draw, I would put back a land, and if I was on the play, I would put back Master Scald. Because it's harder to make your land drops on the play, and it's more punishing if you fall behind. And a 5-mana 4/4, when you already have another 5-drop, a 5-mana 5/5 to play, like, you know, so you can play it on turn 6 after. I mean, it's something, but I think, obviously, it depends on your deck, it depends on your opponent, it depends on everything, and it's a pretty close decision. But my general, like in the dark, would be I would put back land 4 when I was on the draw, and I would put back the weaker of the 2 5-drops when I was on the play. That would be like my default. So we've got Mana League 1 and Echo 1, so they're both still in the tournament. I don't know if they're in the same pod or not. Echo is still chilling. Ronnie David looks like they're playing. Let's check them out a little bit. Looks like we tuned in at a good time. There's an 8/7 Purple Worm getting triple blocked. That's pretty cool. The Witch's Oven and Jadar combo, so they can sack the zombie token and get a food token, and then they get another zombie in a turn because they don't have a token in play. Well, I'm not sure that Ronnie realized that, but that's kind of like Cat Oven. Not quite as powerful, but you can make a food token every turn. It's going well. How are you, Implode? So 4/4 and 2/2 can double block 5/5. Dust Charger doesn't really have any abilities. That seems like a good trade. I'm not sure why G Guards doesn't want it. Unless they have a reason. They're certainly not winning this race. And killing the zombie token does almost nothing. I mean, it's better to block the zombie token than nothing at all. But the baseline default play there would be to double block the Charger. You trade your 4/4 for their 5/5. Maybe they need the Sculptor. They have that 1 black-green land. Is that a Snow Duel? Probably not. Can't really tell. So the 5/5 has a slight trade down attack, but that's fine if it opens up attacks for other things. It really just opens up 2 damage from the zombie, but that's still good. So if you're Ronnie, and maybe this is why G Guards didn't make the block, but last turn, but at the same time, like, you're saving more damage, because you're taking 5 right there, and you're gonna have to deal with the 5/5 the following turn anyway. Oh, okay, I see what G Guard's logic was. Like, assuming they had the Arlen Wolf, they figured they'll keep the 4/4 around since it can stop the never-ending onslaught of zombie tokens. So they didn't want to trade off the big creature and keep the 2 small ones, even though that's a more efficient trade. That makes sense. I'm not sure which play is right or wrong, but that's solid logic. Because it's not like, you know, if you keep your smaller creatures, you trade them for the opponent's smaller creatures, okay, that's an even trade. But in the case of the zombie tokens, they're just going to keep coming turn after turn after turn, so you can't trade with them. So in that case, you're really heavily incentivized to make sure you have a creature with 3 toughness and out that can block them turn after turn after turn. So I'm not sure which play was right, because, you know, ultimately they had to trade with that 5/5, and it's looking pretty rough on board now. But if they already had the Arlen Wolf and they were just, so they made that block, took a little extra damage so that they could keep the Sculptor around to deal with the zombies indefinitely, that makes sense. That's a logically sound play, whether or not it's optimal. That's a good reason for that. Looks like we're going to get a game 3 here, though. I mean, unless G-Guards has some magic, I don't know how they're going to come back from this. I guess if they found like a sweeper, if they did 3 to everything, that would be pretty awesome. All right, so now we'll get to take a look at Ronnie David's deck. G-Guards has been crushing in this thing. I wasn't familiar with them at all before the Sweatsuit. I have to look at the standings, but I know they've gotten like a bunch of first and seconds. No, show us your deck, Ronnie. I know you know what's in your deck, but we don't. We want to see it. Okay, so black-green. Is it doing like a recursion theme, or is it just a bunch of cards? You got the Shepherd. Visionary's nice. 3 mana, 2/2 that draws a card, helps you get your land drops. That was a strong card in its format, and it's probably even stronger in slower, sloppier formats like Chaos. I mean, the thing about a decision like that, Hunter, it might have blown up in your face, but like it was a close decision, so you didn't really spew much value, even if you made the wrong choice. One of the philosophies that I think is really important for Magic and helps me stay sane, like Magic is not a game make the right play win, wrong play lose. Magic's a game of like creating value through your choices. So like when a decision is really close and you get it wrong, most likely all you did was cost yourself like a 0.5%. You know what I mean? It's not like, so if something you do doesn't work out, but it seems solid and it was a tough choice, try not to beat yourself up. I mean, analyze it so you can, you know, understand Magic better and make better choices, you know, in similar situations. I mean, that's the whole point of a strategy game. But try not to beat yourself up too much, because most likely there wasn't a lot of value at stake in that decision. That's why it was a hard choice. So here, we're already on a mull, so we'd have to go to 5. This is rough. Is this how G-Guards wins every time? Just make all their opponents mull to 5? So it's kind of an interesting decision here. I'm not sure. I think I would keep the Dust Charger and put Forest back. I know it looks weird, but like third Forest is only helping you cast a 2/3, and you're not going to win the game if you don't draw swamps. So I would make the risky play here, I think, and actually put back the third Forest. I know I just got done telling Hunter not to do it. Granted, that was, if you're on the draw, I would put back the extra land. If you're on the play, I would have kept the extra spell, and it's the same thing here, probably. If it were me, I would have kept the Hadar or whatever and put back third Forest. But I definitely wouldn't put back Dust Charger. If you're going to put back like one of the spells, then I like putting back the same spell Ronnie did, Jadar or whatever it's called. But the way I see it, you basically have to draw a swamp to win this game. Like, so Sylvan Shepherd costs 2 green and 1. And so if you put back your third Forest, you still have 2. So if you draw 1 swamp, you can still cast it. But then you have more spells that you may very well need. You're on a mull to 5. You're not necessarily going to win this game with a 2/3, and whatever. You just need everything you have, or you're likely to need everything you have, I should say. That was painful. Not that Ronnie did anything wrong. I mean, you have no reason to put them on defend the Celestis. You got to block. If they have like a pump spell, you're happy to trade your 2/3 for their pump spell. You're only unhappy because Celestis' counters stick around. So there shouldn't be an attack this turn, but then, of course, the giant 7/6 is going to go away. profitably. You get a new card, they discard a card. Not a bad turn. And that's pretty cool. We can buy it back and do it again. And I expect that's what we'll see here. I would probably be playing like Cage Zombie and Nature Spiral on Dogmoth here. I mean, you could play Dusk Charger to trade, because if you draw a land, then you can still play Nature Spiral and Dogmoth on one turn. It's pretty close, but I really like using all 5 mana when you have all spells in hand and being able to play the 7/6 next turn, because that's going to make it so the opponent can't attack you on the following turn as well. So like, I'd rather have them attack me sooner than later in this situation. You never know when the sprout's going to grow. Also, really, the number one thing is like using all your mana. And if you expect that you're going to strand your mana soon, then there's less value in using more of it now. But if you have a situation like Ronnie's, where like you have all spells in hand, you have no more lands, you expect that you're going to use most of your mana for the rest of this game. So I really like just taking the hit here. I like the play they made, and just like, you know, now you take your hit, but next turn you can play Dogmoth, freeze up the board again, get a card out of their hand, and then you can try and play Dust Charger, maybe when it'll be a 5/5. Because if you play Dust Charger last turn, you're trading it off with the 4/3, and like, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But we're at what, 5/6 permanents? So if we draw land, that's 7. Like, the Blackguard is 8. We sack the Dogmoth. We play a land, that's 9, and Dust Charger, that's 10. So if we draw a land this turn, there's a decent chance when we play the Dust Charger in 2 turns, it'll be a 5/5, bigger than G-Guard's creatures. We're still going to have to find an answer for that growing Death Bonnet Hulk, but that was going to have to happen either way. You weren't going to trade with that. So like, I feel like basically taking this line uses the extra mana and conserves Charger for when it'll likely be a 5/5, instead of trading it off as a 3/3 with Prismite. Well, now I'm not sure what Ronnie was up to. Do they have 10 with the Blackguard? If they do, this is definitely correct, but if not, I don't know why they want to play that over the Dogmoth Woe Eater here. You want the Woe Eater to go off while the opponent still has cards in hand, and you want the Charger to come out as a 5/5 if possible. So I'm not sure. I mean, I like the lines up until this point. I'm not sure why Charger over Woe Eater here. So if they attack with the Hulk, you're going to double block with the Cage Zombie and the Charger. If they send just the Prismite, though, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, you have to, like, take the 4. You don't want to trade Charger off for Prismite. The Hulk's only growing. You could flash in the Blackguard, but that doesn't really give you a double block on the Prismite, because you'll only have 4 combined toughness with the Cage Zombie and the Blackguard, so you would lose both. Yeah, I like playing the Dogmoth last turn by a lot. I'm not sure what... I mean, listen, I don't even know Ronnie's whole deck. Like, I'm sure they have reasons for the play, but I don't really see the upside to playing the Charger here over the Dogmoth. So assuming both creatures attack, you have, like, no profitable blocks, so it'll be Blackguard comes in and chumps Prismite. So 2/4 isn't stopping those, so now we'll see the Dogmoth for sure. So if you're G guards, if you have some way to get in lethal, of course you take it. Otherwise, you probably just chill here. Because like, if you attack with both, Cage Zombie chumps Hulk and Dom Goth eats Prismite. So all you're really doing is trading your Prismite for their Cage Zombie, and that's a bad deal. And if you attack with Hulk, they're going to get to block it with Dom Goth, which makes them have to sack a creature every turn. And you don't want to trade your growing 6/6 for their 7/6 that they're going to have to sack, maybe this turn, maybe next turn. So you should be chilling if you're G-Guards, unless you have like specific reasons to attack. Like, one pump spell and the attack is good, because then you can just pump the Prismite and kill both their creatures or whatever. But if you don't have a pump spell or removal spell, I would expect G-Guards to just add to the board and not attack. Does Cage Zombie have a relevant ability? I think it's like if they took damage, you can tap it to drain for 2 or something. I don't really remember it perfectly. So this has got to be Visionary, see what you get. If you draw a card that costs 3 or less, you can cast it. And if you draw a land, you can cast Brightwood Tracker. So you're in one of our favorite positions in Limited where a land is a good draw or a spell is a good draw. That's not to say Ronnie's in a good position. It's a valiant effort for them ult to 5. I think that it's going to be really tough for them to pull this out. I guess if they did manage to find an answer to the Hulk, G-Guard's other permanents are not that impressive. G-Guard's also just has 3 cards in hand. Okay, if a creature died, that's when you can activate it. Cool. Thank you, PSI Master. So again, I'm not really expecting much in the way of attacks. I mean, the 2/3 has Menace, so if you have a single... Well, actually, wait. Is the game just over? Let's say you attack with all 3. They have to take the 2. Well, now it's literally over right now. But let's pretend G-Guard did not have Immolation. If they attack with all 3... You have to take the 2 damage from the Vandal, because if you double block that, you only have 1 blocker for one of the other 2s. So you could attack with all 3 and get in 2 damage, and then pass the turn, and then it would turn to night, and the Vandal would ping. Now, the Domgoth does gain 2, but I think the ping would happen first, right? On Ronnie's upkeep, it would go like Domgoth sack on the stack, ping on the stack, right? So I don't actually think G-Guards even needed that Immolation to win. I think attack with all 3 is lethal. If the order on the upkeep and the stack works the way I think. Alright, so let's see if Echo's in their next match yet. No, but they are looking at the bracket, so let's tune in there for a second and just check out the bracket. So it looks like Echo is waiting on the winner of Load and Trash Boat. That was the G-Guards is now through after beating Ronnie in the finals of their pot. I'm telling you, G-Guards never loses. Secret best limited player of all time, like for real. Isaiah, MTG versus G-Guards. The Mana Leak. Yeah, we watched them win, right? And then they play the winner of Chuck Beardo and Street Rach. On the other pod, we've got... They're still, like, nobody's advanced to the finals of that pod yet, but... Mad Moses versus Fem MTG and Taz Jordan against Goosey Goose. Nice name. I like Goosey Goose. I don't know them, but I just like the name. So I think the day night happens before anything for sure. But the ping doesn't just happen. It still has to go on the stack, right? Does the ping go on the stack and then upkeep triggers go on the stack then? That's really weird. I'm not sure how that works, actually. Like, there's no responding to day-night. It just, like, kind of happens. But then, when day turns to night, Brimstone Vandal does a point of damage. I'm pretty sure the point of damage goes on the stack. It doesn't just happen. But if it might stack before the Domgoth trigger, which stacks during the upkeep, or it might stack at the same time, in which case it would happen first because you're not the active player. So I actually am not sure if there's any really tight judges out there that know the answer to this. If you have... So does the active players upkeep like that's so weird. So like so you pass with Brimstone Vandal, it becomes night, and then I don't know the order that the Brimstone Vandal and the Domgoth trigger stack. If they stack at the same time, then for sure the Brimstone Vandal stacks second and happens first. But if that one somehow stacks like first because it just happens when day turns to night and not at like the start of the upkeep, I'm not 100%. It's really weird. I'm really not sure. Oh, Ronnie, so we thought you played pretty well, but I did have one question. There was one play that I thought I didn't understand anyway. When you played the Charger instead of the Domgoth the second time, I was thinking, like, if you play the Domgoth that turn, but by the next turn, if you make, like, another land drop, you can play the Charger, like, as a 5/5, and then it'll be a lot more effective, and the Domgoth would stop their attack for that turn anyway. So I was just, I don't think it was, like, a big deal, and I think it was just kind of close, but if you're around, I was kind of curious, like, why you chose to play Charger when it was one turn away from, like, as a 3/3 instead of Domgoth there. My current plan is to continue covering Echo since we watched their draft as long as they're winning. If they get eliminated, then we can definitely go to G Guards. Like I said, I think G Guards has been the most successful player of the Sweatsuit. I'm not sure. I don't know if they started getting in day one or not. But they've been crushing as long as I've been following them in this. Okay, so if that's the case, then the ping should happen first because the active players goes on the stack first. So it sounds like the ping, it sounds like it would stack, Dom got trigger ping both at the start of upkeep, and then ping would happen first. So they didn't. If that's true, then G Guards didn't even need the immolation. Yeah. So, anyways, I wanted to check out the bracket, but we don't need to stare at the bracket. Let's see who's around, if anybody's still playing. Oh wait, we can use the bracket to see who's still playing. We can look at Echo's next opponent, Trashboat and Loadler, whatever that is. If they're streaming it, let's see. Come on, no matter how trashy your boat is, you still have the ability to stream this. I don't see Trashboat. What's the name? LoadJR? Are they streaming? Oh, there's Trashboat. Okay, we can watch them. So we'll get a little sneak peek at Echo's next opponent. Well, if they're still playing. That's funny, Garbage. Why is your name Garbage, Andy? Is there a story there? Do you just like to play with bad cards, or, you know, do you like to search in garbage cans for any, like, valuables or something? Anything good? I often make the joke that LSV would eat out of a garbage can, which I think is true. Well, I'm just getting blue dots. Not sure. Let me see. Try and go in and out and see if we can get it to work. As I said, if it's technology, don't expect much from me. Yeah, but what was the double block you were going to make? Like, I mean, the 2-3, or the 2-1 and the 3-3 on the 5-5 is fine, but it didn't seem like that exciting, because you lose both. Yeah, I know your draw was rough. Obviously, you mulled to 5. And listen, I mean, if you would have made the play I said, you would have almost certainly still lost. I mean, G-Guards had a lot. I'm just curious, because it just seemed like it was a better play to put the Domgoth out while they still had spells in hand that you could make them discard, and then it would blank that attack, and then you could play the Charger as a 5-5, and it would be a more effective card. But, I mean, I don't think you would have won or anything like that, of course. You mulled to 5, and G-Guards had a lot. Well, I don't know if this is me. It can't be my internet because y'all are still connected to me on the stream. So I'm going to assume this is Trashboat and not me. So let's take a look at someone else. See if Metal Mario's still playing. So what am I doing? I want to stop sucking. Okay. How do I use Discord? I should just have to click on it. It's bringing it up in another window because I'm still connected to Trashboat, but I don't want to be. How do I leave Trashboat? There we go. Well, maybe it just didn't work. Maybe I can just reconnect, because I would rather watch Trashboat since they're about to play Echo, who we're going to watch. So let's see if maybe Trashboat's stream will work. We'll give it one more time before going to Metal or somebody else. Hey, thanks, 26 lands. I mean, last night at dinner, my sister saw me, or 2 nights ago on my birthday, whatever, my sister saw me for the first time in a while. I think the first time since I had the beard. And she said I looked homeless, so I take that as a compliment. Okay, so it doesn't look like Trashboat's stream is working, so let's check out Metal Mario. I mean, like I said, I didn't do it for style. I've never had style. When I realized, like, you know, I could just stop shaving, stop having to deal with razor blades, and buzz my beard once or twice a month instead of razoring like two or three times a week. I was just like, what am I doing? I've been playing so badly for so long. Oh, well, it looks like Metal Mario is playing Midnight Hunt, which is fine, but that's not the Sweatsuit, so. Fem, you got a match? What's Fem MT? No, Fem is waiting on somebody, right? So they probably aren't still playing. Oh, maybe they are. I see. It looks like they have a deck. Okay, cool. So let's watch Fem MTG and see what they're up to. They are playing Mad Moses. That's a lot of permanents. We got... It is game 2. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 creatures to 4. But that is a 6/4 first strikeout, so that might be hard to attack into. I have never had just a mustache. I never rocked any facial hair my whole life before this, like, full beard. I mean, if I'm going to shave, it's only a couple more, like, strokes to get rid of the mustache, you know? The point of this was to not have to shave at all. Oh, I like Fem's deck. Zagras is busted. Oh, but wait, this isn't the party format, so I guess it depends on the creature types. Zagras was busted in Zendikar Rising. I mean, it's good in any format, of course. But I don't know how many of the creatures are those, like, you know, 4 types. Kind of similar with Pricky Marmoset. I looked over and I saw a bunch of cards I liked, but then how many cyclers are there in Chaos? Chaos is so weird. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Ronnie. Appreciate the support. Yeah, in like the 70s. I think mustaches stopped being like, you know, just a lone mustache. I think that stopped. I think that went out of style in like 1986 or something. So this trade is good because then we can recover it and play it again as a 3/3. Although if we do that, we miss making a 2/2 with the Death Priest. I definitely don't think you want to play the Raking Claws here. That's just not a very exciting use of this card. And their mana's up. Like, what if they have a trick? This is a very aggressive play. Like, it's fine if they don't have anything, but if they have like a bounce or removal here, you're not really getting good value. And if you just let the trade happen, it's you get the 2 life, and then you can like recover it, play it again later as a 3/3 flyer. But looks like it worked out okay. And now we have the mana left to trigger the Death Priest, so it wasn't a bad turn. No, I'm not interested in becoming a sheriff, so that's okay. I don't know exactly what I'll do if I ever do like a more traditional job, but I can definitely say it will not be being a sheriff. I can go ahead and put that one out there. Spoiler alert. All right, let's see. So, do we have a block on a 6/4 first strike? Not really, but we're at 11, so we're not going to take it. So we're going to chump with our worst creature. That makes sense. I think that's definitely the right one to chump with. Fearless Pup could threaten lethal. It's a bit more powerful. Your next choice would probably be the Fearless Pup. So I think Zagras has haste, if I remember correctly. So I think we'll just see that get played in an attack in the air, right? The opponent doesn't have any flyers out. The ground isn't going anywhere fast. So looks like I would slap down Zagras, assuming it's a 4/4 flying haste and just attack in the air. When the ground is this cluttered, like, you just want to get in that damage and force your opponent to deal with your flyer. Like, you have plenty of things that can chump block a 6/4 first strike, and the rest of the ground creatures are not really very threatening. Like, if Mad Moses made too big of an attack here, Fem would just make a few blocks and then on tap and attack back for lethal. No, now I'm getting confused. Do all the creatures have death touch so you can send the first strikers? Right, I forgot about that. Zagreus just gives all your creatures death touch. Now, don't get me wrong, they could like double or triple block, but they can't really double block like big creatures. I mean, I don't see why you want to send the 3/2 into the 2/1. If you want to send anything, it's probably the 2/3 first strike, but I'm not. So it's tricky. So I completely forgot Zagreus gave death touch to all your creatures. So Zagreus and attacking with the 2 flyers in the air is definitely correct. And then on the ground, you can attack with whatever you want, but like an even trade, like the 3/2 for the 2/1, I don't know that that's serving you better than just like having them both back. If you send the Marmoset, they either have to take 2 extra or like chump it, which probably means take 2 extra. You don't want to risk dying on the backswing to some kind of removal because you're winning with the flyers. So I like the more conservative play of not sending much. I think this was probably about right. I'm not sure that I would have sent the 3/2. I'd probably just hold that back too. But I definitely like Zagreus attack with the flyers. I don't think you want to send the first strikers in this position. You just want to have like, plenty of blockers on the ground. Hey, Dylan. I'll do my best if we can get the tech to work. Actually, we had it to work. We had it working last time, right? I just couldn't hear Hunter because I muted him for no reason. And that kind of messed it up. I was probably like talking over him the whole time because I couldn't hear him talking. Thankfully, Hunter's like the nicest guy and very understanding. Yeah, I mean, this isn't Midnight Hunt. They probably don't have abandoned the post. Okay, so if we connect with Zagreus, we're going to win. So now we're going to attack with Zagreus, but we're going to play as though they're going to bounce or kill Zagreus. Because if they don't bounce or kill Zagreus, they lose. Assuming they have that, what else do we want to send with? And what else do we want to do? Well, I think Fem's going to win, and I think attacking with everything was likely fine. I just didn't get enough time to analyze this. But in the event where they do bounce or kill Zagreus, your creatures lose death touch, so that is something you want to consider. Now, don't get me wrong. This combat's not going to go that poorly for Fem, even if they have an answer for Zagreus. I mean, you have Deadweight to finish something off, but if they don't have an answer to Zagreus, they die to it. So I'm not sure that you just send all the little ground creatures like that. I think Fem was going to win there either way. I think the play's fine, but you definitely want to like think about it like, okay, if they don't kill the Zagreus, I win. If they do bounce or kill the Zagreus, then what's my best play? So like, since it doesn't matter what you do, if they don't answer the Zagreus, you definitely want to attack with Zagreus and have them die if they don't have the answer. But then when you're sculpting the rest of your turn there, you want to make whatever play is best, assuming they did kill Zagreus. Because if they don't, nothing else you do matters. The game is over. It's like there's like a rule in Magic where if you can't beat something, you play like it doesn't exist. This is kind of like a different distortion of that rule in that if they can't kill your Zagreus, you win. So you attack with Zagreus to force them to have the removal, but you make the rest of your plays as though they can kill Zagreus because you're going to win no matter what you do if they can't. I don't know if I've seen that clip. I mean, I know like throughout his baseball career, Hunter was always regarded as kind of like, a tough, gritty player. But I definitely like to see that clip. So, all right. So Fem is in. That was either the finals of their pod or they're into the finals of their pod. I'm not sure which. Let's see who we're going to watch next. So Echo's still looking at the brackets. Manalik is clicking on a Raise the Draugr, so they're probably playing. How come every time we watch someone, they mull to 5? I'm sorry, Ronnie. It might have been my fault you lost. The second we come over here and click, and it's game 2. Street Rage is up a game, and Manalik is on 5 cards. No guns here, I can tell you that much. I do like tank tops, though. It's definitely not because I want to brag about my skinny arms. I just find them very comfortable. So we can trade Sedge Scorpion for Footlight Fiend if we want to. It's not a great trade, but if at any point the Footlight Fiend is sacked for a profit or something, it's going to get to kill the Sedge Scorpion for free. So that's definitely an option you want to consider. We can't block the Fresh-Faced Fruit. Fresh-Faced Recruit. Fresh-Faced Fruit? What kind of fruit is that? Because it has First Strike. But even though the Sedge Scorpion for the Footlight Fiend doesn't look like a good trade, and I'm not saying it was the right play, it's definitely something you want to consider because ultimately, like I said, if Street Rage can like sack it to draw 2 cards or something for some kind of positive effect, they get the ping anyway. That said, of course, the Sedge Scorpion now, for example, can block the Rustabout, a much better creature. So, definitely a close play. Although, now I don't get why you're trading the Gorgon for the Rustabout instead of the Sedge Scorpion. This is Game 2, though, so the Mana Leak may have seen cards that we didn't see in Game 1. So I definitely don't know Street Rage's deck. Oh, yeah, tank tops are definitely on brand here. But, like, tank tops should be on brand everywhere. They're just great. This is pure chaos, Das Boy. So, just going to put one of the 2/2 Death Touches. They're the same card on the Skeleton Archer. You'd like to double block the Fresh-Faced Recruit at some point, but like if they have an instant removal or something, it's just too big of a blowout. It is pretty annoying for our hand, though. Our 4-drop and our 5-drop can't block it profitably. Hey, Spoils takes it out, though, so that's kind of nice. So what you're debating right now is, do I Spoils main phase to play around removal, or do I give them the, not let them know I have it and let them attack and stuff when they might not otherwise? So if you're going to be able to beat a removal spell comfortably, then there's no reason to let yourself get blown out. If you think you're going to lose to removal anyway, then again, you might as well go for a little more extra value and wait till their turn. Whether you play your instant speed removal like on your turn or on theirs is one of like the things that's like the hardest to judge in Magic. So what you really want to think about is how punishing is it if I wait? How much am I likely to gain or from not giving them that information? And while it would look real bad here if they had the removal, like I said, I think the game was pretty much over anyway. So I like the Mana Leak's play of not giving them that information. Maybe they make the attack with the Archer because they want to tie up the Gorgon, that maybe they don't attack with it if you show them that you already have the removal. I think that there's not much reason to do it on your turn to play around removal because you can't beat it anyway. Come on, Mana Leak, draw some lands. Well, I don't wear tank tops that often either because it's very cold in the casino at all times. I put it on today because I had a bunch of coaching sessions this afternoon and then the sweatsuit, so I didn't go to the casino or anything. I actually only left my house for about 30 minutes today. Me and Rachel went to lunch because we both had like 12 to 1 open. But if I ever become like some permanent work from homer, I'll be wearing tank tops like all day, every day. Oh, it's freezing in the casino. I think it's like a deliberate strategy. And I don't mean that as like a joke. I think like there's some kind of science that like people keep doing what they're doing and don't like change their comfort level or something more if like they're really cold or something. Because honestly, like if you look at casinos like across the US, they're all freezing. So there's definitely got to be something there. Sorry, Uncle Cardboard. It was probably the Discord thing that happens that is literally a mystery. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It makes sense to do the World Series in the summer, obviously, because that's when people are more off and vacation more. But I bet a lot of people are really enjoying Vegas in October. Like, Vegas in October just has amazing weather. Like, I don't know what it is right now, but it's usually not cold, but it's not 110. It's just that, like, a dry 80 or whatever, something really nice. Whereas, like, Vegas in the summers, like, it's nice. It's Vegas, but it's 110 degrees every day. So can we attack? Yeah. I mean, even if they have the removal, we get for the 3/2, we still get the 1/1 flyers, and they're not threatening lethal yet. I like this attack. I don't think so. But I do want to do more of that, and I'm glad that they're doing some in-person stuff again. Hopefully, they'll have some like sweet limited event like that, whether it's called a Grand Prix or not a Grand Prix or whatever, somewhere like on the East Coast next or something. Like I would definitely make my way to Atlanta or something like that right now. And I mean, I'll gladly go to Vegas if they have another one in March in Vegas or something, but don't really want to get away for a trip at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm sure there's some kind of actual science there. I don't think they just all are like absolutely freezing just randomly. I think it's got to have something to do with making people like, stay longer once they're already there or something like that. Because it's not like it's more objectively comfortable. I mean, everybody who goes to a casino comments about it being freezing there and how they wish it was warmer. But I would guess it's something like once you already are like used to the temperature because you've been there for a while, then like you don't like think about moving more or making a change more or something like that. I don't really know, but I would guess it's something like that. Obviously, I'm not against like gambling or casinos in any way, but they'll take any edge, man. Like some of the stuff, like like the coming up with giving people free alcohol so that they like drink too much and gamble too much. Like that's not okay. Like stuff like I mean, not that you want to pay for the alcohol, but like it's complicated how you regulate things like that. But just be aware the casino's trying to get you at all times. If you're there, like just be aware of that. And then come sit and play poker with me, especially if you don't know what you're doing. The Twitch leaks meaning like when everybody's like sub counts were released or something. Exactly, AVB. So looks like a nice swing here by the Mana Leak, who had their back to the wall the entire game. Now they're effectively at one life if that's the land that stacks to deal three. So I don't know if they're going to win or lose. They need to try and find a way to gain some life or something. But they did completely flip this board. I didn't really understand the drama around that. My take, I tweeted it. My take on the Twitch thing would be, congrats to everybody making a lot of money, and Twitch should have a little bit better security. And like, why would I care how much anybody else is making? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm happy for people making a lot. Like, this was a great comeback by the Mana League. I did not think they were going to win this game. So let's see. Red black aggro, and we're going to be on the draw. So we want to bring down the curve if we can and make sure we don't get run over because we're up against a very aggressive deck and we're going to be on the draw in game three. Not that we have much that we can change. Like maybe we could bring in a 2-mana 2/2. But it looks like Mana Leak has plenty of cheap cards, so they're probably not that worried about it. Tweeted about that last night, Dylan. Just pure nonsense. I mean, the whole Zan controversy is all nonsense. The best thing anybody could have done was just ignore the whole thing. Okay, so a good hand to play against an aggro deck on the draw. very good curve, and Leafkin Druid is excellent. It's going to be able to block that 2/1 first strike and then add mana. So next turn, we'll probably see Deathbloom Thallid. You can't really block that 2/1 with Noxious Grudian, so there's no reason to put out the smaller creature. So should be an attack and a Grudian, I think. I mean, we don't have the ability to play our removal spells yet, but we will after we untap next turn with that Dimir Guildgate. This is going exactly how you want it to go if you're Mana Leak. Like, you're up against a deck more aggressive than yours, so you probably have better total stuff, and you're ahead in the race because you drew a really good curve. Now, this turn's going to swing the race a little bit, but Street Reach is down to 2 cards. We can, like, assess the board next turn. Oh, what are they going to get? Nothing, because this isn't the learn format. Yeah, I really don't like Chaos. I don't really understand the point of Chaos Draft. Honestly, you know what I'll say about the Zan thing, just like live on stream here for everybody, because it's really way more important advice. It's not about Zan. I don't, like, whatever. I think, like, what he said was, like, somewhat uncool, and he was looking for attention, and then the pro pylon was somewhat uncool, and they went too far, and none of it was a big deal. But the resource on social media is attention. It doesn't matter if you're giving negative attention or positive attention. If you're giving your attention somewhere, you're, like, spending a currency in that place. So if you find something that is, like, interesting but you disagree with and you want to discuss, go nuts. But if it's just, like, manufactured nonsense, like fake drama, the best thing you could ever do is just scroll past it and look for something that interests you. Like, I mean, listen, to each their own. Whatever you enjoy, you do you. But just be aware that, like, if your attention is basically a currency and you're choosing to support whatever you're commenting on, liking, doesn't matter if you're commenting like you suck or you're commenting you're great. Either way, you're spending your currency, your attention on that person, that business, that whatever. So just view social media that way would be the advice I give. Like, be aware that your attention is a resource and you're choosing to support wherever you're spending it, even if you're criticizing them. So here, Racketeers is a really nice blocker, because even if it gets killed, you still get more. You don't want to trade the Poisoner for the 1/1 Thallid, for the 1/1 Sap, but I would attack with the Deathbloom Thallid. I think, I mean, I know that Mana Leak has, like, more resources and is at a lower life total, but you have to believe they have, like, an exile to not send the Deathbloom Thallid here, because, like I said, even if they kill the Racketeers, you get the 2 1/1 flyers, and you have the Poisoner as a backup blocker for the Kiln Artist. So I definitely like this attack. Obviously, you know, there's no reason to tap out first, but it doesn't really change much. But yeah, definitely this is a good play by the Mana Leak, a good turn. Attack with Deathbloom Thallid, drop Racketeers. So you can still rummage even if you can't learn, so they should get to discard a land. It's a pretty nice game 3. Yeah, but the artist, does it do anything? I mean, it can grow its power, but whatever. We're never planning to let it through. I mean, we're going to have blockers. It doesn't, like, gain trample if it gets too much power or something like that, right? The only thing that's really interesting about this game is that you have to make sure you can block the artist, even if they have removal or whatever, because, I mean, they're way ahead in life, and you're way ahead in, like, you know, cards, resources, so you definitely want to be somewhat conservative. The good thing, though, for Mana Leak, if Deathbloom Thallid dies, you get a blocker. It leaves a 1/1 behind. If Racketeers dies, you get 2 blockers. So it's a little bit less risky to make attacks, because the creatures you're leaving back, if they get killed, they leave blockers behind. So again, I mean, you want to be somewhat conservative, but you also don't want to miss a ton of damage. So I think I definitely like attacking with the Deathbloom Thallid here. I'm not sure if I would send the second 1/1 flyer, but I might. You're going to play what? Yeah, I guess you just play two things. Like, there's not really much reason. Oh, no, wait. You can kick the Skin Witch. So yeah, I might not have sent the second 1/1 flyer here. I think, like, the Street Rage is most likely holding lands because they have tons of mana. They might have, like, some sorcery speed removal, but they would have probably used it. I'm not against kicking the Skin Witch because you never know if they have rummage effects in their deck. They might have, like, something that they are holding, but they're most likely holding lands. And so that was like a somewhat aggressive attack. I mean, I think I would have sent the Deathbloom and the 2/2 flyer and just held the other 1/1 back so that I could tap out for kicking the Skin Witch. But now that they're empty-handed, the most they can reasonably draw is like one removal. So you're in closeout mode now. So now, like, I don't really think you need to hold anything back, actually. I mean, you're going to play a blocker, and the Spear Spewer can't attack. You just want to make sure that if they draw something that steals your creature and gives it haste until end of turn, like an Active Treason, that you're not in lethal range. But I don't think you will be. All right, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be game. So we got the Mana Leak moving on. And let's see, Echo is in their finals of their pod. Let's tune back in. We followed their draft in their first two matches. The blue-green tempo. Looks like Loader won game 1, and we're here in game 2. Echo looks pretty good in this game. Loader's got a few more things out, but way lower life and is facing 2 flyers. So we'll most likely get a game 3. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm not a big fan of Chaos Draft. I get that doing the same format week after week gets boring to some people, but Draft is all about, like, taking things differently at different times based on what you expect to come later and stuff like that. So, like, Chaos really distorts that. Like, I mean, yeah, you're still going to think about synergy with what you already have. You're still going to think about your curve. But, I don't know. It's just, like, without any knowledge of what you're going to see later, it could just literally be anything. It really reduces, like, the skill in Draft, in my opinion. It's weird. It's like a range of possibilities makes for, like, skill-intensive decision, but too wide a range, then you're just reduced to just taking whatever's best on, like, aggregate value, because the range of possibilities you might see is too wide for you to even, like, account for it in your decision making, if that makes sense. I know it's kind of weird, but, like, something being too simple, like too few options, makes for bad decision making, or, like, too easy of decision making, and then something being too wide also makes for easy decision making, because then you just can't even account for it, so you just go with, like, whatever card is the best on the surface level. So it looks like they're going to, hit the Stag or the Chaos Channeler so they can't get extra cards. I think you got enough of a life total advantage. I'd probably hit the Chaos Channeler. The Stag's a reasonable choice too, though. I mean, it's definitely between those two. I guess, well, they might hit, like, a Shock Effect and kill the Ghostlight, and that really changes the clock. And I really don't think you're in much danger here race-wise. Although, I guess to be fair, you're just going to eat the Channeler. So, I mean, they get to use it once, but they have to sacrifice it to do it. So yeah, the Stag was probably the right play here. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not, like, like, it's fine that they do it once in a while. I'm not, like, hating on Sped or whoever for making this choice. Like, it's all good. But I'm honestly just expressing, like, I don't personally really like Chaos. And it's for the exact reason I said. I feel like I'm not, like, anticipating things, just like, oh, this card's the best out of this. Like, obviously, yeah, some obvious synergies if you already have half of it, but the accounting for what might come, that, like, dynamism, is really what makes Draft super interesting, in my opinion. At least a big part of it. Okay, so, yeah, we're just going to see some blocks, because if they have a Trick or a Pump Spell, you don't even care. You don't care about your ground creatures here. Just trying to make trades, keep your life total up, and win in the air. So we won that game, so we're going to be on the draw. Look to be like a pretty aggressive red-white. So similar to what I was saying about last match, when you're on the draw against an aggro deck, you generally want to try and bring your curve down and make sure they don't run you over. Cool. Echo's giving us a little look through their deck, too. At least what they played last game. Yeah, this looks like a nice red-white deck that Loader's got here. These are all really good aggressive cards, except, like, Righteous Blow. So against that, you might want something like Curious Pair if it blocks okay. Although, I didn't see anything that really blocks. The Vanguard is flying. The Starcrown Starcrown Stag and the Chaos Channeler are too big for it. Like, Curious Pair is good if they're an aggro deck with like 2/2s and 2/1s, but it's not good if they have flyers and 3/3s, so I probably wouldn't board it in. Mammoth Growth is a pretty bad card against a small aggro deck on the draw. Like, you really want to get that out. I'd probably just swap that for something like, you know, Knoll Hunter or Curious Pair, or I mean even just Aggressive Urge as just like a cheaper trick, but I mean Aggressive Urge is not going to be good in this matchup either. Like, you really just want to have the bodies to throw out so you don't fall too far behind, and then you can win with your bigger, better stuff. But the first card I would take out is Mammoth Growth, and the first card I would bring in is probably like Knoll Hunter, because Curious Pair didn't look like it lined up particularly well against them. But you could definitely do the Curious Pair, or the Rex Sage if there's targets. I didn't see any that game, but we didn't see game one. Obviously, if there's no targets, you're not going to bring in a 3-mana 2/1. So presumably, if Echo's bringing in Rex Sage, then they saw at least 1 or 2 targets in game one. Quandrix Pledge Mage was good in Strixhaven because it was the Learn format and there was a ton of spells. So you would like play a Learn spell and give it a counter, play the next one and give it another counter. Like, but in Chaos Draft, I mean, it's not like because it's Chaos Draft, just unless you have a lot of spells, Quandrix Pledge Mage is not good. And by a lot, I don't mean like 7. I mean like 12. Because, like, if you have, like, 7 instants or sorceries, you still have to draw it on turn 3, have drawn more than 1, and then that's to turn it into, like, a 4/4 if you play your spells over the next 2 turns. Like, it's a good card if you have, like, a blue-green, blue-red spell synergy, 12, 13, 14 instants and sorceries, some of them draw extra cards deck. But Quandrix Pledge Mage is not a good card just because you have 7 instants in your deck. You need to have a lot. Okay, so that was an easy mulligan. This is an easy keep. The only cards to consider putting back are Anticipate and Ghostlight. I'd probably put back Anticipate, but you don't have anything to do on turn 2. So there's definitely an argument for putting back Ghostlight, and then you can try and anticipate into better things. Ghostlight's pretty good, though. And I mean, this can curves into Ghostlight. You're looking at turn 1 Sailor, turn 3 Migratory Greathorn, turn 4 Ghostlight. So I like the put back of Anticipate. That's what I would have done as well. For the record, also, I compare things to what I would do and then try and describe and explain them. My plays are not right every time. And even if I'm a better player, like, these people drafted their decks and know their decks. And so, like, they're going to probably, if me and them are disagreeing on a play, there's a good chance they're right. So listen to my reasons, but don't just assume, like, if I'm saying this is what I would do, it means I'm right and they're wrong because I'm in the Hall of Fame or whatever. That's not how it works. Like, I don't even know the cards in their deck. So, like, they have reasons for their plays. You know, they're more in tune with, like, the way the game's going to go and, like, what kind of value they want to create. Okay, so that's a cool card. You play it as a 2/1 haste if you want the Riot right now, a 3/2 if you don't. Really just depends how much value there is in it. Like, if you have, like, dead lands in your hand that you already don't need, you probably make the Vandal a 2/1 haste there so you can attack and rummage a land away. But if you're, like, Loader... So this gives information to Echo. Like, if I'm Echo right now, I'm thinking Loader doesn't have... They're not flooded. They don't, like, really want to rummage that bad, right? Because let's pretend you were Loader, and your hand was, like, 3 lands and, like, 2 spells. You would play your Burning Tree Vandal as a 2/1 haste so you could attack, because Echo didn't have anything up to block, and rummage away a dead land. That's so, like... when my opponent plays it as a 3/2 and not a 2/1 there, when I have no blockers... That tells me that they probably don't value 1 rummage that highly. That's what that communicates to me. That doesn't communicate anything super specific, but, like, they're not, like, super flooded. Like, if their hand was all lands, they'd attack and rummage. Now, if their hand is, like, 1 land, 2 lands, and then a bunch of spells they want to cast, then they're not that excited about rummaging those lands away. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, thanks, man, Leggings. That's awesome. That's exactly what happened, Eldenio. Every other time I tried, I gave up by like day 4 or 5 when it started itching like crazy. But I said, you know what? To never shave again, it's worth it. And like every single person said the beard would stop itching after a few weeks, and they were 100% right. It itched like crazy for a while, from like day 5 to like day 15. But then after a couple of weeks, like maybe week 2.5 to 3 weeks, it just stopped itching. I just got completely used to it. So I just roughed it out. Hey, we got 5 gifted subs by Furnace Dragon. Really, really appreciate the incredible generosity. Thank you, Furnace Dragon. I don't know if we still got our emotes working, but if anybody's got those money bags, gifting out 5 subs is definitely earns it in my opinion. And thank you again for the great support. Okay, so we're not finding lands, but we're not under that much pressure. The stag's going to tap a blocker, so it's not going to make any sense to like plan to block it. But I think Echo's only options here, I mean, I don't really see what they're even thinking about, right? You just attack for 1 and play the Courser. I don't know, like, there's no like Fairy Duelist line yet. So if we draw a land, I think this game's looking really good for Echo. This is going to be a race, and roaming Ghostlight is really hard to race. But if we get stuck on 4, we might end up losing to that stag with a bunch of cards in our hand. Rex Sage doesn't look like it's going to do much. I mean, Crushing Canopy doesn't have a target at the moment. This is really, really, really a big draw step here. Echo just insta-plays the land, the Ghostlight. He knows what's up. You do have to... They did just play 2 really good creatures, though. So, like, if you want to attack, you have to have the Duelist up. And you're not... How does Siege Striker work? When it attacks, you can tap any number of creatures to pump it. So, like... Are you going to be able to block it? Not really. So you probably want to bounce the Siege Striker and then attack with both, I think. Wow, so this is a pretty conservative play. So it's not like it makes no sense to hold the Courser back. The reason is the stag can only tap 1 and then you can block with the other. But I don't love this play because if Loader has like a removal or a pump, you basically lose the game. And I think you're in a position to race. Like, you could have hit for 3 there, putting them down to 14. Then you take 5 back down to 12. If you drop Frilled Sea Serpent, that's a huge blocker. Like, now that's going to go on the stag. You're going to get to attack with both, tap the Courser. The Ghostlight's going to have to either trade with the red cap or not block, and you're taking all the damage anyway. This is why I liked attacking last turn. Like, if you knew your opponent had nothing, it would definitely be right to hold the Courser and the Ghostlight back, like Echo did. But, I mean, your opponent hasn't used any removal or tricks this whole game, and, I mean, it just felt like... It felt like you were not likely to get to make the blocks you wanted to make. Like, it seemed like that was unlikely to occur here. All right, so now where are we at? We have Rex Sage to kill the Helm, and then we can also have Fairy Duelist up. So now you can't race, and this would have been tough to win as a race anyway, to be fair. I mean, Loader played a ton of stuff there. But all they really needed was one thing that gave +1/+1, and then you had no block on the stag. So that's why I like attacking with the Courser. But now you're in full-blown switch gears, play defense mode. They're going to tap a blocker, but you got the Duelist to flash in, so you should end up with reasonable blocks, I think. Like, what's going to end up happening? Stag's going to tap, like, Courser, and then you can put, like, Ghostlight on Stag, Sage on, like, Veteran, or you can put Sage and Redcap on, Sage and Tome Raider on Redcap, and then shrink it. So that's another +1/+1 to everything. But I think we're actually still, like, okay. I don't think this combat's going to work out that bad thanks to the Fairy Duelist. Without the Fairy Duelist, this would be bad for us. But I think it's not going to work out that poorly. Probably should send the Veteran too. It's really not pumping that much. And it's going to go back to being a 2/2. And the red cap is, like, stands a decent chance to die. So I think I would most likely send the Veteran as well from Loader's perspective. But now here, what are we going to do? The Stag's going to end up tapping the Courser, presumably. And then, what do our blocks look like? We can put, like, the Duelist out before blockers to block with it, because we know they don't have any more tricks, so it doesn't. We don't need to. We can play it -2, -0, whatever we want, and then use it as a blocker as well. If we shrink the red cap, it's a 1/4 double strike. We're not going to have a good block on that, I don't think. We could put, like, the Ghost Light on it and the Duelist, but we want to kill the Stag really badly, because the Stag's going to be able to tap the Frilled Sea Serpent, and the Frilled Sea Serpent's bigger than everything Loader has. So we really want to kill the Stag here, and we don't care that much about the red cap. So I think what we're going to do is, like, Duelist the Stag, and then, well, actually, we still can't block it and have the Ghostlight live or anything. So maybe we just Duelist the red cap, and then we put Ghostlight and Tome Raider on the Stag. So this is why Echo's in the tank right now, because you have to figure out your whole blocks. I think we want the Ghostlight to live, but I don't think that's a luxury we have. So I think what I'd actually do is just shrink the Stag, shrink the red cap, put the Ghostlight and the Tome Raider on the Stag here, and then you can just take 2. What are they doing? They're not going to kill the Stag? I don't understand this. I mean, Echo's a good Magic player. I'm sure they have reasons, but the Stag is so much more threatening on future turns. It gives you the ability to tap the Sea Serpent, and then if you draw, like, any tricks or something where the Stag can live through combat. I don't understand this. Am I missing something? Like, I for sure would kill the Stag in that combat step. All I was trying to think about was what's the best way to kill the Stag, basically. I think the play I would have made would be Duelist, the red cap, and then just throw Tome Raider and Ghostlight on Stag, because then you just take 2 from the red cap. And the Stag is gone and the red cap's still in play. And then the Frilled Sea Serpent is bigger than all your opponent's creatures right now, and they have no attack. I mean, don't get me wrong, if they don't draw anything, the Stag taps the Sea Serpent. You can always trade Courser for Stag later, but, I mean, this just feels so much more risky. Well, whether you took my line or Echo's line, you would have lost to Siege Gang Commander anyway, so it didn't end up costing him the game for sure. But I definitely stand by, like, unless I'm missing something on board or something, that there was more value in killing Stag than red cap by a substantial amount. But I would have lost this game to that Siege Gang Commander, just like Echo's gonna, even if you took the lines I like better, so. Siege Gang Commander is a stupid, super broken card that should be banned from Limited, and it is currently going to end a very close game. So that's going to be the end of our hero. Yeah, you wouldn't be dead on board immediately, but remember, they don't also just have to 6 you, right? Like, if they sack those 3 goblins to deal 6 to my creatures, like, I'm not winning then, right? So, like, you theoretically could maybe live for one more turn, but you're definitely... I'm not beating Siege Gang. I think my line... Like, I think Echo's plays were totally reasonable. I think my lines were better, but you would still lose to, like, Siege Gang no matter what, for sure. But yeah, I do think that you really wanted to kill Stag in combat there. Okay, so... Good run by Echo. It was a tough seat. I don't think he saw a lot. I would be happy with a 2-1 in his seat in, like, a Pro Tour or whatever. Like, this was a tough seat overall. Like, he didn't see great cards, so I think that you're pretty happy to make it to the finals and go 2-1. And let's see who is on to the top 4. I already told you, like, if it's a draft pick, I might be right, I might be wrong, but you probably want to consider what I'm saying. If it involves technology, just assume I'm wrong, I'm the problem, I'm the one who screwed it up, and it could probably be fixed, except I just don't understand how to do it. I really need to take, like, some kind of, like, you know, it's not like I'm, like, you know, not a smart guy and can't learn. Like, I really just need to take some kind of, like, comprehensive computer course where I just, like, you know, do computer work for 2 hours a week, like, every week or something, so I just learn how to use, like, you know, technology. doesn't really work anymore when something's not working and you shake it and you blow on it like it used to with old video games back in the 90s. All right, so who are we covering next? We can tune into FemMTG again. We watched her once, and she crushed somebody with a really sweet red-black deck with Zagras. See what she's up to. Thank you, Commentates. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, that's what I usually do, AVB. I mean, like, obviously I can Google up, or I can pull up a YouTube video and then follow step by step. And that's what I do for most things. But, like, when it comes to, like, you know, understanding a problem, like, I'm just, you know, hopeless. Like, this Discord mic error, like, I tried Googling that and nothing came up. So now I'm just, like, completely clueless. Sounds good to me, FLD. So, Fem won game. Oh, this is game 3 against the Goosey Goose. Maybe my second favorite name after Trash Boat. So, let's see. Flyers attacking. I guess that land was colorless or something, so it could block the Brood. I probably wouldn't have realized that either, to be honest. But this game looks like Fem can win in the air. I mean, there's the secret door, and I don't know what that artifact on Goosey Goose's side does. I don't even know what card that is. But there's no way that this game's ending in three turns, and the Ghost Hunter is a 3-turn clock. So the Goose is going to have to find an answer. I mean, the Spider can chump it once, but all it does is delay it by a turn. Oh, okay, I remember that card. I just couldn't recognize it. So it does gain like 5 if it flips, so that could be a way to give Goosey Goose a lot more time. They also just played a 4/4 flyer, so they thought they found the answer, but we've got Recover. Oh, the land has reach too. I didn't even realize that. Shows you what I know. All right, so this is a good game 3 then, because we can go back and get our 3/3 flyer, but then it'll be smaller than the Falconer. I don't know what else is in the yard. Doesn't look like anything too great, so we're going to get the Gloom Hunter. I wonder if there's a potential swarm. Like, anytime we can make a 1-for-1 trade here, we get a free 2/2. So, with Goosey Goose at 9, if we can make, like, just even trades, we can create free 2/2s and then just alpha for the win, potentially. I think that's most likely Fem's best path to victory. Just, like, grind, like, you know, a token or two, and then swarm with, like, everything. Because if this game goes on forever, Goosey Goose is presumably going to win because they have Secret Door and Gateway. So they're able to get rid of extra lands as the game goes longer and, you know, go into the dungeon each turn. So a stalemate is really bad for Fem. But Fem's got them down to 9, already has 8 creatures to their 5, and has, you know, another creature in hand and a creature-making engine with Death Priest. So what you're really trying to do here is just get to the point where you can swarm. And you're not worried about any sort of, like, you know, if you alpha, they get to counterstrike because you're at 31. But Goosey Goose will win if the game goes forever with all that card advantage, getting rid of all the lands they draw and surveilling every turn. So if you're Fem right now, you're looking for a window to, like, alpha attack. You're looking to create trades because they net you with a 2/2 off Death Priest, and then you're looking for a spot where you can send all your creatures. And even if you don't lethal them in one, their creatures aren't that big, so even if they kill, like, 2 or 3 of your creatures and only lose, like, 1 of theirs, you may still be able to finish them off on the following turn. I'm not saying that option exists right now. Like, an alpha right now would not be a good play, but that's what you're trying to create. Who wins between Secret Haste and Secret Reach? And that's, Goosey Goose just got the gain 5, right? Which is going to make it near impossible to alpha out like I'm talking about. So now we're going to need, like, Zagras or something to break this open. Well, Subtle Strike and Raking Claws is 2 tricks. I think if I were Fem, I would likely just turn them right now. What's going to block the Death Priest? That's the only creature you actually care about. So if it blocks, like, a 4/4, you can give that -1/-1 and give you +1/+1, but you're still going to die. So you might want to send everything but Death Priest. I'm not sure that you can send Death Priest. Although if they block Death Priest with Giant Spider, then you get them good with Subtle Strike. You shrink the Spider, grow the Death Priest, your Priest lives and the Spider dies. And there's a decent chance they'll block that with the Spider and put their 4/4 on like the 3/3. So I think I just send literally every creature. It's lethal? I don't think so. The opponent's at like 14. Remember, they have the gain 5 card. That card's an instant, right? I mean, you could definitely play the Gloom Hunter and wait a turn first, because you're adding a better creature to the board than they're probably going to add. So actually, this is probably the right play. While it's true everything I said that you pretty much have to like go for the alpha attack and hope they make some bad blocks or it just shakes your way, you can wait one turn here because you're adding a 4/4 flyer to the board this turn, and the odds are they will not add a 4/4 flyer or better on their turn, which means the alpha will be a little better the following turn than it was this turn. But you can't let this game just go into like a forever stalemate, or you're just conceding, basically. Oh, that's a deal 5 to a flyer. I thought that was a gain life card. Shows you what I know. But yeah, no, everything I said is still true. You want an alpha, but I think, wait, so if you're looking at the deal 5 card, then there's no sense in playing the Gloom Hunter first because they're just going to kill it, and then they're going to add to the board, and your alpha's going to get worse. So yeah, I take it back. I thought that was a gain life card, so I thought it made sense to add your big flyer, assuming they probably won't add better than a 4/4 flyer, and then you could alpha the following turn. But I would have attacked with everything, I think, if I were Fem last turn. You don't even really, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing the flyer to have them kill it, like the card's going to do that, but, like, that didn't really benefit you as an exchange. You let them use their mana while it was open, and now they have a food token out to gain 3 life. So I think, like, pretty clearly, if you're Fem last turn, you send everything. I'm not even, like, counting it. Like, I don't even know how good or bad it would have worked out. But if they make blocks that, like, they let the wrong things through, you do have lethal. I don't think they're dead on board, but I think they could make certain blocks where you'd have lethal. And if they put any creature but the Falconer on the Death Priest, it works out well for you. Because the Subtle Strike will make it so the Death Priest lives and, like, kills whatever blocks it. And even if they put the Falconer on it, like I said, you can still, like, Subtle Strike, kill the Falconer, Raking Claws to trade the Death Priest for the Falconer, and then use Subtle Strike for a blowout in other places. I don't think Goosey Goose's creatures were that big, so I think with Subtle Strike and Raking Claws, I think the alpha would have worked out, like, reasonably well for Fem. Whereas now Fem just fell a lot further behind because now, like, they added a 5/5 to the board, and you added nothing because the 4/4 flyer you put out just died immediately to the removal spell you knew they were holding. So I think the alpha last turn was, like, a good play that should have happened. I think now you can't alpha. I think now it's too much worse. Now that they have an extra 5/5, like, and an extra 3 life, I don't really see it working. Yeah, the only bad thing about this commentary compared to playing is that I can't, like, hover over the cards and see what they do. Like, if it's my stream, I can use the, like, whatever it is, on tap, cardboard live, whatever does that. But, like, since I'm watching their stream through Discord, I don't have the ability to actually look at the cards. Now, granted, thankfully, I know most of them. If this was the current format, I would know, like, all of them. But given this is Chaos, I'm old, I played with all of these, but there's a lot of Magic cards in a lot of sets. So it's hard to tell sometimes, like, one card from another. Or to remember exactly what Azorius Gateway, or whatever that thing's called, does. But yeah, I really don't see a path. I mean, I know that Fem's got a lot of life, but I really don't see a path to victory for them here. Like, I'm not really sure. And I think the alpha would have worked out pretty good. I might actually try and pull this up at some point and look at it, because I can't map it out in my head that quickly, but if I, like, stop talking and go deep for a minute, I can. And I think it would have worked out well, but I could definitely be wrong. So taking it from here, do we have any attack? And even trade benefits us. So, I mean, I guess we can potentially send Weaselback Redcap, or as I like to call it, standard playable knight. And then trade it with whatever small thing and net a 2/2 zombie. That doesn't seem very exciting. But if it's an even trade and it gets us an extra 2/2, it's favorable. If we have some kind of a way to sneak the red cap in, then we definitely don't want to do that. But if we don't, we probably do. Yeah, good point, Himray. I need to be using that. If I'm not sure what a card is or what it does, I need to ask chat. I'm not used to doing that because, like I said, on my stream or whatever, I can just scroll over to the card and even if it's somebody else's stream, they normally have on tapped. And I'm sure like Fem and Goosey Goose both have like on tapped or cardboard or whatever. I think it just doesn't work when you're watching it through Discord. What does that mean, Snoot Spirit? Like, am I supposed to mute my mic? I mean, obviously it isn't good, but when we did play it and everybody made fun of us, it had synergies with like every card in the deck. Like, most importantly, it reduces the cost of Embercleave by 1, and that Knight's deck at that point was an all-in Embercleave deck. That was like the whole point of the deck. Yeah, I remember the Gateway now. That's the one that has like 5 different casting costs, so it almost never flips, but it just like loots every turn or whatever, right? So you can just loot away all your lands. This is Chaos. Oh no, I mean I wasn't criticizing you. I was asking if that's like an advantageous thing to do. Like I will mute my mic if it makes sense to. I don't really know if I'm supposed to or not. Always a good day if we're playing Magic. Let's see. Do we have any attack? Like, any trade is good for us, but I don't know how we can attack. I mean, Weaselback pumps, but it's just going to trade with like a 1/1. It's such a bad trade down, given it can like stop much bigger creatures from attacking. I guess Zagras is still a way to win. Zagras gives everything Death Touch, right? But I mean, they have almost as many creatures as us, so it's not like it's going to be like... I mean, it's going to be good, obviously, but they can still just line up a bunch of blocks. It's going to be tough. I'm not sure how Fem wins this game. I mean, I don't even know all the cards in their decks, but, like, I'm not even sure Zagras is enough. Oh, I should mute my mic then. I mean, I don't want to, like... I don't want them to hear me for 2 reasons. I mean, I don't want them to, be influenced by what I'm saying. I mean, and also... it's probably distracting and annoying for them. They're trying to stream and play. The last thing they need is another voice in their ear. I didn't even think of that. Good point, Garbage Andy. I mean, maybe we can deck Goosey Goose. I don't know how many cards they have left. Like, they really only have profitable attacks with the Flyers. So, I mean, obviously they have enough turns to theoretically kill us with 5 points of Flyers, but, I mean, if we find an answer to the Falconer, they don't really have a clock. And they've been doing a lot of looting and rummaging. I wouldn't be surprised if their library's pretty small. Well, that's going to really speed it up. Now they can give flying to their 6/6 as well. Yeah, library. Well, I mean, there's no way that Goosey isn't going to deck before Fem. So it's not. We don't really need to know Fem's library. We just need to know Goosey's library. Because, I mean, Goosey's drawn like a million extra cards, like 2 or 3 extra cards a turn. Like, so they're definitely going to deck before Fem. But yeah, Goosey's library is very important. But now that they have the 6/6 flyer too, I mean, it's a much quicker clock. Why would a berry lie, Matty P? Berries are sweet and delicious. They don't lie. Oh, good run for Fem. I think their deck was really good. I like the look of this red-black Zagras aggro, but I don't know that this was a winnable game. Even if my alpha was slightly profitable, I don't think they would have won if they'd done it. 7 blockers, 4. How many attackers is this? 7, 11. So 4 get through. So, like, you can pump like a 2 into a 3 and then double strike it. So you're looking at 6, 12 damage. Yeah, it shouldn't be 16. I mean, Goosey's going to block all the biggest creatures here and just let 4 2-powers through. So then if you pump 1 and double strike that one, even if Goosey doesn't have anything, that's just 6, 12 damage, which is a lot, but it's not 16. And then Fem's dead to the Flyers. So there's no way that Goosey shouldn't take this game from here. So let's pop back out. We can watch the lethal a little if you want, but this is, I mean, you alpha in the spot if you're Fem, because if they make a mistake and let through the wrong creature, they might die because you have the Raking Claws. But as long as they only let through 4 2-power creatures, then the game's over, even if Goosey doesn't have anything. It's a chaos draft. Yeah, it just means like a million different packs. I mean, I don't know which sets they use and which ones they don't. You're telling me, Janice, if you've got any pull with Sped and Hunter, let them know. We want Champions draft. Now, I mean, I don't think Champions is on Arena, so I don't think there's any way to do it. But if they ever put Champions Remastered on Arena or whatever, then I'll definitely be asking for a Champions draft. I'll ask over and over and over again until they agree. But without it on Arena, I don't think there's really anything we could do, right? All right, so who's still alive? I see Metal Mario. Let's see what they're up to. I think we watched them once so far today. Well, I don't know if they're live, so they may not be. Isaiah, they're live. Let's see what they're up to. This is why I actually like commentary. Like, I'm totally open to commentating or playing, but when you commentate, you're just always in a match. Like, you can just cover all the different people. You get to, like, you're in the finals. Like, you know, you're just like not, it's just, I don't know. It's just like, you're just always, like, in it, so to speak. Yeah. Semifinals. So we watched Loader, who defeated our hero, Echo, with that good red-white Boros stack. So now they're up against Isaiah here. Well, this looks like a mono black constructed deck. I mean, not that this would be like a real standard deck, but like if it's actually one color and it's got these good of cards and curve up and down, like this might be Isaiah's tournament to win. So you can attack with the Ghast. If they block, it trades. If they take it, you can play Siege Zombie, and then you still have a blocker for the healer. So the reason to hold the Ghast back would be if you didn't want to block the healer with the Siege Zombie. But I don't think you're really expecting to ping them. So I think this is attack because if they block it, you're happy. You're happy with that trade. If they take it, you're happy because you have the Siege Zombie to block the healer. That's my general code for when I have like a close attack. It's like, I think to myself, like, if they block, am I happy? If they take it, am I happy? was kind of surprised by the no block here, though. I mean, I guess this isn't the cycling format, so the healer doesn't necessarily have much in the way of abilities, but neither does the siege zombie. I would have probably made that trade. Okay, so it's a black-green deck, so it's probably not as incredible as it was looking. Oh, that's cool, though. Masked Vandal is a vampire, so you do get your Sky Marcher out a turn earlier. I didn't even see that. When they were clicking on the Sky Marcher, I was like, how are they casting this thing? Like, I know the card. Like, I know you have to, show a vamp or cost 4. I didn't even realize they had the Masked Vandal in their hand. Oh, yeah, that card's totally busted. Huntmaster, the 6/6 that makes 2 wolves when it comes into play. That could be number 1. What's the best rare in Midnight Hunt? Could be Huntmaster. Yeah, sucks. If you're not going to trade, you should probably hold the gas back because there's no reason to trade 1 for 2 here against a red-white aggro. That's definitely correct. I thought, like I said, I thought they would probably block. And I'm not saying it was egregious to not make that trade. It's a slight trade down if you view yours as an ability because it's a pinger and theirs as not having an ability. But yeah, if you're not going to make the trade, then yeah, just don't attack with the gas probably. See, again, like now, like I just want to send all 3 here, right? Like, are you really trying to like preserve Siege Zombie? So now you're not worried about hitting for 1 and taking 2 back because the Sky Marcher has lifelink and you're hitting for 5 and they have a lone 2/2 out. Plus, if they put the helm on the healer, you don't have a block on it with the ghast anyway. So I like this line. I would definitely cruelty the flyer and attack with all 3 here. But yeah, it's just basically if you're attacking with a 1/1 to take 2 back on turn 2, like you gotta have a pretty aggressive deck. Otherwise, that's just not a good exchange of damage. Like, if you're the aggro deck on the play against, like, a ramp deck or something, sure. But, Loader's got a red-white aggro here. But this is a good attack. This is a good turn. You want to cruelty away the flyer so your Sky Marcher can keep attacking. You also really like this trade because now that they have an equipment makes, like, all of your creatures better, but you go down a card to do that. So if you can get even trades when the opponent has an equipment in play, that favors you. So Mark of the Vampire is what? +2/+2 in lifelink? So this is an interesting spot if that's what it does. Like, if you put it on the Marcher, if they can't kill it, you're very happy with that. But if they do kill it, it's kind of like all your eggs in one basket. I might put it on the Shambling Gas to force the trade, and then you get the Treasure. And then you can go ahead and use that Treasure to play, like, your Masked Vandal to kill the Helm, or your Bolas' Citadel. I think, even though it looks kind of ugly, kind of throwing away your mark, because you don't have a green mana and you have a powerful 6-mana card in your hand, I think I like just marking the Shambling Gas and attacking with both. I mean, you definitely want to cast Mark. You're not trying to not use your mana in this spot. It's close between the Marcher and the Ghast. I think not casting it would be a big mistake. I think I would put it on the Ghast just because I value the Treasure really highly because of Isaiah's specific hand. But the default heuristic play here would be to put it on the Sky Marcher, so I'm definitely not saying it's wrong. Putting it on the Ghast and then, letting them block and 2-for-1 me and, answer it immediately is definitely, the deviate from the, obvious play. But like I said, I just think that Treasure has a lot of value for you right now because you have Bolas' Citadel in your hand and 2 green cards you can't cast. So you're not going to be able to block if you hold it back because they're going to tap it. So now it's just attack, play the land. No real decisions here. Oh, yeah, Invictus. When I say best card, I wasn't really distinguishing between Mythic and Rare. But yeah, Liesa's amazing, but it still just dies to removal sometimes, whereas Huntmaster leaves the 2 wolves. So I think Huntmaster is definitely a better card than Liesa. I mean, green is arguably the worst color, and black and white are pretty good colors, so you can factor that back in. And as far as the Mythic, Meathook Massacre is pretty incredible. That might be number 1. So yeah, now you're probably just playing the knight and passing the turn. If they attack with the stag and tap the knight, you get to make the chump with the ghast and get that treasure. I'm not sure that you can like use Citadel from here. You're getting kind of low. But, I mean, you could try. I don't know. I guess if you like Mass Vandal the Helm, then if you can get Courser out. So if you draw a Forest, you can Mass Vandal. Well, that was unexpected. I mean, I guess they have something, but okay. I mean, you're gonna block, and then we'll find out. If you think they have exactly +1/+1, you could consider blocking the 3/2. I mean, there's no way they can make this play and just like let you kill Stag here. So they have to have something. I don't know what. I don't know how punishing it's gonna be. There you go, exactly +1/+1. But like the thing is, if they have +2/+2, you still need to block, so you're practically better off just blocking the stag. So the only way I would block the digger is to play around exactly +1/+1. So like if I saw charge as their trick previously, I would consider blocking the digger. But if you're just worried about a generic trick, then you just block the stag, because most everything's gonna give like, you know, it's gonna be big enough to save things anyway. I guess if you have life gain, you could trade with the digger and then try and get your creature back. I'm not explaining this well, but the thing is, like, you can't just block the digger and lose to the stag, and you need to have two blockers out that can kill the stag at one time. Like, you're never going to win this game if the stag just keeps attacking turn after turn, tapping your blockers. Because if Isaiah's going to win this game, it's going to be, like, with card advantage, not by racing. This isn't a close race. So, like, you're going to run into whatever trick they have sooner or later. So the only reason I might consider playing around exactly +1/+1, because that's like a pretty easy one to play around. But like if you're just like, well, they're gonna have some trick that's gonna blow out some creature in combat at some point, you might as well just find out what it is. So now if Stag taps the 3/3, what are the blocks like? You can put like Masked Vandal on Assailant and then Ghast on Stag, and then you can finish off the Assailant. It's not great. Oh no, you can't do that. You're a 3. You have to block the 2/3/3s. So then you have no choices. You just block both, go to 1. Shambling Ghast finishes off the Digger. It's not actually that bad. I mean, the game is looking really bad, but this particular turn isn't that bad. This block is scripted because you have to block both 3 power creatures. And then, of course, the Ghast can finish off the Digger. I mean, the game's looking bad. I wouldn't say it's necessarily completely lost. Like, if Loader doesn't have anything to play and we draw removal for Stag, it's just an even board, right? Our 3/3 versus their 2/2. I mean, obviously we're big dog, like now we're dead on board. But if Isaiah just drew a removal spell for Stag here, then we would just have a 3/3 out to their 2/2, right? That said, game 3, we're going to be on the play, so we're a little less scared of the aggression. I don't think we saw many flyers out of this deck. Slice and Twain's pretty powerful if it has like a couple of targets, because even if you kill something kind of weak, you go up a card. But I only saw the Helm, right? We didn't see another enchantment or artifact in that game, I don't think. And I mean, Isaiah's deck is pretty cheap. I don't think they're on the play. I don't think they need to lower their curve at all just because they're up against aggro. Probably just submit this unless we have any cards in our hand that don't perform well. Even the Citadel, it's just like kind of a nice win con. Yeah, Wild Onslaught could come out, I think. That's that. If they're highlighting cards that could potentially come out against a red-white aggro deck, Onslaught's a good choice here. That's a nice swap by Isaiah. I like that play. Yeah, that looks about right to me. I mean, we only saw that game, and we saw one weak target for Slice and Twain. If they have, like, a second target, I would consider boarding it in, but I wouldn't board it in if you only saw one, like, ever. I probably wouldn't take out Citadel because when you're on the play and you have a good curve yourself, you're not expecting to take that much damage. You can just trade everything off and then win with Citadel. And I think that on the draw, I might take it out, but I think on the play, I would leave it in. Hey, that's great. A 2-drop we can prey upon? I like that. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You're not going to let them attack and start making creatures. I mean, yeah, it's technically right to attack first, because if they happen to chump block, and that's great. But then it's just prey upon and play a land. And this worked out really well for us, because, like, if they had played, like, any other 2-2, we would have had, like, no play this turn. But since they happen to play a creature we can prey upon, that gives us, you know, the ability to stay even on board, and then we have good drops for the next couple turns. So now, between Marauder and Mark, it's close play. It's probably right to play Marauder. I mean, you saw the Legion's Judgment, but at the same time, the Siege Zombie's where you kind of want to put the Mark, and you're not attacking if you don't. So you definitely could have considered playing Mark there, but it's probably right to play the Marauder. They might have, like, one removal spell that isn't Legion's Judgment and just, like, use it on Marauder or something like that. And it uses all your mana, and, I mean, you don't care about missing that one attack. So now it's interesting. Like, you want to freebooter before you play the Mark so that you can, make sure they don't have removal. You don't really want to use 2 mana instead of 4, but I think this is a pretty even board and you're under no pressure. So I would just play the freebooter here. I might try and attack first just to cheat in the damage because they might be afraid to block, and if they do block, it bounces and then you have freebooter anyway. But I like this line of playing freebooter here. Like, it didn't really work out because, like, they're going to play Siege Gang and they didn't have a removal for the Mark creature, but I think it was the right play. If you're able to attack with a Mark creature turn after turn, you expect to win, and, you want to go ahead and, under no pressure, look at their hand and have an opportunity to pull that removal out of it. So I think they did make the right play, even if it didn't work out better. Siege Gang is so silly. Don't be scared. Don't give them a free point of damage. You just looked at their hand. They're only attacking because it's a free roll. So soft. I would definitely block there because you don't even care. Like, if they spend their turn killing your freebooter to get back their spirit summoning instead of playing Siege Gang, that's fine. That might even be, like, better for you. I mean, it's just 1 point of damage, but I would definitely block in that spot. I don't know how we can win now. I mean, Siege Gang's a really silly card. I mean, I guess if you Mark, you can, like, connect with the freebooter, and then maybe they, like, deal some damage, but then they have to kill the freebooter, and then maybe you can still play Citadel for the win. I definitely like this line. I think that's the only reasonable line here, and then you're going to attack, of course. But this is going to be tough. That's because we're not soft, Janice. I'm actually pretty soft, Matt. No, that's not true. I take a lot of risks. I'm like, obviously every situation is a cost-benefit analysis. Sometimes you should, block and make them have it. Sometimes you should take it. But I'm a pretty big, like, play as though they don't have it, make them have it, let them blow me out, just make them have it kind of a player. So I can't say I'm soft. If anything, I'm reckless. So let's see. Well, you can Cruelty the Siege Gang, but the Fathom Fleet thing pumps, right? So you're taking so much damage. 5, 7, 8. And then you can play Citadel at 8. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to win from here. Oh, yeah, I mean, them drawing Seal away there was, gross. Like, I think, like, if they would have had to sack the 2 goblins to kill the 3/4, it would still be winnable. I mean, we would be an underdog, but it would be winnable. I like Isaiah's line last turn. I would for sure mark the freebooter and attack with it, and then assuming they didn't draw the Seal away last turn, then they'd have to sack the 2 goblins to kill it, and you'd only be facing a moderate amount of pressure, and you'd be not that low, and maybe you could get a good Citadel win or something. Yeah, I think you probably do just play Citadel here. I mean, you can't win if you Cruelty Siege Gang. Like, I mean, unless Isaiah has a sweeper they can top deck or something. I think you actually have to just play Citadel. I'm not sure that you can realistically win like this, but hey, just what we wanted. Take 6. We were hoping for like cheap removal, not 6 drops, but no choice. Just keep putting them out. Hey, you only take 3. The extra 1 doesn't hit you. Would you really be dead if you cast that? Because I mean, if they sack a goblin to deal 2 to it, you're only paying 3 to put it out, and if it blocks, it has lifelink. Confused why we didn't cast the vampire. I mean, if it leaves us exactly lethal, then we're not exactly dead on board, sure. But I think we're dead on board, and I think putting that out just like is net positive life wise. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Isaiah's dead no matter what he does here. But yeah, I don't really understand not casting it. So if they attack with like everything and you block Siege Gang, they throw that at you and they double pump, and that's 4, 6, 8, 9. So 1 is not 0. So maybe that was Xaxes. Maybe Isaiah figured this out correctly. Let's say you play that and you're at 7. They throw a goblin at that, and then they attack with the other 4. You block Feral Abomination on Siege Gang. They throw that at you, and you go to 5, and then you take 2, 3, 4 plus a pump. Yeah. Okay, my play is right in like theory if it's not Xaxes, but I think Isaiah actually couldn't cast that sadistic thing, whatever it's called, the vampire. I think literally he goes to 1 now if he blocks Siege Gang, and I think if he cast it, he was just dead on board. Granted, I mean, like, you're losing either way, but... So maybe you can cast it and hope they don't realize it has lifelink and you get a good block or something. But I think actually he's going to 1 right now, and if he cast it, he would have been dead on board. 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 4, 8. Yeah, I think it's only 9. You can throw one of the 1/1s and then you can pump. So like throwing a 1/1 only increases the damage by 1. So like the most damage you're dealing is throwing the Siege Gang at the opponent here and then pumping the Fathom Fleet. And I think it's 9, not 10. Which is why Loader's thinking, like, okay, maybe I'll just, like, throw the Siege Gang and cast this, like, dog from my hand and have an extra creature out. Better to put an extra creature in play than deal an extra 1. So the play will probably end up being... I'm not sure why you would pump that over throwing Siege Gang. Oh, I guess he's just going to throw the Siege Gang, but yeah. And put Isaiah to 1. I think it would have probably been better to throw the Siege Gang, not pump the Firebrand one more time, and then play the pack leader out of your hand. But I don't think Loader can realistically lose this game. I think the casting cost is 3, and then you have to either pay an extra 1 or show a vamp. So you have to pay 4, but the printed casting cost is 3. So if you played it off the Citadel, you would take 3. But Isaiah actually figured that out correctly. Like, if they would have played the Sky Marcher off the Citadel, they would have been dead on board, like by Xaxes. And with the play they made, there was no way for Loader to deal lethal. They were going to come up 1 point short if they went for max damage. So, I mean, Isaiah's play was right. I don't think Isaiah can win. I think now they're dead or whatever, but... Actually, with the cruelty and 2 blockers, they weren't even dead on board. Wow. Now they are because of the Burning Tree Vandal, but that's disgusting. This could have been like the greatest win of all time if they didn't draw this Burning Tree Vandal, and then Isaiah was able to like block twice, gain the 2, cruelty, and stabilize. Yeah. No, I mean, with the 2 life at 5, like, they're still not dead on board, but again, like, I don't know how they're going to be able to win. Oh, they have the Huntmaster for next turn. If Isaiah wins this game, like, we're going to need to, like, seriously celebrate or something. This will be the greatest win, like, ever, I think. I've won some pretty epic games on stream, but this will be number 1. I mean, I don't think they're going to win, but I do think, like, they're not dead. They're not quite dead yet, and... Loader just keeps drawing things. The Seal Away for the Freebooter, the Burning Tree Vandal with haste. This is an incredible, like, back-to-the-wall performance here out of Isaiah. Game 3 of the semis. What more could you ask for? What is the pack leader? Prevents all damage just to dogs, right? And they probably don't have any more. You definitely want to hit this Vandal, I think. You don't want to let them be rummaging away lands. Perfect blocks, though. Now we've got the Huntmaster. That can close out in a heart pretty quick. This might be a winnable game. This is... Wow. So if you attack with the Sky Marcher, you go to 3. Then you can play the 1/1 off the top and go to 2 and play the Huntmaster. Then you don't have a flying blocker, so you die to like a pump if they have something to answer the... If they have a way to enhance the flyer. Or you can just play the Huntmaster, and it's 4 creatures to 4. Then you don't lose to a way to pump the flyer. You do lose to removal, because then you only have the 1 flyer, though. So it's pretty close. I think I would attack with the Sky Marcher, because if you're at 1 and you pass the turn here with only Sky Marcher up to block Sentinel, you die to removal. If you attack with the Sky Marcher, you go to 3, then you get to play the Ghast, and then you don't die to removal, you die to a pump spell. So I think that's a little bit better. And you get the Ghast off the top of your deck and into play. But this is tight. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Loader just missed 1 point of damage. They chose to pump the 2/2 that pumps instead of sacking the Siege Gang that was blocked. And, you know, they dealt an additional 1 by pumping, and they would have dealt an additional 2 by sacking. So they missed 1 exact point. So if Isaiah wins this, it was that point. Though I do stand by, I think Isaiah should have probably cruelty the Burning Tree and should have probably attacked with the Sky Marcher last turn. But then I also would have probably played the Sky Marcher off the top of my deck and just died. And Isaiah correctly figured out that literally playing the Sky Marcher left them exactly dead and not left them at 1. So, I mean, hats off to Isaiah. That's incredible to figure that out that quickly. So if you play the Grove Dancer, you have the ability to gain life if you mill lands, but again, you die to like a removal or a pump of any kind. What's the reason? Oh, yeah, they didn't play the Ghast because they wanted to flip and fight the Flyer. Yeah, that makes sense, of course. Oh, and that's why... Well, no, the Grove Dancer you wouldn't pay mana for, so you could have still played that if you wanted to. Yeah, no, flipping the pack leader was definitely right this turn. That's better than playing the Grove Dancer. That was definitely correct. Can just, like... If they don't do anything interesting, then you can just, at combat, fight both your 2/2 wolves on their 1/3 flyer, and then you just get a free kill on that. Isaiah might, like, end this game pretty quickly. Yeah, no, I mean, like I just said, Huntmaster might be the number 1 card in the set, or it might be number 3. I mean, that's a ridiculous Magic card. So yeah, I think that's... Unless there's something, like, that lets you lethal exactly or something like that, I think we'll just double fight the Sentinel, probably. We don't even lose a wolf. We can fight it with each wolf. What an epic game. I cannot believe it. Wow. This is like one of the best wins I've ever seen. I might have conceded this game, like in a Grand Prix or something. I might have conceded. They've got 8 mana, right? The fight is 4, no? Is it 5? I think it's 4. Oh, double green. You can only fight once. You're right. I mean, okay, but whatever. It's still probably right to flip and have the fight available. I mean, it makes it closer, but you can't go to 1 and then take 1 from the Sentinel and die, so your only option then was to not play the Grove Dancer and pay the 2 life. And you do still want to flip the pack leader rather than put the Shambling Ghast out, I think, so. But yeah, you're right. You can't double fight. It's 2 green and 2 colorless to fight. So now we should probably see a wolf fight the digger. Even though the wolf dies, I mean, that's a good trade and you have nothing else to do with your mana. Unless you have lethal, but I don't know, do you? Is there any way you can attack with everything lethal next turn? Probably not. That's probably what Isaiah's checking right now. Like, if I don't do this fight, can I untap and, like, kill a blocker and deal lethal or something? But I don't think so. So you probably want this fight. I mean, it's certainly a good trade. You would happily sack a wolf to kill the digger, unless, like, the wolf is literally dealing lethal. What is that card? It costs 0? I'm confused. Oh, the Citadel shows everything as 0? No, it's got to show you the casting cost, or are you taking damage from it? That's so weird if Citadel does that. How did Isaiah have lethal? I didn't see lethal. I'm not saying that he definitely didn't, but I didn't see it. Remember, he could have only done one fight end of turn, and then, I mean, if he double fights here to kill a blocker, like, I guess they'd still have one blocker to block the pack leader. I don't think Isaiah blew lethal. Fight with the newly spawned wolves, but then they still have a blocker. It doesn't look like lethal to me. 2, 4, 6, 11. How is it 15? If the 2 wolves that were already out attack plus everything else, they still have one blocker. Even if, you know, your 2/2s are killing 3 toughness creatures. You have to fight the same one twice. Isaiah didn't have lethal this turn. Yeah, I mean, I remember that card. I know it costs 3, but it's kind of silly to show it as costing 0 because you have Citadel out, because the person has to decide how much life to pay. So, like, showing its casting cost just makes more sense. Like, I think that's just bad programming on Arena. Like, if you're just deciding how to program it, you still show the casting cost if there's Citadel out. You don't make the casting cost 0, and then the person might not know how much life they have to take to cast it. Well, it's not a huge deal whether they double spell here or not. I mean, at the end of the day, like, if they get to attack again, they win. If you're Isaiah, all you're thinking about right now is how do I reduce the risk of taking damage. That's the only thing that matters. If Isaiah untaps next turn, Isaiah will win this game, right? The opponent's at 1, and Isaiah has 17 creatures out. So, like, if you're Isaiah, you probably just want to, like, you're either thinking about killing that 1/3 flyer so that they can't possibly beat you with a pump spell or something, or activating your Grove Dancer. Maybe if you activate a second time, you can hit a land and gain 1. But, like, all you really care about if you're Isaiah now is not dying this turn. Can you still play cards on your opponent's turn with Citadel if they're an instant? If so, I would definitely just pass. I mean, you could play the Ghast or not. It doesn't really matter if the pack leader flips. But, like, yeah, then there's no reason to play it. Like, if they attack, you just take the 1. I mean, if they drew exactly 3 damage, like, they would kill you anyway because you have to pay 3 life to kill the flyer. And if they go for a pump spell, you can kill it. But they might draw a card that does 1 or 2 damage. So the right play here is just to let them attack for 1. And then if they go to, like, pump it lethal, obviously you pay the 3 life and kill it. Otherwise, you just take the 1. Because there's no way for you to beat 3 damage to the face because, like, you can't kill the Sentinel, or you take 3 to do that. Wow, that was an incredible win. I'm not even kidding. I think I would have conceded if I was Isaiah. All right. Well, I know whose perspective we're going to watch from for the finals. That's decided. We will continue following Isaiah. I mean, obviously, we're going to see both players because there's only 2 players left in the tournament, but we're going to watch it from Isaiah's perspective. I mean, I wouldn't even have conceded because thinking is hard. I would have conceded because I think I'm 0% to win. Like, that was... I mean, the opponent had out so many creatures, and then they top decked that Seal Away and the Haste Rummager. Like, and Isaiah was still able to turn that game somehow. I mean, Loader did miss exactly 1 point of damage by pumping instead of sacking Siege Gang, and that did actually cost Loader the game. But that's such a minor mistake. So, I mean, it's not like Loader punted it away to Isaiah. Loader missed exactly 1 damage in a game where Isaiah was like on his back foot by like, up 10x. That's true. I would have gotten the 1 life earlier. I would have blocked with the freebooter earlier. So that's true. I would have had 1 more life than Isaiah, but I would have still lost that game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, Magic's the best. Like, that's why I hate all these stupid rares and stuff like that. Like, I know that game, like Siege Gang and Huntmaster interacted, and it was still the best game ever. But there's so many games that would be much more similar to that one if cards like Huntmaster and Siege Gang didn't exist. Like, I think if I had one wish for Magic, it would be that they just, like, banned all the rares from Limited. Just let us play Limited with only the commons and uncommons, and you can print your silly rares for Standard, where people just want to do broken stuff and not have close games or whatever. So I guess we're gonna watch from Isaiah's perspective, but I guess if Isaiah's waiting, that means the other semis is still going. So maybe we'll check out some Metal Mario versus Luke. No, they're not streaming it anymore. They're probably just waiting to start the finals now. Bathroom break when the finals is on you? Not acceptable. Extremely. Is Dominaria like one of the next remastered sets they're doing or whatever, Man Leggings? I don't know what Dominaria United is. I played a little chess like at summer camp and stuff when I was like 10, and I mean I liked it. I thought it was a good strategic game. But then I like found Magic right around that same time, and I just liked it more, so I never got like super deep into chess. Yeah, there was a lot of great removal trace. So the rares didn't really ruin that many games because they usually just died. But yes, the rares are problematic in that format, like every format recently. You know what's funny? It's pretty small, obviously, but the my number one like little correction for Dominaria. So it's a format where you draft a lot of multicolor decks and stuff, and splashes and games go long. Sometimes, I mean, the aggro decks work too. That's why it's such a great format. Like Red Blue Wizards aggro is one of the best decks in the format. But they printed a card, Traveler's Amulet, or not Traveler's Amulet. Sorry, that's what they should have printed. They printed whatever the compass is that's totally unplayable. It's like 1 mana artifact, gain 3, and it like taps to fix your mana. It's a really slow format, and you have all these historic triggers. So Traveler's Amulet would have been perfect for that format because it's really slow, but you like to splash in that format, and you can get away with the like 2 mana to search for a land that Amulet is because it's a slow format and you can trigger historic stuff. So I think whatever the Navigator's Compass, yeah, if that card should have been Traveler's Amulet. Like Navigator's Compass is basically too bad to play outside of like rare corner cases. And Traveler's Amulet would have been like a not very good, but serviceable fixer in that format. It's funny because like I'm definitely on Team Sweatsuit. Like I live in like basketball shorts and sweatpants and tank tops and like, I'm definitely in line with that kind of dress. But I don't actually wear sweatsuits very much. I wear like sweatpants and t-shirts if it's cold, like basketball shorts and tank tops if it's warm. Oh yeah, Surveyor was busted. Yeah, I love Surveyor. I think it was the best common in the set to pick one, pack one. Like once you already have a 2-color deck, I would not take Surveyor over very many of the really good commons. Like I don't want to lead you astray. Like if it's pack 2 in your blue red wizards, there's probably like 8 commons I would take over a Surveyor. Even if it was a deck where Surveyor would be better. Like if I'm like a blue green deck or whatever. If it's pack 3 and I'm a 2-color deck, there's a lot of cards I would take over Surveyor. But pick one, pack one. Surveyor's not only colorless, so it goes in every deck, but it's a tri-fixer. It costs color, so you can get any kind of mana. And there's a lot of really good splashable commons in that format, like Blessed Light and Cloud Reader Sphinx and Shivan Fire, and like there's just like a ton of them. So and Eviscerate. So when you start with the Surveyor, pick one, pack one, it just means you get to grab the Eviscerate even though you're not black out of a weak pack, or grab the Shivan Fire even though you're not red out of an otherwise weak pack for you. So that's why I like taking Surveyor, pick one, pack one, over Shivan Fire and Eviscerate and stuff, because I can draft any colors, whatever's open, and then I can still pick up one of those great splashable commons like out of a pack where I wouldn't have gotten anything later. But to be clear, if I'm already black-green, I'm not taking Surveyor over Eviscerate unless I'm 3 colors or whatever. Like if it's pack 2 or pack 3 and I have a 2-color black-green deck, I'm not taking Skittering Surveyor over Eviscerate. It's still a good card, Skittering Surveyor, but I'm generally going to take like Eviscerate and Vicious Offering and like, you know, like Saproling Migration over it once I'm a 2-color black-green deck. But pick one, pack one, it's the number 1 common in the set for me, Skittering Surveyor. It was less about colors and more about color pairs trace. Like Wizards, red-blue Wizards, and black-green Saps, I think are the 2 best decks. And then you can also just draft all kinds of like recursive control-y shenanigans. Like red-black did that well, blue-black did that well, blue-green did that well. Like, I don't know if the deck list is available, but the beta draft qualifiers were Dominaria, and the one I won in Vegas in 2018... in the top 8, I drafted like a Jund ramp deck because I got Daragaz. So then I just drafted like green, black, red with some fixers and a bunch of removal and like Daragaz and Karn. It was a really sweet deck, and that's what I used to win the like top 8 to qualify for the beta draft in Vegas. You could do a lot of shenanigans in Dominaria. That's why it was so great. Blue-black, yeah, blue-black was definitely good. Red-black grindy was another version of blue-black that was also good and functioned similarly. Oh, cool. So Isaiah's showing us the deck, too. So Druid's Class. I like that they have some ways to gain life and to ramp out the Citadel. This is a really nice Citadel deck. Like, look at how cheap a lot of Isaiah's cards are. So they're not going to get too low in life. And then they can win the game with Citadel or Huntmaster. And, This definitely makes for like a nice black-green grindy with like some win cons. This is a sweet deck. A lot of formats really are they just come down to like individual mistakes. It's hard, you know, I don't know how many hours they get to spend testing limited. But like for example, I think Learn was a really cool mechanic. And I think Strixhaven, they just messed up Learn and Wish. Like, they basically made it so that, like, you didn't even need to splash. Like Strixhaven is a cool format if you have to decide, if the tension between playing a 2-color school or a 3-color deck tying 2 schools together, that's what would make that format good. And so since they made the uncommon cycle of Learn cards pretty underpowered, they made the common cycle 3 different colorless cards. Like, you basically just didn't have the incentive to branch out. Occasionally you did a light splash, but for the most part in Strixhaven, you just picked one of the 4, not 5 playable classes because they messed up Lorehold. And then you just drafted like your 2-color deck that looked and played very similar every game. I tweeted this towards the end of the format. I think Strixhaven would have been a much better format if they would have just made like that uncommon cycle better. And then they shouldn't have made any colorless lessons except environmental sciences. That should have been the only colorless lesson. And then they should have made like a common cycle of lessons that are splashable, that are 1 color to cast, but are a color to cast. So they could have had like for example, whatever the Annihilation, the 5-mana colorless lesson was, that something like that could have been a black and 4 colorless. And like, you know, Expanded Anatomy, the 3 colors, 2 plus counters, that could have been a white and 2 colorless. And they could have made like a whole cycle like that, environmental sciences at colorless, and then a better cycle of uncommon ones. And then the games would have played out more differently. You would have seen a lot more 3-color decks. I think they honestly just punted it. I think Wish and Learn was a cool mechanic. All right, let's get into the finals here. It looks like Isaiah's on a mold of 5. I'm like a curse, man. Everyone we watch tonight is molding to 5. That said, it's a good mold of 5. So if Isaiah draws well out of this, certainly could still win this game. And they're up against the Goosey Goose, who we watched take down FemMTG a few rounds ago. So now, I think you probably want to just play the freebooter here. You don't want to give them the opportunity to play like a card drawing or something like that. Druid's Class you want to get out if you can to gain life, but like you can always play it and play the land after, and you don't really care if you miss a couple life against a blue-green deck. And Siege Zombie is not that likely to attack or block profitably when your opponent's on the play and played a 2-mana 1/3. So I like the freebooter here. Deny them the opportunity to play like a card drawing spell or anything, and then you can start getting in for 1 a turn in the air. So definitely like this play. I need to see the opponent's hand better, because now that Isaiah knows their hand, I need to know their hand to think about what to do. I can't really see the opponent's hand very well. Did anybody make out like any of those cards in their hand besides the Barian books, which we got? No, I think Isaiah's mulligans were good. On the draw, you don't want to keep a slow 5-lander like that and just get run over. Professor being the 4-mana 4/3 from Strixhaven. Rejuvenators, 3-mana 1/1, look at the top 5, put a land in play. And Fertile is the 3-mana, 2 counters, you can remove a counter to get a land. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, the Siege Zombie's not attacking or blocking profitably, so here I would probably just play Druid's Class and play a land and hit for 1. This is what Isaiah's thinking about. There's two options. It's just land and Siege Zombie or Druid's Class and then land. It's a close play. But I think you're unlikely to attack with the Siege Zombie next turn, so there's no reason to miss a couple points of life. So I like this line. You just play the Druid's Class, play the land, get the life. I think this is the optimal lines. So far, I agree with every single play. And like I said, remember, I'm telling you what I would do, and then I'm comparing the differences and the reasons. But again, like last game, Isaiah, I might have lost that game. I mean, almost certainly would have. Isaiah made a couple plays different, and I think they won him the game, so... Remember, what I'm saying might be right, it might not. We're just comparing things because that's a good way to do analysis. Okay, so here should be a pretty easy Sky Marcher. I don't think there's really any choices. I guess you could activate the Druid's Class and then play both lands and still play the Siege Zombie. But the Siege Zombie's really not doing anything, and ramping an extra land and play 1 turn sooner is not doing anything. You don't have any more lands to play in your hand. So I think this is a pretty clear, just put out your 2/2 lifelink vampire so you can start attacking with it. Like, the time you'd want to take the line that Isaiah's taking is if ramping had a lot of value. Like, let's pretend he had Huntmaster in his hand and he had 1 more land. Then you would want to take the line Isaiah took here because you're going to get to play your Huntmaster next turn. But you're going to get to play the land next turn anyway. And so look, this lets you use 5 mana instead of 4, and that is the most valuable thing in Magic, but you're not interested in activating the Druid's Class next turn. You want to get your Sky Marcher out before you activate the Druid's Class anyway. So, like, this does let you use a little bit more mana, but I think getting a 2/2 lifelinker out would have more value. Unless he knew about the Mammoth Spider. If he knew about the Mammoth Spider, then I like his line. But nobody named Mammoth Spider when I asked, like, what cards they had in hand. They said Fertilid, Rejuvenator, and Professor of Zoomancy. So I'm not sure if we knew about the Mammoth Spider or not. If we knew about the Mammoth Spider, then Isaiah's line is optimal because the Sky Marcher is not attacking into the Mammoth Spider. If we didn't know about the Mammoth Spider, then I would have rather gotten the 2/2 lifelink flyer out to start hitting with. Okay, well, again, if we knew about the Mammoth Spider, that takes away the value of putting out the 4-mana 2/2 flyer, and then Isaiah's line is right. And I would do the same thing. I mean, if I knew they had a Mammoth Spider in their hand, I would activate the Druid's Class like Isaiah did. Because there's just no big incentive to put the Marcher in play, and then they're going to play Mammoth Spider, and it's not going to attack or block. So, you can attack with the 6/6, and then what would happen? If they block with the 7/6, that's a good trade. If they go for the double block, you get a blowout, but if they take it, they can attack back. Is that, like, good or bad for you? You play the Sky Marcher... So I like that he's doing it before blockers. This way, if they have a counter, you don't have to block. Although, I'm not even sure, like, I think that 6/6 is mostly just going to look at those ground creatures. Let's say you had traded it for the 7/6, and then you crueltied the spider. You'd be attacking in the air for 3 a turn and gaining 2 a turn. Is that a race you're winning or losing? You're getting hit back for 4 from the Professor of Zoomancy, but it's really only 2 a turn because you're gaining 2 a turn, and you'd be dealing 3, so it's pretty close. I mean, the forest is going to keep growing. I think if the forest was just a 6/6 forever, I would have rather traded it for the 7/6 and cruelty the spider to clear the way for the Sky Marcher. But if you create a stalemate with that forest in play, it will turn into a 7/7 and 8/8, whatever, if you're drawing lands. And if you're drawing spells, that's already a good situation. So I think this was probably just completely optimal. And like I said, if you know the opponent has spider, then I like Isaiah's line for sure on the one thing I disagreed with the Sky Marcher or the Druid's class activation. If they don't have Mammoth Spider, like if you don't have a reason to put that in their hand, I want to put out the Sky Marcher because it's really hard to race that. Just get it going. Wild Onslaught is probably going to be incredible this game if he's able to kick it. So this isn't a great spot for Isaiah, though, because, like, you've got the secret door and that gateway going again, which means all the lands are getting discarded. So as every turn goes by, the situation's going to improve for Goosey Goose. That said, I mean, you're holding the Wild Onslaught, so you're hoping there'll be, like, a situation where you can use that for, like, some pretty massive effect. So you can't attack with the Marcher here and hope they block. Firstly, if they double block, like, your Wild Onslaught basically does nothing. You lose your Marcher, and I mean, it still pumps the other creatures, but you lose the Marcher and only kill the Spider. And then also you have to tap your 8/8 to do it, and then they would just alpha and, like, absolutely annihilate you. So there's definitely no attack. You're going to have a debate of whether to Wild Onslaught end of their turn or not. If you do, you get a 4/4 flyer and a 3/4 flyer, but that doesn't really change the air. Your 8/8 doesn't go into a 10/10, doesn't really change anything. So I don't think Isaiah is going to Wild Onslaught here. It's pretty close because, like, it's an opportunity to spend 8 mana. And if you cast a creature, you're not going to be able to Onslaught with Kicker then. But I'm also not sure that it really changes much. I mean, the Falconer makes you want to do it a little bit more because then your Sky Marcher can block their Falconer. So it's actually, I think he probably wouldn't have done it. And I think now he might because, like, it wouldn't have given you attacks, right? Like, they have the Mammoth Spider and the Giant Spider, which still would have stopped Marcher and Freebooter, even with the Wild Onslaught counters. But now you might do it just because you need to turn your Sky Marcher into a 4/4 to block Falconer. So, I mean, I think it's really close. I'm not sure whether I would Onslaught with Kicker now. I wouldn't have done it if they didn't play Falconer, but I think I would do it now that they did play Falconer. I think that swings it, because it was already pretty close. Because it's the opportunity to use 8 mana for, 8 power and toughness, and if you ever want to cast more things, you're not going to have it up then. But at the same time, like, before they played the Falconer, it wasn't going to give you attacks, and they didn't really have attacks. But now I think you kind of want to do it just so you have, because you're going to have to do it anyway, because you need Marcher to be able to block Falconer. So I think I think I wouldn't have done it, but then since they added Falconer, I would have done it. If I get a chance to interview Isaiah, I'll ask him. Gateway's hard to flip though, right? It's like 5 different casting costs. It's not like 5 cards under it. Like, it's good because you can just keep looting away all your lands for the rest of the game. But I think in order to flip it, you need to have like 5 different casting costs or something tough like that. I mean, you'd love to be attacking with the 12/12 to try and run them out of blockers, because they have to start chumping it already since you can ping them. But I think it probably opens up too much. But it might not. I'm not really sure if he should have attacked with the Forest or not. So, like, because, I mean, like, what are you going to do? You can trade, like, Siege Zombie for Zoomancy. They don't really have any other attackers. Like, your 4/4 flyer stops everything. I think he should have probably sent Forest here, actually. And they have to chump. I know they have chumps, but, I mean, they have to start chumping right now. You have the Siege Zombie, so they can't take 12. So I think, I mean, look, I know they have like a million creatures out, but I think you could have sent the 12/12 this turn. Just eat a 1/1. And then what does that really open up for them? They attack with Zoomancy, you can take it or trade Siege Zombie for it. And then if they attack with Falconer, you're trading Sky Marcher for it, which you want to do because your Sky Marcher can't attack into their wall of spiders. So I think I would have attacked with the 12/12 if I was Isaiah last turn. I think he's just planning to win the game with Huntmaster or Citadel, which is totally reasonable. It's not like he's sitting in a stalemate waiting to lose. He has two totally busted rares that could flip this game for him. So I get that. But also you got to remember, your opponent has a lot of creatures out, but they're not very threatening. Like, 3 of their creatures have 1 power. 1 is a 0 power defender. The other 2 are spiders with more toughness than power. Like, even though your opponent has like 10 creatures out, they're really not very threatening creatures. Like, if you have 2 4/4s, Siege Zombie and Sky Marcher up, I'm not really sure what the opponent would have been able to attack with. Oh, well, if we put Mark there, we're going to gain 14. That's awesome. And then we're certainly going to attack. So, well, I don't think it was a big spew. I think it was a close play, but I would have definitely attacked with Forest last turn. Now I can't imagine there's even a decision here. You put Mark on the Forest and attack with it, and that's it. No choice. You don't have to worry if they have 14 out. Think about how much you're going to get to kill. You're going to annihilate their board if they, like, block it with everything. So while last turn I would have attacked with the Forest, but it was very close, this turn it's not close at all. It's Mark on Forest and shove that thing into the red zone at the speed of light. Like, if they want to kill it, they have to put, like, Falconer and Zoomancy on it, in addition to a bunch of other things. Like, you're going to kill, like, a ridiculous set of creatures. You're going to kill, like, Falconer, Zoomancy, like, Giant Spider, and 2 1/1s or something like that. Like, I'm not actually counting the exact power and toughness for them to block with here, but I mean, like, I think they basically can't make that play. They'll have no board. They're probably just going to chump it and then try and find an answer. Like, if you're Goosey Goose, you know your deck. So, like, if you have answers, you want to be chumping. If you have no answers, then you just have to group block it. But Goosey Goose is seeing extra cards every turn with the Gateway, and Secret Door can help a little too, and can even, like, make it unable to attack for a turn or something like that. With, you know, some of the dungeon levels do things like that. So if I'm Goosey Goose, if I've got, like, even one clean answer in my deck, I'm probably just going to chump it here. If I have 0, then I'm going to make this group block, because you just have to, because you're going to have to later, and it's only going to be more life they gain, and it's only going to get worse for you. But given they're seeing, like, 2.5 cards a turn, and they have, like, the Secret Door and all that, if I have answers in my deck, I would just chump with a 1/1. If I don't have answers in my deck, then I throw all my creatures in front of it. Is this going to be another win on the Multi-5? I don't want to jinx Isaiah, but he's starting to look pretty good. He's going to gain this 14 life. And then even if Goosey Goose turns it after that, finding the answer to the Forest, Isaiah will have a lot of time and a lot of life to find Huntmaster or Bolas' Citadel. Oh, yeah, I mean, the attack here is 100%. Like I said, I would have attacked with it the turn before as a 12/12 and just forced them to chump, because I don't think they actually had great attacks back. But that was a close play. This was just, like, definitely Mark on the Forest and attack. Like, this was not a close turn. Well, this should be interesting. What's in that sideboard? Deal 5 to a flyer, so that's going to be able to kill the freebooter, get you the Burying Books back, and then you can Burying Books the Forest, so that's not good for Isaiah here. This is the Sweatsuit. Bad player. Well, you just have to count at that point, Senzo. You have to literally just put 14, power on it, and then as much toughness as you can while having 14 power. I mean, I guess none of the creatures have really changed. So the block to get 14 on it with the most toughness, you could do like 10, 11, 12. I think the Mammoth Spider had to be involved in the block. 4, 7, 11, 13, 14. But this is not gonna. This is gonna be an interesting game because with Goosey finding that answer, the deal they're gonna deal 5 to the freebooter, get back their Burying Books, and then they have 3 mana up like with the Druid to cast Burying Books this combat step if the Marked Forest attacks. So Isaiah probably won't attack with the Forest here because all that does is allow Goosey Goose to use the Burying Books. They're gonna use it anyway. You can't stop that, but you can at least make them pay 5 for it next turn rather than spending 3 mana that they wouldn't spend otherwise this turn. So the right play this turn is just to like play the Springmane and pass the turn. Because if you attack with that Forest, they go deal 5 to your freebooter, tap 3 and Burying Books your Forest. If you don't attack, end of turn, they go deal 5 to your freebooter, and then they still have to tap 5 for the Burying Books later. And it's not like giving them that optionality gives them value, because they're not going to do better with Burying the Books than putting your 14-14 Lifelink Forest on top of your deck. So this is another turn that's by Isaiah that's 100% correct. The attack just lets them spend that mana. That said, the Forest is gonna like die. It's not gonna connect again. So Isaiah his board is gonna start to shrink, and Goosey is definitely gonna start flipping this game. But Isaiah's at 39, and he's got Huntmaster and Bolas' Citadel in his like roughly 20 card library at this point. So could be an interesting one. Yeah, well, they're gonna. So you can't control the fact that you're gonna redraw the Forest. They're gonna put it on top at some point. Like they're gonna cast Burying Books anyway. The point is just like you strand their mana. Like if they have 5 up, you attack because like make them play it. Don't let them have whatever optionality value there is in holding it forever. But since they only had 3 up, you want to make them tap 5 on their next turn instead of like tap the 3 then when they basically couldn't spend it otherwise. I think they got like a gateway loop, but that's not like a huge deal. Also, if you're Isaiah, decking them is one very reasonable way you can win this game. You're at 39 already with a 4/4 lifelink in play. And like I said, the reason I would have attacked with the 12/12 that one turn, it looks like you shouldn't because the opponent had 7 creatures out to your 3 or 4, but like their creatures are kind of like they're very small and don't deal very much damage. Like 4 of their 7 creatures had a combined 3 power, and then the two of the remaining 3 or 4 were spiders. So it's like, you know, they just have very small stuff. I think they actually had like 9 creatures out, but I'm not sure if I would have blocked here or not. So, I mean, a 4/4 lifelinker is definitely better than the 4/4 falconer in play, but you don't have an attack back. So, like, if you trade, you keep your life total up. So I think that was an interesting choice for Isaiah, whether to trade with the falconer there or not. I think I probably would have, because I think I view decking them as a realistic way for me to win this game. And so the way I view situations like this, I use the phrase, would you push a magic button to cause X, and then think about like the final result. So if Isaiah would have blocked the Falconer with the Marcher, which I think is a close play, I'm not saying it was a mistake, but if he did, the Marcher's in the graveyard, the Falconer's in the graveyard, and Isaiah's at 43. Everything else is the same. So if you had the opportunity right now to push a button to bury Sky Marcher and Falconer and gain 8 life, would you? And I mean, it's really only like gaining 4 because you'll probably get 4 out of the Marcher later anyway. You know, you're going to get that 4 points of lifelink once. But I think that's probably a yes, because I think like you want the game to go long. You need to buy time to draw the Huntmaster or the Citadel to win. And decking the opponent is a very real way you could win this game. So I would probably block the Falconer with the Marcher. But there could definitely be reasons not to if he has like tricks in play, tricks in his deck that can make it like, you know, that he can block and then use or something like that. But these blue-green decks, I mean, I don't know. Goosey Goose has Fae of Wishes. I don't know if they have anything in their sideboard to, like, shuffle their library back in or something like that. But, like, I mean, they've gone through a lot of cards, right? Like, their library is 10 cards. So, I mean, that's another reason to block last turn, because you're really just trying to, like, make that trade and take away their best threat and keep your life total up. Because decking them is a very real way to win this game from Isaiah's perspective. I think Isaiah's going to be all right because he drew the Huntmaster. I think he's still going to win this game, which is pretty incredible on this multi 5 again as well. But yeah, I think it would have been better to block the Falconer with the 4/4. So now you're definitely going to have to pass and flip your Huntmaster. You kind of want to, like, even if you had a spell, you'd want to do that so you could have 2 spells to, like, flip it back and forth later, potentially. Because you can't really attack with it, because, I mean, they're still going to be able to take it out reasonably in combat right now. But if you flip it, now you get your fights on, and then you can see about attacking with it if you draw something. But I think if I'm Isaiah, I don't think I'm that concerned with attacking. I think I view decking them as my most likely path to victory at this point. They're on, like, 9 cards in their deck or something, and I'm at 32. The only thing that scares me a lot, though, is with Fae of Wishes, maybe they have a card in their sideboard that, like, lets them reshuffle their library back in, their graveyard back into their library. Well, now we can get a free kill on one of the 1-power creatures, probably the Fae of Wishes. You want that thing gone way more than you want Druid of the Call or Secret Door gone. I think Isaiah's probably going to win this game. I don't know Goosey Goose's deck, like the whole deck. I know we watched them play once. But if I were a betting man, and I am, I would bet on Isaiah. So that kills what? Creatures with power 3 or less. So if you get rid of, like, the spider, that changes nothing. So I think you're just passing. I mean, you could kill the Secret Door, but you have a free kill on that with your wolf fights. So you don't want to use Reaver's Ambush on something that, like, you can just kill for free, basically. Well, now we got a 6/6 flyer, so that makes it a little bit of a game. It's a pretty quick clock. Do have to cycle another card to do it, so I think Goosey Goose is probably down to about 6 cards in their deck. Isaiah, hover over their deck. I need to know exactly how many cards there are. I don't think it's 9. I think it was 10 several turns ago. I would predict like 5 or 6, but I could be wrong. Thanks, Hare Krishna. So I know that 2/2 rare that just got played has some fancy abilities, but I think they're like, look at the top certain cards of your deck and put things into play. If that's the case, you don't care about it. If it does stuff like pump your team, then you kill it, for sure. But if it just like draws a card at this point, you're trying to deck them, so you really don't care. Yeah, and that's what it does. It lets you look at the top 5 and put creatures into play and like whatever. And they have 6 cards left. Given I can't actually check, and it was like 2 turns ago they had 10 or something, I'll pat myself on the back for that one. But yeah, so what do you want to do here? You probably want to take out the 4/4 flyer, so I think you do sack both wolves to do it. You really want to shorten the clock. I mean, this is what the game comes down to. Like, if Isaiah's able to answer that 6/6 flyer, he'll probably win this game. And if he's not, he'll probably lose to it. And at 10 a turn, it's a 3-turn clock. And now it's, you know, a much slower clock, a 5-turn clock. Obviously, lands are bad draws, but they do at least gain 1 life. And now we can pass and flip the Huntmaster again. So should be no real decisions here. I guess he's thinking if he has an attack, because if they block and he has the Reaver's Ambush, maybe. But if you play the Reaver's Ambush, you don't flip the Huntmaster. So I don't think that's going to be good. Like, what is their block like? Like, they could put, like, Giant Spider, Mammoth Spider, Rejuvenator, and Zoomancy on it. I mean, they probably won't do that. But if they did that, it'd be a pretty bad exchange for you. You'd end up trading Huntmaster for, like, Zoomancy in a 1/1 or Mammoth in a 1/1. you can't even cast the Reaver's Ambush, or you don't flip Huntmaster, and like the Huntmaster's going to die. I think this is pretty clear. Just pass and flip Huntmaster. I mean, listen, this is the finals of the tournament. There's a lot on the board. Isaiah should be thinking about the things he's thinking about. You see him looking at their creatures. He's thinking about, for sure, whether to attack with Huntmaster or not, what their blocks will be like, if he can blow them out with Reaver's Ambush, and that's exactly what he should be thinking about. That said, he found the right play. I think it's just pass and flip your pack leader there. Also, like I said, you actually kind of, when you have something like Pack Leader or any big werewolf, like, you know, that you want to flip back and forth, well, most werewolves you just want to stay on night, but if you have something that gives you value when you go from night to day, which there's a lot of in Midnight Hunt, you want to try and flip them, even if you're paying a small cost to not cast your spell, because you need to end up with 2 spells in hand to do on the same turn so that you can then flip them back and then get the effect again and then pass and flip them again and get the effect again. So it would have to be a really good situation for you to do something like attack and play Reaver's Ambush. Like, even if you kill their Mammoth Spider and their Zoomancy, like, what does that really change? You know what I mean? Like, what you really want, if you're Isaiah, is more wolf tokens and stuff, so you can possibly take out a Honey Mammoth. This game basically just comes down to whether or not that Honey Mammoth kills Isaiah. Don't get me wrong, an alpha attack might speed up the clock by a turn or something like that, and if you can create value in combat, you don't want to miss that, because it might, like, prevent them from having that alpha and give you 1 extra turn to find an answer. But it would have to be really good to make it attack, like, right now. The opponent's on 4 cards in their deck, and, like, you're just losing to a 7/7 flyer, and you're decking them otherwise. I don't like this. You can just do this on your turn. I guess you... does Pack Leader make the 2/2s when it flips to the front side, or only when it comes into play the first time? I don't even remember. I think it does it when it flips, but I could be wrong. It's when it attacks or when it comes into play, but not when it flips? Okay, then this play is probably right. I mean, granted, you have 10 million mana, so you could always take your draw step and see what you get, but you don't want to double spell in your turn and flip it then, so this play's probably right. So, I mean, now we'll probably see an attack with Pack Leader, I guess. I mean, you get the 2 wolves, and, like, there's no trade or exchange in combat that's particularly bad for you. The thing is, it's only like a fake blowout. Like, even if they block with the Mammoth Spider and the Zoomancy or something, sure, it's cool that you get to eat the Zoomancy, but what does that really change? I think it feels a lot better than it is. It feels really good, but it doesn't actually increase your win percent by very much. I'm not saying you wouldn't take it, but I think Isaiah was more concerned about if he drew a spell like Bolas' Citadel or something expensive. He didn't want to flip the Pack Leader back, and he wanted to be able to, like, use his mana on his turn potentially. I think it was right to just kill the Spider end of their turn, actually. So this attack, like, it's to create the 2 wolves. It's a good play. The only thing is, once the Pack Master's dead, you can't use the wolves to fight, so you lose them as an out. So you want to fight now, which is also why you wanted to spend the 3 mana end a turn, because you're likely going to spend 8 mana fighting with your 2 wolves. I'm not really sure what you want to fight. I guess the 2/2 and a 1/1 makes sense. There's not really any reason to take out Druid of the Cowl. The thing is, you're not really worried about them activating that thing's ability, so, like, fighting your 2/2 wolf against that 2/2, it's not necessarily wrong, it's just not accomplishing very much. But I might have just killed both 1/1s, unless the 1/1 is dying for free in combat. which it's not. The 2 creatures you want to kill are the 4/4 land and the 4/3 Zoomancy. So it's a very small difference, and it's highly unlikely to matter much. But I think if I was Isaiah, I would have fought my 2 wolves here on the 2/1/1s, on the Rejuvenator. Oh, the Rejuvenator died anyway. Okay, never mind, I'm wrong. Why did the Rejuvenator die? He killed, like, the Zoomancy and the 4/4. That's 7, and the Huntmaster had 7 power, right? Am I missing something? Oh, he didn't fight the other one. He still fought 1. Right, yeah. So I think if I was Isaiah, I would have, instead of fighting the 2/2, like, blue-green rare, I would have just fought the other 1/1 token. The end result being, Isaiah still has a 2/2 wolf, and the opponent has the 2/2 out instead of the 1/1. So if you assume the 2/2 is basically doing nothing at this point besides being a 2/2, you're getting, like, 1 more power and toughness, right? You're basically, like, putting a 2/2 on your side, and you're killing their 1/1 and replacing it with a 2/2. The smallest thing ever. It's not going to change this game. I'm just saying that's what I would have done there. So here, you can't really do anything. Just gotta, again, chill. I mean, I don't think you're dead on board. Like, I don't think the ground is dealing the other 4. You're taking the 7 down to 4, and then they've got 4 attackers to your 3 blockers, and their attackers aren't great. So, 1 more turn to draw an answer to that Honey Mammoth. I guess if the Wolfmaster survived so you could use the fights later, it would be really good. But it is also highly unlikely the Wolfmaster was going to survive. The opponent's going to try and play around removal. Morbid Lala. Citadel is what? Like, sack 10 permanents to deal 10? So you, like, need to, like, get them to 10 to win the game with that card, potentially? Well, you can't take the 5/5, so... well... I think Isaiah was thinking that he needed the 3 creatures to go ping and then play Citadel and ping and win, but you can't take the 5 and take lethal, so that wasn't good. Oh, it's non-land. Yeah. So you're nowhere near lethaling them. Yeah, you're right. It's non-land. For sure. But yeah, obviously you just, like, kind of misclicked through there or something. Of course you wanted to block the 5/5. Well, like I said, I would have lost my bet. I would have bet on Isaiah there. Granted, I said that, and then the opponent top decked the answer, like, the very next turn. The deal 5 thing to free up, to kill the 14/14 lifelink. Okay, so it's going to be a grindy matchup. You know, like, pressure is not very important. So you're trying to prepare for the late game and for having more ammo than the opponent. I think you're definitely going to bring in, like, Plummet. You saw the 4/4 Flying Falconer, and I think there was, like, 1 or 2 other flyers. Yeah, the 2/4 that cycled and put the flying counter on the Honey Mammoth. That's either going to create a flyer or, you know, be a 2/4 flyer. Did we see artifacts and enchantments? I don't really remember much. I don't think so. I think you definitely want the Wild Onslaught in. I don't think you want, like, the 1/3 Snare Spinner in, because, like, they're not an aggro deck. You're not that worried about having a blocker for their flyer. Just Plummet is going to be good value against those 2 pretty good flyers. I don't think we saw artifacts and enchantments, did we? I'm trying to remember the game, and I don't think we saw much. I don't think you can worry about time in terms of, like, how you're boarding right now. There's still plenty of time to win 2 games. You might need to play a little quicker. I mean, Isaiah's definitely playing really well and thinking through all of his plays, and that takes a lot of time. If you're him, you might have to just make plays quicker. But, like, you're not going to board in some, like, underpowered aggro cards into your grindy deck so that you can just lose the game, basically. If I was Isaiah, I would definitely think about playing a little faster now. Yeah, there was the gate. Yeah, that's true. The Gateway and the Zendikon are both fine targets for it. Yeah, you probably could bring in the Mass Vandal. I forgot it. Yeah, that's a good point, Otto. Yeah, you probably should bring in the Vandal for those. Like, I wouldn't necessarily bring in, like, a Naturalize, but the Vandal's a 1/3 anyway. This is a close one. I'd probably keep it on the play. I mean, 5-landers are less punishing on the play, more punishing on the draw. You have a 2-drop and a potential removal spell, so I think I like keeping this. It's close. This is where, like, us Lucy's would say keep, and then, like, you know, the tighter mulliganers, people like Martin, would, like, yell at us. But, I mean, you're on the play, you can spend your mana on turn 2, and you know your opponent's deck is not that pressure-oriented, and you use your mana pretty well. Like, you have 2 6-drops that are really powerful, you know, 2 broken rares, and then you also have Wild Onslaught. Okay, so this will just be cultivate and attack. No real decision. I mean, probably shouldn't have played the land before cultivate, but also he shouldn't be thinking about things like that as time is a little bit of an issue, so. Why are you worried about activating Grove Dancer, Otto? Unless you think you're going to go through your whole deck, which is not impossible in a matchup like this, but like it doesn't like lower or raise the chances that you'll draw your broken rares unless you go through your whole deck. It's just break even on that front. Okay, so I mean, should be mark and attack. I mean, you don't have any other options really. It's completely break even for drawing your broken cards, because when you mill it, you don't get to draw it, but all the other times you get one card closer. And really, imagine that like you pulled one card at random out from your deck and then you drew 6 cards. That's what it's like. The top card is just a random card, so like pulling the top card off of your deck does not increase or decrease your chances of drawing your broken rare. If you go through your entire library, then it does, because then you have the 1 in 30 shot. You just got it out of your deck. But if you don't go through your whole deck, it's like you took the top card of your library and put it on the bottom, and they're all just random cards. Like, it doesn't increase or decrease your chances. Okay, so, yeah, can't really attack, but if they attack with the 4/4, you can block and Wild Onslaught. That's potentially good. Did we see anything that would blow that out, like any combat tricks? I mean, I guess burying the books would be pretty bad for us. So I think that's about it. All right, well, I can't account for your emotions, but in terms of likelihood of drawing the card, it's break even. If the emotional hit is going to cause you to tilt off and lose the game, then don't mill yourself. Well, Plummet doesn't even kill the Mammoth. That doesn't actually fly. But we saw the Falconer, and we saw the 2/4 flyer that cycles to give flying to something else. So whether or not you cycle it or cast it, that's a second decent flyer. Plus, the games are going to go long. Here's a little trick. Like, if you're an aggro deck and you have cards in your hand you can't cast, that's really punishing. Because the way an aggro deck wins is by dumping its whole hand out on curve and overrunning the opponent before they can play all their cards. If you're playing grindy deck versus grindy deck and you expect every game to go long, sooner or later you'll get the opportunity to use that Plummet, right? So you can board in situational cards much more aggressively in grindy and control decks than you can in aggro decks. So I think if we block with the Recluse, we lose the ability to put counters on it with Onslaught. But if we turn into a 6/4, it's still just trading with the 4/3. So I might have blocked with Recluse there. I'm not sure. I think it's pretty close. Can we stop drawing lands? I'm not biased. I'm not rooting for the person I'm watching their hand and the game from their side. I mean, I mostly want to see good games. I mean, last game was awesome, but and that was a multi-5 for Isaiah too. So, multi-5 into Super Flood, kind of a, not great way to go out in the finals. This may still be winnable. We certainly have a higher chance at this point than we did against that red-white deck when they had 6 creatures out and we were at 10 and our play was Bolus's Citadel. All right, so can I kick it? Yes, I can. So I think you want to put Grove Dancer on Zoomancy and Recluse on Honey Mammoth, and then you just kick your Wild Onslaught. Trade up your 6/4 Recluse for their 6/6 Mammoth, and your Grove Dancer eats Zoomancy. I mean, if they have a trick, you're wrecked, but I don't think you can beat a trick at this point anyway. You're definitely just going for it. So we've got the exact right block. We've got, can I kick it? Yes, I can. Don't do anything, Goosey Goose. You're already like way up on cards and everything. Just don't do anything. Well, it was a good run. Some really nice wins for Isaiah. Pretty unfortunate finals, with the multi-5 and then the flood. But that's how it goes. A nice blue-green ramp for Goosey Goose as well. We saw some nice wins there. I don't want to take away anything for Goosey Goose. just because I was so impressed by that one game from Isaiah. You know, really nice deck, nice control deck, tough to run over, good late game. So nice win for the Goose. Thank you, Azrith. Really appreciate that subscription. Definitely don't think Isaiah could have won either of these games. I mean, the couple of plays that I would have made different that I do think likely would have worked out slightly better for Isaiah last game, definitely don't tip that game. Like, if he attacks with the 12-12 the one turn earlier, they'd chump with a 1-1 and then maybe deal him 4 damage on the attack back. If he blocks the Falconer that turn, he gains a few life, but he still dies to the Honey Mammoth. I don't think it changes it. So, good run, tight play. Another great Sweatsuit in the books. If only we could get Wizards to stop the nonsense and get rid of Constructed and have all Magic be limited. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but if it did, that would be great. It doesn't look great, but I think the attack's fine there. You're trading a 6-6 for a 5-5, but it clears the way for all your small creatures to attack. It's only a very small trade down, and like I said, it clears the way for everything. Well, if there was any top deck that could have gotten him back in the game, it was Bolas' Citadel. I mean, it's probably not going to be enough, but you definitely have to Cruelty. You're debating between the 4-4 land and the Bonder Prodigy. I mean, you have to draw more creatures or you're dead, so you might consider the Bonder Prodigy. I think it's pretty close. Probably like going with the 4-4, but I think it's pretty close. Well, now he can't even cast the next card because it costs 5 and he's at 5, so this is game over. Like, literally, not figuratively. Congratulations. Good finishes for Isaiah and Goosey Goose. And congratulations to the winner, of course, Goosey Goose, on taking down this week's Sweatsuit.
What's up? Howdy, just a minute, we're waiting on Ben.
Hey, let's see.
Sorry, I've been muted or whatever the whole time, so I don't know if you were talking or anything. Good to go.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Ben.
Congratulations, Goosey Goose.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Congratulations, Isaiah. Nice finish as well. So we watched the finals. I didn't get to watch your draft or anything. Goosey, would you want to tell us a little bit about how it went, like from the start?
Yeah, pack one, pick one. I guess going into it, my thoughts. I've really never done a chaos draft. Was just draft bodies like power toughness, and so I kind of went with that strategy. My first pick, I didn't even end up playing, was a 7 mana 3/3 that gets 2 instants or sorceries out of your graveyard into your hand, but I ended up just having like 4 instants and sorceries total, so I didn't run it. But blue green seemed open. Interestingly, Wizard, the guy who dropped in our pod, had some technical issues. Came into my stream, said he was also drafted in blue green and he was passing to me. So pack 3, I ended up getting a blue green mythic, the one that I was just using to get a bunch of creatures out of my deck, and I feel like he would have snapped that up. So kind of crazy how things go, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you have to catch some breaks, and obviously that's a pretty random one. But I mean, whatever. Like, you had a really nice stack, and like if you have some other card instead of that card, like you might still win. I mean, it's it's a small change.
It definitely won me a lot of matches.
So watching the finals, like that first game was obviously incredible. Was there any like
Yes.
key decisions? Because like I was covering it from Isaiah's side, so like we saw what you did, like obviously like turn by turn, but like did you have any like really interesting like pivot decisions? Because we couldn't see your hand at all times.
Basically, they stole my. I have like one interaction spell in my deck. Like main deck is the Variant Books. In turn two, they stole it. So like they mulled a 5. I'm just over here licking my lips, like okay, let's move on to game two. But they drew out of it really well, and they took my only interactive spell. I didn't get too much pressure on the board. Then obviously you saw the 14-14 lifelink thing, and so like one decision I had was kind of see me stack block it. I was thinking, do I want to up this thing and lose my entire board? And then I was just thinking out loud, and I have a Slim Voda in my deck, which is like an 8 mana 8/8 with, if you kick it 1 and a blue, you bounce all the creatures. So I was thinking initially that would be my out, but I didn't even think about Fey Wishes, so I ended up drawing that, which let me go into my sideboard, and I had a lot of kind of like toolbox cards in there, so I got able to kill his flyer, get my bounce spell back to kill his land. So that was probably the big decision. If I up my entire team there, I probably lose that game. So
Yeah, I liked your play there. I was talking to the chat and I was telling them like so. If you have no outs, you have to just make this group block because it's like they're just going to keep gaining 14 and the thing can only grow and like whatever. Maybe you'll have a slightly better block next turn, but you're going to get like raft and you just need to do it now. But if I had a single out, I would not group block here because I've got a couple 1/1s and you're seeing like 2 to 3 cards a turn via the secret door and the looting thing. So I was like, basically, as you were thinking about that, I remember I was telling the chat, I was like, so I don't know Goose's deck, but I think if he has a single out in his deck, it should not do the group block. But if you have none, then you have to make it. So basically, exactly what you said. When you thought of an out, then you decided not to do it.
yeah, thankfully I thought of the wrong out, but it turns out I had a couple. So yeah, it was a good fortune there for sure.
I mean, obviously, watching from Isaiah's perspective, the Multi 5 and then the Flood, but, you can't control that. And game one ended up being absolutely incredible. Like, I thought, like, first I thought you were winning by a lot. Then I thought he swung it and was going to deck you. Then you, like, swung it back at the end with the Flying Honey Mammoth. Like, that was an epic, awesome game to watch.
It really was, yeah, for sure. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it, and it kind of sucks that game two was, I don't know. I mean, I think that they just, Isaiah's in here, so he'll probably talk about it, but I feel like they just didn't have the interaction that game, so it was, I don't know.
How's it going?
Hey, yeah, Isaiah, good
Dude,
games.
that flying, yeah, good games, man. That flying honey mammoth was pretty gross. I thought it was looking really good until you gave it flying, and then also the fairy. I couldn't believe how good that fairy was. Double plummet was so gross.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't play Caladon too much. That's where the honey mammoth is, right? Or is that?
Yeah, I think so. No, it's older than that.
So, but I listened to a couple podcasts and I think it's Lords Limited. They
There's
love
a card that's exactly like it in it's called Lindworm or something. Yeah.
So I saw that card, like I think it was pack 2, pick 1 or something. I was like, I'm gonna snag this.
I couldn't believe like the total stats of just like the massive amounts of power and toughness you had in your deck. Like there was just no way to come across on the ground. And you had the two spiders like every time just on my dinky little flyers.
For sure. My opponent before you had like 7 Death Touchers, so that was a rough matchup. But for the most part, like I told Ben, I kind of just wanted to get power and toughness when I went in this Chaos Draft because like I feel like there's not a whole lot of synergy to do. Although that those 2 mythics I got with the artifact getting a bunch of land or a bunch of mana, and then the guy that like
looting every turn for most of the game definitely was substantial.
I want to take a second to ask Isaiah about the game that actually took him to the finals, because that match was absolutely insane. I think we were all watching it on our end here, and it was honestly like beautiful play start to finish by Isaiah.
Can you remind me some of the details? It's
Oh yeah,
I'm a little tired.
I was literally saying like I would just concede. I don't even know, and then you won the game. It was unreal. Like it was the game 3 in the semis where like your opponent had out like all of those creatures.
I could have Obnixilus Cruelty the Siege Gang Commander or play Bolus Citadel, and either way the plan was to just hit like the one of Huntmaster either off the Citadel that turn or try to draw it after the Cruelty, right?
Yeah.
So I played the Citadel and then didn't get the Huntmaster, and managed to survive an extra turn to do all of it.
The one that actually had me crazy, I think, was with the Citadel. You had the 5/5 creature, and you could have played the Lifelinker, and if you would have played the Lifelinker, I'm pretty sure you lost. But because you chose not to do that, and you made the decision pretty quick...
Well, the Lifelinker costs 4, so I think my life total is too small to play it.
Well, you were at 10. You were at 10, and it cost you 3 because even though it costs 4, it's got to be the printed casting cost, and that.
Right. I forgot that it's printed. That they printed at 3. Right?
But I was covering that game, and I was like, okay, so you're gonna put this out. Obviously, I mean, it only costs you like 1 damage because it's a 2/2 lifelinker. If it blocks, that's better. That's worth the 3 to play it. If they sack a siege gang token to kill it, that could have done 2 to you. So and then as the turn went on, I was like, I mean, I don't know why he didn't play it. He did it really quickly. I guess maybe he figured out that it was Xaxes. Let's go and count, because if it actually was Xaxes, of course it's wrong to play it. And then we literally counted it out, and literally your opponent missed 1 point there. They chose to pump the 2/2 instead of sacking the siege gang to deal 2 to you.
Yeah, G-Guards mentioned that to me in chat. He came into my chat after, and he said that, or wait, no, it wasn't G-Guards. Who was it after G-Guards? Whoever it was, the siege gang to the face would have been lethal, right?
But it's just 1 more damage than they actually did. But so the way it went, basically, if you had played that vampire off the top, you would have went to 7. They could have then Xaxes you that turn. Even missing the 1 damage because you didn't play the vampire, they would have been 1 short. But they ended up putting you to 3 instead of to 1 or 2 or whatever, and then you stabilized at 1 and turned the game. So you would have lost the game even though you correctly didn't play the vampire had they sacked the siege gang instead of pumping the Fathom Fleet Cutthroat or whatever it's called. Not Cutthroat, but the Firebrand or whatever. They spent 2 mana to pump the Firebrand, which is 1 extra damage, and if they spend that same 2 mana sacking the siege gang, it's just 2 damage, so it's +1. And then you stabilized at 1. But the part that was so impressive to me and Sped in the chat was you played the Citadel, you thought about it for a little bit, you went with that line, then you played the Feral Abomination, you had to do it off the top, the Citadel took it, then you looked at the Vampire, and you just pretty quickly passed the turn. And so I was like, I don't really get it, it's only basic, you pay 3 to put it out, if it blocks, it's already blocking something and gaining 2, they can sack something to Siege Gang to kill it, but that's 2 damage that would have went to you, so it effectively costs you 1 life to put it in play and tie up 2 of their mana. So in order for that to be right, it has to be exactly 0, that they can put you to exactly 0 if you play it and exactly 1 if you don't. And you did it
right.
very quickly. And then I spent the next 30 seconds figuring it out.
I also knew they had Righteous Blow in their deck too, was one thing I was thinking about as well.
But I was telling people that was one of the most impressive wins I've seen in my entire life.
The Righteous Blow was also part of the consideration, I think, because I wouldn't have gotten the 2 life off of it necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. That's certainly a good reason.
One thing I was bummed about in the finals is I kind of built my deck around Deathless Knight. That's why I'm playing some of the mediocre life gain cards, because the Deathless Knight and the Bola Citadel. But man, Deathless Knight was so bad in their matchup.
Is that the 4/2?
Yeah,
that
4/2 ace that was colorless in my deck, basically. Yeah, it was my second pick, and that's why we have so much life gain in our deck. And the Citadel was a payoff we got later that also complemented the life gain.
You said
No, I left it in. I needed it against you, I thought, for the grind. My first pick was Huntmaster, my second pick was Deathless Knight.
That Huntmaster, that was interesting too, because I was like, when is he going to kill my 4/4 flyer? And then you initially went and killed a couple of my little guys.
Yeah.
Which I was thankful for, because I felt okay, I have 4 cards left in my deck.
That first game of the finals is definitely the hardest game I played all night. I mean, well, maybe the one prior to it that Ben was talking about was also very difficult, but I feel like I lucked into the win on that one a little bit.
Yeah, I think that you both played really well.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. It's just a lot of people. But I was just responding to say you played well. You both played really well in that game.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
If I can get your contact info to send you out the prize for tonight, that would be great.
Sure.
Just forward that to me after the stream. Yep.
What's the prize?
It's coffee. Pineapple Labs coffee from Hunter. So that'll be coming your way.
Oh my god! I'm so excited.
You can either drink it or leave it as a trophy, whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want. You can put it in the trophy case, or It's up to you, man.
Put it in the trophy case.
Thanks to everybody that came out tonight. Ben, as always,
Yeah, thanks for doing coverage,
been
Ben.
a pleasure.
Hey, I mean, thanks to you guys for putting on a great performance. I'm just sitting back here hanging out, like getting to watch Magic, so good times for me.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I
Top
did
level
think,
gameplay, top level commentary, right?
yeah, and I did want to point out, like, it's really hard to evaluate decks in Chaos, obviously, as you both touched on during this conversation. But I thought both of your decks were really sweet. Like, when we were watching, you know, as it was narrowing down, I was like, wow, like, these decks have good synergy, good late game, good, you know, shouldn't get run over. Like, I thought you both just drafted, like, excellent decks.
I really regretted not playing Mass Vandal main over Novice Occultist, but that was my main complaint.
Did people have a lot more artifacts and enchantments than usual in this format?
Yeah, I was not expecting that, actually. I was thinking there would be slightly less, because there's so much focus on curving out with creatures in Chaos, I felt. But there were plenty.
I brought negate in every game.
Yeah, that was another thing I was going to ask you, was the negate from the sideboard. I felt like it was. Like, we didn't see it, so...
I mean, just every person
I
has...
I strongly considered playing the Wild Onslaught first to be 4 blocks, but I just really didn't expect to count, because we saw your entire deck, basically, right, in Game 1? So
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Also, that feels like a point where if they have, like, negate for the Onslaught, you're losing anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, congrats again, Goosey Goose. Like, you know, I don't know if you're going to play, like, you know, keep playing, but there's, like, the standings. We keep track of the wins and everything. So, you know, I hope you'll continue battling on, and nice job taking this thing down. Definitely
thanks. I'll be back for sure.
Awesome. Same to you, Isaiah. Like I said, it was a pleasure watching you guys.
Let's do it all again. Same time, same place, next week.
Thank you, Spadone, for hosting. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Spadone, so much. You're the best.
Cheers, everyone. Take care, chats.
Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Take it easy.
And same to everybody out there. If you're still watching my stream, I hope everybody has a good weekend. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Let me know if you're like a regular watcher, if you prefer if I play or commentate, because I'm always down to do either, because, you know, limited magic, greatest thing on earth, and drafting is fun, and watching and commentating other people's games is fun. So hopefully, you know, for my chat, let me know what you think. And other than that, everybody have a good weekend. Congrats again to Goosey Goose and Isaiah. And who should we raid? Is anybody still on from the Sweatsuit? Okay, let's raid Isaiah then. Is the what is the Twitch name? Is it exactly just Isaiah? Thanks again, Sped, for all your work. I know that you know, you and Hunter put a lot of work into this and making it happen. I know how much work organizing is. Like, so thanks again to you as well, Sped. Really appreciate your efforts, like making this like weekly draft league happen. And I will see everybody next time. Have a good one.